Well, it's almost winter, but it's bright, sunny and warm out here at Sydney Motorsport Park for the first round of the ARDC Australian Production Car Series Endurance Round here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And together with my co-hosts in Bruce Moxon and Lindsay Muddle, I'm Gary O'Brien, and we're looking forward to a great afternoon's entertainment going into the evening tonight. 4 hours of production car racing on this beautiful racetrack.
Oh, Gary, it's a great day to be here, and I'm really looking forward to the 4-hour race. I'm also looking forward to a terrific undercard of the support classes.
And Lindsay, you're doing AU4 this weekend, but you're involved in this telecast as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the 4-hour race and the support categories as well, especially AU4. It's going to be a good weekend.
All right, well, let's sit back and get ready to watch production car qualifying that'll be coming up next. Well, here we are live on air here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and we've just seen the wonderful Bruce Moxon giving us a great delivery there to start the event off. We're going straight into production car qualifying. I'm looking forward to this because we may have small numbers, but they're all fairly close together because we've got Class X, Class A1 and Class A2 cars, which are the fastest cars that run around in production cars.
Think of it like cordial. So it's highly concentrated. Yeah, the Mogadon was just starting to kick in when we recorded that. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. I am excited, and I can't wait for that one. Oh, look, birds. So that's a heron. It's a greater or common heron. That is a spectator with a camera, and they are racing cars on the main straight of Sydney Motorsport Park as they just start their first flying lap of qualifying for tonight's 4-hour race.
It's going to be an awesome qualifying session ahead of us. I think this is going to be really, really close. And Bruce, would you like to run us through this one?
Yeah, that's the wrong field that they've just put up on the screen. That's the RX-8 Cup field. Anyway, so we got Sutton out first on track. I don't have an entry list. Where's mine? I had an entry list and it's gone away. And I'm as organised as ever I will be. So that's Chris Sutton, who's the first car on the track in the Class A1 Mitsubishi Evo. Mitsubishi Evo for a long time was the go-to car in production car racing, but BMW saw that and said we can't have that, and brought out a few variations on their M series, the M3, the M4 and the M2. The M4 and the M2 competition models are the cars to have at the moment, have won the last several Bathurst 6-hour races, and these are the same cars that run in that event. So we're just coming up. Sutton's about to finish his first flying lap. Of course, there's purple sectors everywhere because it's everyone's first lap. So let's see what Chris Sutton puts down as an opening gambit. He's just behind Lee Burgess in the Mustang, who's on his outlap. 142.2, so that's the benchmark now. Let's see how long that... Braden Wilmington straight under 142, also 0.2. So we'll wait to see. So the Chris Sutton, Ray White, heads over the top of the hill, making a little bit of ground on the Mustang in front of him. Here we go. You can see the times now on your screen. So Braden Wilmington, fastest so far. Matt Holt next in his HSV. Matt Holt's one of the regular leading drivers in production cars at Sydney Motorsport Park. He loves this place. Comes up from Wollongong with pretty good regularity.
Yeah, we're looking at the Chris Sutton car. This is car's actually owned by Mark Jennings, who's the co-driver and very new after doing a lot of super sprint stuff. That's the old Hadrian Morel car, actually.
Okay, well, it'll be a pretty good car. I'm just looking at the Matt Holt car. So he's sharing his HSV Club Sport R8 with Chris Lillis. Now, the two of them combined for an excellent third place in the Bathurst 6-hour a few weeks ago. Poor old Matt Holt got suckered into breaking himself on the last lap.
That was Josh Bucket.
Josh Bucket. It was too, sorry, yes.
Yeah, well,
using my...
they ran out of fuel. Apparently with the Evo, they can't tell how much fuel's in it. So they don't know. When they went out yesterday, they actually stopped the session because they ran out of fuel on the track. But then, of course, being empty, they knew how much to put in it.
Yeah, but, yeah.
One of the two ATR Motorsport cars out of Queensland. This is the Glenn Abbott Zane Rinaldi machine. And Abbott actually qualified at fastest at the last round of the Queensland production car series. And that was quicker than Berwick Linton, who's probably the doyen of BMW M-style racing.
Yeah.
And everyone refers to Glenn as Eric for reasons that have been on my knowledge. And Zane Rinaldi comes from XLs and Toyota 86 and GR Cup. So this will be his first tilt in a more powerful production car.
Yeah.
And one would expect him to be close to being one of the fastest out there. At the moment, though, it's Lee Burgess who leads the way, and he's joined up this weekend with Josh Buchan. Braden Wilmington in third, with Bria Wilson slotting into that car. That's one of the Mustang GTs. Hadrian Morel and Tyler Macklin. They're in the Mach 1 Mustang. The only difference really is a rear spoiler and the gearbox, totally different gearbox in each car, but the ratios are just slightly different and the diff ratios are slightly different. And I think that the GT's slightly lighter as well.
Light is always good. So a couple of cars we don't see very often. So this car on screen now, the Alien Tech car, you've been talking about that. The Roland Cage's car, Jack Murdoch and Oliver Siebel, another Mustang.
Another Queensland car down for this weekend. They're feeling that car was a stat write-off, which they built up, and of course their business is roll cages. They put the cage in themselves and built it all up. And out of that team, we've got I'll find it here. Their background is Formula V and Super TT in Queensland. So I'll be interested to see how they go in that car. Jake Murdoch's done racing in a Falcon up there, and Oliver Siebel in Formula V. So there you go, a bit of knowledge about them folks. And there we have the Mustang of Hadrian Morel and Tyler Macklin. Their only concern really is tyres, not so much wear, but if they've got to do 3 changes, they've only got 11 rims. That might be a little bit interesting. They need 12. So
heading down to the tyre truck for a quick strip.
Well, let's hope that the Hankook tyre people are around tonight to maybe take a worn tyre off a rim and put a new one on.
Well, the truck's out there, so strip and fit shouldn't take too long, famous last words.
Car 15, this is a Tom Shaw, Zaki Wazik M4.
Tom Shaw led the Bathurst 6 Hour for quite a while.
Well, Tom's doing double duties this weekend. He's in as a co-driver in RX-8s, while Zach is just concentrating on this event this weekend, getting his race mileage up. They're going to run 2 cars at the next round of New South Wales production cars. They've got a 135i as well, which I think Tom's going to slot into, and Zach will stay in that. Well, of course, what you qualify, your tyre you're on, you'll have to start the race on as well.
Oh, okay. So you can't be too clever.
Pit stops, 4 pit stops for Class X cars, and it's line to line is 90 seconds, and the other classes is 3 stops. So effectively, if you're within 2 seconds of a BMW Class X car in race trim, you'll pick up 90 seconds during the course of the 4-hour race.
And if you can maintain that pace. And if the safety cars don't fall at the wrong spot. This is the joy and the beauty of endurance racing. There's so many ifs, there's so many buts, there's so many maybes, and you've just got to keep yourself in the mix. Have a strategy, but have a bit of flexibility in it.
Well, we don't know what unfolds either.
Yeah.
You're going to have potentially have safety cars. Maybe, hopefully we won't, but...
And the other thing is to know how much you can take out of the car and still have it finished. Well, we've got a little bit of a moment there for the BMW.
That's the Matt Larson, Harry Hayek entry.
Yep, and he just lost that lap by exceeding the track limit.
Now Matt's only come into racing this year, and his first category that he's run in has been pulses, and he's been right up the front, qualified second down at one raceway, so he's pretty handy. And Harry Hayek, on Tuesday next week, it'll be 9 years since he broke his back in an accident in Great Britain racing, and he came back to Australia and eventually recuperated and ran in one of the V8 touring car rounds at Queensland Raceway in a Brad Jones Racing Commodore, and effective now has set up this track school that he's currently running, and Larson is a pupil of that and showing some pretty good form for his first year in motor racing.
Excellent. We do like stories like that. He's just heading down the straight, so nothing up there about a curve or about exceeding track limits on our screen.
I think you get a couple of
you might get a couple of freebies.
Yeah.
I quite like the 140s and 135s. They're a good compromise between outright performance and being a nice car to drive. Now, Gary, you were talking before about a stat write-off being turned into a racing car. That's probably the basis of many of these cars.
Oh, for sure.
You wouldn't go out to the BMW dealer and buy a new one if you could avoid it.
Well, you probably exceed the price limit if you did that.
Yeah. I know that the Stinger that ran at Bathurst, which attracted an enormous amount of spectator interest, started life as a hail-damaged car. And you could still see a few little dings in the roof if you looked carefully. But the paintless dent removal people had been at it and made it all pretty again, and that was actually a pretty effective car for only its second race.
Yeah, this is a fairly long session, and quite a few of the cars are in the pits at the moment. I think someone's just gone back out. But interesting, the HSV running the number 64 car of Matt Holt and Chris Lillis, they had all sorts of dramas with fuel pickup or fuel pressure under load. And they went through it all last night, replaced just about everything you can think of, even the floor mats, I think, to try and make it work, and hopefully they're on top of it. By the look at the time, 43.68, they're just off the pace of the Mustangs. They're
a couple of seconds. It's not.
Well, it's a second and a bit off a Mustang, which is about where you expect it to be. That car actually finished third and won the class at the Bathurst 6 Hour in 2019. And it's the first car that Chris Lillis was involved in, which Matt Holt built. It was the second car came later, and then of course Matt Holt has one as well, and it only has a small tank, so that's why they opted to run this car and not the one that Matt normally runs here in New South Wales.
Right, okay.
And there it is in the background behind the number 68, which has
checking tyre pressures. The Matt Holt car, they've got some fresh boots going on that. They look nice and shiny.
Yeah, I don't know how much they're going to get out of qualifying, given that we've got a 4-hour race coming up and 11 entries. It's not the end of the world if you don't qualify fastest, but we would expect the BMWs in Class X to be the fast two, and they are. They have first and second on the road at the moment. And their times aren't, it's about, 2 tenths between them?
Yeah, 2 tenths between them at the moment, and those two did very well only a few months ago here at Sydney Motorsport Park. They did some running around this circuit for the Motor Race Championships, and I believe it was the Burgess entry that knocked out all of the race wins that weekend, and Wazier was very close behind him.
Yeah, and obviously under the tutorship of the Shores, because he's been running with them for quite a while now.
Well, Rick Shaw's been building and running racing cars for a very long time.
Yeah, a lot of rotaries.
A lot of rotaries. Well, it is the ex-Phil Alexander workshop on Parramatta Road 5 Dock. started life as Alexander Rotary, and then it became Rickshaw Rotary. But he doesn't restrict himself to rotary engines. I'm just watching the Tyler Macklin Mustang. It sounds very throaty and meaty.
Yeah, the thing is, we've got to remember too that while they practiced yesterday, that wasn't part of the official race meeting.
Yeah.
So there's been no practice. This is qualifying straight into it.
And it was wet.
I think that, well, no, it was dry on track
okay.
all day yesterday.
Yeah.
But the thing that they had to check on is whether both drivers have to qualify.
Yeah.
So are we seeing some changes? And it looks like we are immediately here with the Sutton Jennings Evo.
Well, both drivers should qualify. They don't have a preliminary race. They're straight.
They've got to nominate starting driver after from qualifying anyway. So, but I would assume both would have to do it. I have a co-driver in there, car 71. That's Luke Varner, because no one can pronounce his proper surname. So we go with that. He's with Paul Pacini in the BMW M20 240i. Again, running out of ATR Motorsport. They're running both those cars this weekend. Now, we're going to bring another M-style car down, but it wasn't ready apparently. So they've had to revert to the car that Paul raced at. I think Carly raced at the 6 hour. One of them, anyway. More BMWs you can point a stick at. Now, Tyler Macklin's just gone fastest of anyone in the first sector and the second sector. So maybe they might have been, they said it wasn't important where they qualified. But
yeah, okay. There's bragging rights, there's, you know.
And now Glenn Everett's gone quicker again. So
Tyler Macklin's just popped to the top, by a long way.
40.8.
Yeah. So a second faster than Lee Burgess. So will Lee Burgess respond, or does it not matter to him?
I think he will.
Yeah.
I think once he sees Everett go to the top, which looks like a bit slow in the last sector though, and didn't do it.
So it's still a second. You should get 2 or 3 laps on these tyres in a quali run.
Yeah, I don't think the main concern here with tyres is the right front and on the Mustangs.
Yeah,
and the big V8s are the right rear. So there'll be at least, you would think, 2 tyre change, although I think when we're talking about the Mustangs, they were going to do 4 tyres, or at least 3 tyres maybe, do the leave the left rear.
I don't think the Mustangs are much lighter than much heavier, than the BMW M4s. They're a heavy car, surprisingly heavy. About 1,700 kilos.
Yeah, they're quite cumbersome. And just to go back to Ebbett, so he did that purple in the first sector. He did a 29.7. In the middle, as we noted, he went quite slowly, but then in the final, he was only a 10th off the purple third sector, 27.6. So there's clearly some pace in there, and you can't assume, but the middle sector, probably a mistake crept in, but it could also just be the car.
Maybe they're just tuning for the different sectors and getting them all lined up. I just see Lee Burgess has gone fastest. We're looking at Tyler Macklin in the Mustang going down to turn 1, and just to give you an idea of what they're doing, they stay in 5th gear for this corner, don't go into 6th gear at all, and they go from that corner at about 175 if they're really pushing to go to 180 k's an hour. 3rd gear into turn 2, 70 kilometres an hour, and they come out of there and they do a quick change to 4th, going over turn 3, over the top of the hill. And they will stay in 4th until they get down here, and then it's back to 3rd through this corner, hold 3rd all the way through and out the other side, and hold it until they get out of turn 5. Once they get out of turn 5, this corner, and stay within the line, and he's off the pace a bit here anyway, but going up over the hill, they'll do another short change to 4th on a flying lap, and he's slowed right up. Oh, he's just letting others go past. And on a quick lap through in 3rd gear through this corner, and then another short, a quick change up to 4th to go up to Corporate Hill. Maybe he's just giving the tyres a bit of a breather as he comes around there. down to third for turn 8 after this corner. Down here, again, it's a lot of third and fourth gear corners here. Through this corner, and they'll go out the other side. Then it'll be third gear from here all the way through to the exit of turn 11. And you can see Chris Sutton. Is Chris Sutton at the wheel of that car at the moment? No, it's Mark Hennings in the car at the moment. He goes through. Oh. So they've just got out of it.
As something of note as well now, so Ebbett's gone up to second, but Josh Buchan has been the first driver to get into the 1:39s with a 1:39.7, so extremely good pace there.
Actually, I think it was Burgess who did the lap.
Yeah, okay. It's tricky to keep track of the driver changes in qualifying.
Yeah, because it doesn't show who's the faster driver.
Yeah.
But you got to. Burgess was in the car when the 39 went up. Now Buchan's in. He could potentially go quicker because he's a former TCR Australia champion.
Yeah, the pace is clearly there in that car, and Ebbett did a really good job as well. Cleaned up the middle sector from their earlier fast lap that we took a look at and got to a 40.8. So I think there's still a lot of time to find in this qualifying session. Buchan is just heading into the first sector now, as well as we are currently looking at the 33, and that is Josh Buchan at the moment behind the wheel of that BMW. So he's about to set up a lap here at Eastern Creek, potentially.
No, he's going to the pits.
Right, he's going into the pits. So
we did get some footage there of car 88, the Evo 8, just doing tyre change and getting ready to go out. That's the Alex Mikuliski, David Calabria, Mario Calabria car. Those guys, well, David particularly is a time attack champion in, I think, club sprint or one of the classes there. So very quick driver, and he and Alex will team up for the Sydney 300 in a couple of weeks' time. But they're really racing each other. They just want to outdo each other as far as lap times go. So.
That poor car. Noticed a North Shore Sporting Car Club sticker on that car. I used to be the club captain of North Shore. Terrific, very active car club here in Sydney.
Yeah, I think Alex's biggest worry is whether he could go for a full hour in the car. But with 3 drivers, they've got a bit more flexibility too, because there are driver limits, and there's got to be at least a 30-minute gap between driving stints for any one particular driver, and I think an hour and a half maximum in one stint.
Which would be more than enough, I think.
We're currently looking at one of the Evos. Is that the...
That's a Sutton Jennings car.
Yeah, the Sutton Jennings car, and they look to be on a bit of a push at the moment, just trying to find a little bit of time. 31.8 in the first sector, but maybe just trying to get some temperature through the car, the first sector. Not too bad at all in the middle. It looks like they've been sort of starting to wring the neck out of it, so getting the car up into the working window before they give it another proper push, I reckon. Yeah,
Jennings' background super sprints, hasn't done a lot of circuit racing as such, although super sprint does equate to quick laps, even if they're one-off laps.
Well, it was having a bit of a smoke from the front brakes coming into the hairpin.
I thought that was from the exhaust.
It could have been. It's a bit puffy at that end of the car too, yeah. So maybe he's just warming it up, as Lindsay suggested.
Yeah, he's coming off the exhaust there.
Yeah.
So in the pits at the moment, Buchan's in the pits, Mecklen's in the pits, Varner's in the pits, and Lillis in the pits. So Lillis has jumped into the HSV, the number 64 car, and hopefully they've rectified their fuel pressure issue. And these are the BMW guys. Down right at the end of pit lane, the 33, of course, that's the Burgess Buchan car, and it's currently on pole by about 1.1 seconds
pretty handy driver pairing that. They're giving each other a pat on the back there. Well done, well done. Yes,
and they've teamed up. Oh, we've had the Mustang of Wilmington's, who was in the, Bree Wilson at the wheel. This is out of turn 2, is it?
Yeah. No, turn 6. It's down at the lake and just picked up the throttle a little bit energetically. Around we go. Hopefully we haven't.
No harm, no foul.
Yeah.
Matt is trying to get it started again and out of there.
Hot cars really love to start, don't they? So everyone's being a bit sensible with the red flag, yellow flag, sorry, waving just before the corner. And this is a time for our first shout out to our volunteer marshals who keep everything running and everything running safely.
They've red flagged this.
They have red flagged it, so maybe it doesn't want to start. Gee, that water looks nice, doesn't it?
Might be a bit chilly.
It might be very chilly. Be all right until you got out. And it's no doubt full of the eels.
So the red flag's flying because of that Mustang unable to get going again, so everyone should be piling back into the pits. And you two would be more familiar than me with the category. Does the time keep ticking down as the red flag is flown, or does the time stop here in the quali?
Timing's still going.
Yeah, so everyone loses a bit of time.
I dare say they won't lengthen the session at all. It'll finish on time, and there'll be a lunch break following this. And then, of course, if we get in the afternoon, we've got a full program of support categories, starting with the Australian Formula Open, which is scheduled to kick off at about 1:30 or just after, followed by Formula V, Superkarts AU4's first race. Then it's the RX-8 Cup Enduro, and we've already had an RX-8 Cup race, which was comprehensively won by Stian Creel, who's at the previous round won 3 of the 4 races. And we have a dinner break, and then at 5 o'clock this afternoon, the 4-hour race begins.
I can't wait for that one. There, I said it.
Oh, we're going to record that for prosperity.
Well, my late wife actually uttered those words on a voiceover. She did.
Oh.
She did the recorded phone service for SBS. You know, what's on TV tonight?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, many years ago, and yes, she said she imitated Mark Downey. I can't wait for that one.
Looking forward, the Australian Production Car Series, this is the opening round of the Endurance Series. I've said series twice in 2 words. Next round, Sandown, August 7 to 9. That's a 3-hour event, and then that's with the Vic Trophy Tour, or Vic State Race if you're old school. And then we've got round 3 is at Queensland Raceway, September 19 and 20. That's a 4-hour event like this weekend. And this all leads up to the final round, which is part of the next year's Bathurst 6-hour.
I wonder if there's more than just a stall problem here. They've grabbed hold of Brianna Wilson's car and they're dragging it to the back of the pits on the end of a piece of string. That's not encouraging. I hope it's just something stupid like a battery that's a bit flat. But even so, you'd think they just push start it and let it go. Because sometimes cars get a bit unhappy when they roll backwards and forwards in a spin and the engine gets forced to run backwards and they break stuff. That would be less than ideal a couple of hours out from a major race. So they'd have about 3.5 hours to replace whatever's broken. So fingers crossed. So our results as they stand at the moment, but there's still 14 minutes to go in the session. So Buchan and Burgess in the BMW well in control at the moment. 1.1 seconds up on Ebert car in second place. They're both Class X cars, BMWs. And Tyler Mecklem next in the Mustang. Zaki Wazir in the BMW is sharing with Tom Shaw. Brianna Wilson, who just came into the pits on a rope. Jennings, Van Huwada, Chris Lillis, Hayek, Mikulski, and Siebel. We're just following the Roland Cage's Mustang of Jake Murdoch and Oliver Siebel around the track at the moment. So
another one of the Mustang GTs as opposed to a Mach 1.
And this is the car Gary was talking about earlier, built out of a repairable write-off. And Oliver Siebel, a student of Jake Murdoch. Jake Murdoch running a race driver school, is it?
No, he's
sorry.
Comes out of Super TT.
Oh, yeah.
With a Falcon in Queensland, runs in with sports sedans up there, while Siebel's background's Formula B.
Okay. Yeah, this will be a bit of a change for him then.
Well, it's got a roof over it to start with.
It's going from 60 horsepower to 600.
Well, not
maybe
quite.
not, but yeah, 60 horsepower to 450 or so.
Yeah.
Now, while we say these are production cars, they're production-ish. There are some freedoms, particularly in suspension pickup points.
Yeah, and a cage and all the safety equipment that goes with that, obviously.
And suspension components, so springs, shock absorbers.
All running on the Hankook tyre.
Yeah, well, yeah, in theory you could drive your road car on these tyres, on the road.
They're a bit soft.
They're a bit soft. They wear out very quickly.
Yep.
On a road car. Well, they'd be good for 5,000 or 6,000 Ks. If you didn't drive like an idiot.
If you're driving a Mustang or something like that, you're going to be driving fairly hard.
Well, there's no point having one if you don't. I've driven one of those Mustangs, and the first thing I did was give it a good prod. Hey, I'm only human.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could get behind the wheel of one of those Mustangs. I haven't quite yet had the opportunity. I mean, I don't even have my P plates, so I can't say that I've had the joy of driving anything as such, but I can imagine I'd give it a good go as well if I was given the opportunity.
I'm sure there are people here who can make it happen for you.
Might get a run in a TARDIS or a Miguel.
Probably not. I mean, I barely fit in things.
Miguel's got pretty roomy cockpit.
Yeah, I've sat in one, and it was
quite roomy.
Yeah, it was pretty roomy, but still, at least for me, around the arms, it was still a bit tricky.
Okay, we've got just on 11 minutes of this session remaining. I think Oliver Siebel's the only one who's picked up a bit of time. He's actually done the car's quickest lap. That's a 1:17 car, but still in 11th position. But he's only less than, or just over half a second off the Evo 8, which we're seeing on screen now with Molaski at the wheel. And here is the 117. It's just going through turn 4 into 5. And is he going quicker? Looks like this lap is not got a PB. Anyone that's watching on screen will see greens for PB and purples for best of anyone. And we've just seen Harry Hayek go quicker in the 68 as well, so he's on a fast lap. That's in the number 68 BMW. There he is.
There he is.
We're looking at maybe, can he pick up a spot there? He'd have to be 9/10 quicker than the Lillis Holt car to move up the grid.
I think he might be able to do it here as he comes towards the line. So crossing the line, 43.8. No, not quite.
So he's just 0.16 off moving from 8th to 7th. He's in Class A1, of course, whereas because the whole HSV is in A2. This car's in A1 as well. An older Evo, but they have been a sturdy part of production car racing for a long time.
Yeah. Considering they were intended for rallying.
Well, a lot of them started out as rally cars and got converted over to circuit racing, especially the Evo 9s and 10s.
That 233, hang on, we're looking for, gone. We didn't get a top speed that time. Yeah, the Evos tend to run out of top speed pretty quickly, so 202 for Mikulski on that lap. And that's about all they're geared to. So that's sort of maximum revs in top gear. So it's somewhere like here or Bathurst with the long straights or Sandown, they actually struggle a little bit at the top end. You'll often see the Evo drivers all sort of standing around in a circle with a fire in the middle of them, doing a rain dance before every race, looking for that all-wheel drive advantage.
Currently sitting at 18 degrees, and by the race start at 5, it's expected to be about 16 degrees down to about 12 degrees by the finish.
Yeah, but that's another problem. You're going to have to fiddle around with your tyre pressures through the race. You'll develop more power later in the race with the colder temperature. Colder air is denser, has more oxygen, so therefore burns better. Turbos particularly love cold weather, so they can pack more air into the engine.
You know the ABS is working when you see the flashing brake lights at the back.
Well, that's the stability control. It's thinking the car's having a crash, or about to have a crash. And it can be a problem for some of these cars. The stability control kicks in the middle of a corner or something. And the drivers are often complaining about all the fault codes flashing up on the dashboard.
Makes a great sound, doesn't it? It sounds fantastic.
Yeah.
Totally different sound to the HSV, isn't it?
It's a different firing order, apparently.
He's pretty loose out of turn 6 on that occasion, got a little bit of oversteer and corrected it. So he's having a
little bit there too. So maybe the rear tyres haven't come up yet, or maybe they've gone off. We need Mark Larkham down here with his infrared thermometer. That car's very taily.
I mean, what do you expect from a Mustang, to be fair? It's putting a lot of power to the rears, and the driver's giving it some boot as well, so it's...
well, he wouldn't have been on the power yet. So that's when you're basically on neutral throttle through the middle of the corner. Just before you pick up the power, so it's got a bit of off-throttle oversteer, which in a lot of ways is a good thing. It helps the car rotate into a slower corner. So it looks okay there.
His actual last sector was the best that he's done for that car for the session. But he wasn't quite as fast on the earlier section. He did a 46.1, and the previous best for the car was 45.7, so it's not far off. It's just in that last sector where he picked up the time. Well,
maybe it looked taily because he was right on it.
Yeah. And this one, he's backed out of it now.
Done my lap.
So we currently stand with BMWs on the front row, a Mustang and a BMW on the second row, and a Mustang and an Evo on row 3.
If we could get them all to walk into a pub.
A BMW and a HSV on the fourth row, BMW and Evo on row 5, and this Mustang at the back of the field.
Yeah, it's just looking at the gaps at the moment. We've just run through the order, but the gaps are quite close actually at the top there. I mean, Ebert and Mecklem, 300ths, almost 400ths apart. Wazier, Wilson, 400ths apart. Lillis, 800ths back from the car above them. Sorry, I'm struggling with the last name there.
Van der Waelde.
VanHerWalde.
VANNNA.
Oh,
Banner.
yeah, banner.
It's
yeah.
easier.
In seventh.
It's going to turn up here with a hammer in a minute. Van Herwaarder.
No, it's Banner. It's Luke Banner.
Okay.
Call him Luke Banner. Everyone does.
All right. Ignorant Australians. Banos.
No, background in XLs and Toyota 86 and...
Well, if he's done that
all
and
that sort of
survived, he
stuff.
must be okay.
Yeah.
Just looking, the Ebert car's come back out and then just slowed down again. So he's letting Siebel get through. So Siebert backed off on the last lap, took it slowly, and now it looks like he's...
I wonder if Evert's going to have a go at trying to get pole.
Well...
He's got 3.5 minutes.
Yeah.
And he's got to find 1.1 second. Now, he raced in the Queensland Production Series last weekend or the weekend before at Queensland and got it on pole, but they did have some dramas throughout the race, and he outpointed Beric Linton, who's probably the doyen of racing BMWs.
Yeah. Beric Linton's pretty much the class of the BMW field, although they had a miserable Bathurst 6 hour.
Not for the first time, but
no,
have won it. So,
yeah, I won't describe it the same way that that it was described to me after the race, but they had a very, very bad run. Sensor failure and then a airbox failure and then a couple of tyres let go, and yeah, they weren't happy. So Siebel now crosses the line, and okay, apparently he didn't do the third sector, he's still on it. So that screen's not kept up. It looks like he's on the lap now. Braking very late, nice and straight down into the second corner.
and Everett coming back into the pits.
Yeah, maybe he's just riding a set of tyres.
You see Ozier come through in turn one. Now they were second fastest at one stage, so is he going to try and get back on the front row? Currently fourth.
That is the question. He's going to have to give it a bit of a push. So we've got 1:40 left in this qualifying session. So if you want to move up places, you've got to give it the go, and you've got to give it the go now. It is now time where the cars out on the circuit will be pushing just that little extra bit to try and make up the final tenths, especially in the case of those really close gaps like Wilson and Wazier, only 400ths apart. They're just going to have to find just that tiny bit more. It's one of the hardest things to do behind the wheel. Find that last little percentage. That is the hardest thing to do.
He's pushing out of the corners at the moment. This is Siebel in the 117. Maybe using the 15 as a bit of a guide.
Yeah.
A bit more experience in that team. He's actually pushing on this.
Having a good go. He's not quite using enough of the track coming out of Corporate Hill, and then there was a big understeer there through Great Corner. That murdered his exit speed. So very slow out of there. Probably make a liar of me now and put the car fourth on the grid, but
well,
it's, yeah, that was a big push across the face of the hairpin there. It's like the front of the car just said, nope, not playing, and let's have a look and see what.
So it's just two cars on track, and these are two at the moment.
Three.
Two.
Oh no, Brown, yeah. Oh, Brown and Wilson's back on track. Okay, so three. Hopefully whatever was wrong with that car, we can...
There it is.
We can see fixed. There she goes, yep. That car paying tribute to Gary Wilmington's paint job at Bathurst. Gary being Braden's dad, and Gary ran his ex-Sea Falcon one year at Bathurst in almost this livery, black with green stripes, mimicking but not copying the Cobra.
Well, Gary's actually running the team this weekend.
Okay.
Just doing wheel alignment on that car yesterday.
Right. They had the strings out. And
yep.
Checking the toe.
Session has now complete, so this is the only lap that they can get. This might be just a lap to make sure everything's still okay.
Yeah, make sure the nuts and bolts are still tight. Yep. So. Yeah, Gary Wilmington was one of those perennial privateers back in the days of Group C and then Group A, and then even in the early Supercars days. Always punched well above his weight. Brianna Wilson crosses the line, doesn't improve her lap time, 1:44.6. Is there anyone still to finish a lap? Yes.
The other two.
Yep. Oliver Siebel and Zach Wazier. And they're together on the track.
Been doing pretty much the same lap time, by the
yeah.
look of it. A 1:46 for Wazier. And a 1:49.
Yep. So that's that. That's how we'll line up tonight. Josh Buchan and
Lee Burgess on the front row, Glenn Ebbett and his co-driver in Zane Rinaldi. Second fastest, Tyler Macklin, Hadrian Morrell will start out position from 3 in the first of the Class A2 cars. Zach Wazier and Tom Shaw will be out of position 4. Bria Wilson and Braden Wilmington will be out of position 5. Then it's Mark Jennings and Chris Sutton out of position 6. Luke Varner was the last one in car 71. He'll be sharing that with Paul Buccini, and they're starting out of position 7. Chris Lillis and Matt Holt out of 8. Harry Hayak and Matt Larson out of position 9. Then we've got the 3 driver combo of back Alex Mikowski,
yeah.
David Calibria and Mario Calibria, and then the last car on the grid will be the Jake Murdoch Oliver Siebel car. We're going to take a break now because it's officials need to be fed apparently, and we'll be back with race 2 on the program. That's Formula Open at about 1:32.
We got it next. That's how you finesse. Come for that next. We come to collect. Did it all on my own, yeah. When they brought it back home, yeah. Now they calling my phone, yeah. But I'm all in my zone. They not a threat. Tell them reset. When they're at their best, we still not impressed. Did it all on my own, yeah. When they brought it back home, yeah. Bought a watch with the stones, yeah. Caught a watch on my throne, yeah. No one doing the shit that we doing. Ain't nobody moving the way that we moving. Hop out the Sprinter and shoot us a movie. We pull up the packs and then get us some jewelry. Rocking the newest, but that shit ain't new to me. Watch how I do it, you think that it's cool of me. They just be fluffing and that shit is foolery. Cooler, but that shit ain't cool to me. I'm as hot as it gets. Yeah, they not on the list. Took a shot of success. Hit nothing but net. Yeah. So they hit the rim. Changed up my number and took out the sim. I'm on my hustle, I'm back in the gym. I can be humble or I could go in. I go for the win. We got it next. That's how you finesse. We come for they next. We come to collect. Did it all on my own, yeah. When they brought it back home, yeah. Now they calling my phone, yeah. But I'm all in my zone. They not a threat. Tell them reset. When they're at their best, we still not impressed. Did it all on my own, yeah. When they brought it back home, yeah. Bought a watch with the stones, yeah. Caught them watching my throne, yeah. Yeah, bitch, I'm young and I'm trending. If you play with my money, then your ass get burned. I done came out the bitch, I just waited my turn. I done jumped out the gym, I enjoy it.
Whoa! Welcome back to Sydney Motorsport Park. Bruce Moxon and right. Welcome back to Sydney Motorsport Park, and we're going with our first race of the weekend. At least as far as the stream's concerned. We had a race for the RX-8 Cup earlier on today. This is Australian Formula Open, so single seat, slicks and wings cars, run what you brung, hope you brung enough. And a mixed field of Formula 3, Formula 4, a couple of strange looking things. There's a store and a performer, and we'll talk a bit about those through the stream. So on pole position, Graham Holmes in his, where to go? A Dallara Formula 3 car. Next to him, another Formula 3 car of George Cancios. Third on the grid is Doug Barry in a Formula Holden. That was Australia's main open wheel class for so long. It's a 1992 Reynard, so it's actually eligible to run as an historic car. Next on the grid is Michael Doherty in his Formula 1000. All 1 litre of this little car. It's almost like a go-kart with some wing. We've got something strange going on there on the right-hand side of the screen. So it looks like we might have a car or two out of place. Grid Marshal's waving a green flag anyway.
So the lights should come up in just a moment, but it looks like we do have a little bit of something happening here just on the start-finish line.
Looks like first and second got confused about who was where. So Doug Barry's the first car on the outside. So we've got the red lights on now. Oh dear, and we got a car stalled. Uh-oh, no.
And we've got immediate yellow flags following the car stalled off the line. But now as they dive into turn 1, we are underway for racing action, and so this is now where it's going to get a little bit tricky up into turn 2. That's the 22 car of Baker going up the inside of Doherty, but can't quite make anything stick. Then we've got the Formula Holden in car 51 of Bennett wrestling that thing around the circuit at the moment. But Formula Open underway for this one as they head into the middle sector, and unlike the production cars that we saw just a moment ago, bit of aero on these things, some slick tyres, they're going to be carrying a lot of speed through these S's.
The car that stalled on the grid was Graham Holmes, the pole sitter, but George Cancios overcame that, but he started on the wrong side of the track, so he's very likely to get a penalty for not starting in his grid box. Doug Barry next in the Reynard Formula Holden, then Mick Doherty in the Performer 1000. Michael Doherty, sorry. Next then is Rod Baker in another Formula 3 Dallara. These Formula 3 cars are wickedly fast. They're a 2-litre production-based engine in a very, very non-production-based chassis, as you can see. They've got a lot of power, a lot of grip, a lot of downforce. So George Cancios is making the most of that. He's marching away out in front. He's nearly 5 seconds up the road from Doug Barry's Formula Holden, which, oh, that's interesting. Doug Barry's Formula Holden.
Three wide into turn 1. Sorry to cut you off there, Bruce.
No, that was great.
Brilliant racing between these three as the Performer's trying to split the middle, using its small size to go back up the inside at turn 2. Gets it done there on the Formula Holden, that being, I believe,
So Doug Barry's gone. He's up the road. We got a yellow flag. We got a safety car. Whoops, we got someone. Yeah, we've got a car on fire apparently, which is not ideal. Now who's that stopped on the side of the track? That might be Mike Fisher in the Performer. Here's the replay of that moment. So
it was the 51 car of Ron Bennett that he went back up the inside. So there's the replay, a bit of a lock up there, and that was from the that was actually off the 51, and then the Performers just managed to sneak through. I mean, it was a great move up the inside, but yeah, car on fire, yellow flags flying at the moment, and there is a safety car deployed here in the Formula Open Championship Race 1 at this meeting. So kicking it off with a literal bang here, Bruce.
Yeah, nearly a couple. So that little moment between Ron Bennett, Baker and Mick Doherty was a bit exciting. So Ron Bennett was a little bit slow off turn 1 and allowed the other two to move up alongside him. Then Bennett's locked a front wheel. Michael Doherty's said, "You beauty, I'll have that," and dived up into third place. We don't have anything on our timing screen yet that you can't see, but we do have extra information available to us here. Nothing yet about a penalty for Cancios for starting from, well, it looked like he tried to start from pole even though he was second on the grid.
It's the 21 car, so that is Greg Holmes.
Graham Holmes.
Graham Holmes, sorry, my apologies.
I don't know if he's on fire. It looks like he's in the wall.
Yeah, it looks like he's just chucked it into the wall, and that is at, is that
coming off Corporate Hill?
Yeah, I was about to say, that is coming down into turn 7.
It's the old turn 8, which is now turn 7, and yeah, it looks like it's just said no and not failed to turn left. So I wonder if there's 2 incidents, because that's not what it looked like with the other car that was stopped.
It looks like Fisher's not moving either, according to our timing screen. So it looks like there's been 2 mix-ups at the same time out on the circuit. But there's still a lot of time to go racing once this is all cleared up. So no worries there at all. But it looks like all the drivers are okay. We saw Graham Holmes out of that 21 car, which is the most important factor in all of this, and yeah, it's good to see him out of the car.
Well, there's a clue. The front wing's being knocked off it, so he's had a second problem after the stall on the grid.
Nose first into the barrier, I reckon.
Yeah, doesn't look like it's gone in real hard, so hopefully they can give it a new nose and maybe at a wheel alignment. Oh, okay. So our producer's telling us that we might have a bit of information from the pits. So while we've got a safety car and the opportunity presents itself, we might do that.
He's the CEO of the Australian Drivers Club. We wanted to, Racing Drivers Club, I'll get that right in a sec. But the whole idea of this production car series, how did it germinate?
Well, I guess we looked at it last year and saw that there was no rounds or championship run under Motorsport Australia, and we thought that production cars are a very important category in Australian motorsport, have great heritage, and we felt so strongly about it, and we've never been a category manager before, and we just thought, well, we need to try and help, and so that's basically what we've done.
I believe the expressions of interest were ginormous, like around 90 expressions of interest. Unfortunately, we only got 11 this weekend. But, I mean, it's a pretty solid start still.
Well, I think it is, and I think the proof's going to be in the pudding, isn't it? People want to see that it's actually a real championship, and, this is our first opportunity. We go to Sandown, QR, and then, of course, the 6-hour in Bathurst next year. And
the incitement is that the entry gives you a run at Bathurst.
Yeah, it certainly gives you a priority entry at Bathurst, and ARG have been fantastic with that.
And was the support categories for this meeting pretty good too?
The support categories are fantastic. In fact, our entire entry, I think there's 148 cars this weekend, and considering the cost of living and the fuel crisis, we're delighted with it. It's great support this weekend.
Well, all the best, Glenn. We're looking forward to tonight's running of the inaugural endurance series for Australian production cars.
Yeah, thank you so much, and we're really looking forward to it. And I'd just like to give a big shout out to the people who have supported the category, and you know, we're so enthusiastic and we're all learning at the same time, but we're really and truly excited and really proud to be a part of it.
That was Glenn Matthews, top endurance series that now kicks off this weekend.
Thanks, Gary. That was great. And so,
Ooh, that is...
yeah, Mike Fisher's Performer 1000 is being hauled back to the pits, shedding gravel that's picked up off the side of the track. It's off the line. That shouldn't be a problem.
Now they're trying to load up.
Oh, yeah, no, that's
Graham.
not pretty at all. That needs a corner, so that's... Graham Holmes's day went from bad to worse very rapidly. I don't think he even did a lap. No, didn't even do a lap.
Yeah, not even a lap completed after starting it, trying to start it off of pole position. Then he stalled, and then his day went from bad to worse as he headed into turn 7. We didn't see exactly what happened, but if I had to guess, it was either a boatload of understeer or a snap on entry.
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, I'm going to go with your theory, Linz, and say that was probably that boatload of understeer. It just disconnected as it turned in. Well, look, all that stuff just bolts on. So if he's got the spares, he can fix it. If. And he's got until tomorrow. This is their only race today. Look, driver's okay, you can fix a car.
Yeah, and that is exactly right. So he's been able to get out. Now it'll load up, and then it's going to be back to work trying to get that car into working order tomorrow. Could mean a late night tonight, but the track is, of course, open. We're the endurance race until 9 o'clock, and then beyond that, the track is still open to work on your car. And then he's got the morning as well before they head back into Formula Open. So he's got time, but they're about to clear the last car off the circuit, the safety car out there. Just leading away the field before we can get underway again. There'll probably be another lap under safety car while they clear Holmes's car off into pit lane. But I'll tell you what, from what we saw, especially that three-way fight between Doherty, Baker and Bennett, I mean, that was sublime, and I don't think that that's going anywhere anytime soon once the racing gets back underway.
No, I think they'll resume that. I was just looking at Graham Holmes's car as it was being put on the truck. It looks like the rear suspension might be damaged as well. And that can sometimes mean gearbox damage. So let's all keep our fingers crossed for Graham. We've had another car in the pits, so obviously Michael Fisher's in the pits on the end of a bit of string, and Simon Bedford, whose name is suddenly changed, Shane Varley, and another performer is visiting the pits. If the rear suspension's damaged, it's not very damaged, so that's good news. But very often, because the rear suspension is all attached to the drive shaft, sometimes the drive shaft can be pulled out of the gearbox or cause some sort of an issue with that. Yeah, it's a little bit skew-if, but it's hard to tell from here. It's obviously sitting down on one side because there's no front wheel. It's not a huge crash. He hasn't turned the car into a canoe, as Richard Crail would have described it. As we said before, all that stuff just bolts on. 4 minutes remaining. We should just pulling off to this. Oh, he's okay. He's turning in the back way. So this should be the last lap under the safety car. We'll get a restart this time by.
Yeah, so they're just heading into turn 4 at the moment behind the safety car. So once they get out, it looks like they're going to have about a 3-minute, 2.5-minute dash to the end.
So we'll get a couple of laps.
Yeah, we'll get about 2 laps of racing, and it's going to be foot to the floor action, isn't it, Bruce? Because they're going to be on a time. It's going to be a really quick super sprint to the end, and there's a lot of positions to be made. There's a lot of positions to be lost, and in these cars, anything can flip on its head immediately.
Oh yeah, well look, you're running right on the ragged edge. There's no compromise in these cars at all, which is how it should be. I'm such a purist. The tyres will have cooled down, the brakes will have cooled down. I know they're all weaving like mad and standing the left foot on the brake pedal to try and get the brake rotor temperatures up, but it's not the same. And they'll only have a lap or two to get them back up to temperature. So the lights are out on the Hyundai safety car. Where's this going to go? Doug Barry has all the horsepower. George Cancios has all the grip and the speed. Michael Doherty has all of the, I don't know what, that car is so small. And it's only got a 1 litre engine. The car in front of it's got a 3.8 litre engine, using the Holden Commodore engine as developed by Repcar and Larry Perkins. I tell you what, Doug Barry wants to get himself going. He's supposed to be within, I think, 5 car lengths of the car in front at the restart. We don't want too many penalties here. But George Cancios has just gone. Quick weave to get some more temperature to those tyres. Doug Barry laid right back. He's over 2 seconds adrift of George Cancios. So I said before, George Cancios might get a penalty for not starting in his correct grid box. And Doug Barry might get a penalty for not restarting correctly. This race could go to Michael Doherty.
Oh, big moment on the inside. A massive lunge from Michael Doherty to go on the inside there of Douglas Barry. And that was absolutely amazing. I mean, wheel rubbing in an open wheel is not something you usually see, but he used the size. I mean, it's literally the size of a supercart. And he's just snuck it up the inside, gone over the top of the curb. Here's a replay. He's so far back, I'm not even sure it was intentional, but he's just lunged it late on the brakes as he's under pressure, clattered over the curb. A slight bit of contact, but I think it was to the rear right tyre of Doug Barry, and he's managed to get it done. I mean, was it intentional? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. It didn't look it.
Yeah, it looked like he was under threat himself from Rod Baker, and it's all gone, no, I'm not having any of that. And he's just flung it down the inside.
It was a great move. If he it was one of those moves where if you pull it off, you look like a hero. But if you go into the side, you look like an
idiot.
Yeah, an idiot. But that was an absolutely fantastic move, and he's now trying to run away with us. That's the 95. That's Morrow, who's spun around here off of, it looks like turn 6 to my eye, but it is turn 6. And now he's heading back down and around Corporate Hill, but there should be one more lap in this race as they have 50 seconds left on the clock. So Cancios making his way across the line with a 5-second margin to Michael Doherty, but we have some racing in the meantime. This is Baker on the inside of turn 1, and Barry's forced the long way around, and he's going to get that move done.
Barry's in front of these two, so Doug Barry's still there in
I mean, sorry, it's McDonald and Baker, my apologies.
Yeah, that's all right.
As they've head through turn 1, but still great racing regardless. But Doug Barry is going to be under pressure from McDonald here in a moment, because Alex is absolutely flying. He's cruising up to the back of these cars, and all he's got that he can really catch over the next lap, I reckon, is this Doug Barry entry, and he's right there is Alex McDonald. He's pushing Doug as they head up the hill towards turn 6, and I think he's going to look for it potentially, but he backs out of it here. So the time has now hit 0. They're heading down and around Corporate Hill for one last time in this race. So as they dive down through turn 7, Alex McDonald trying to put the pressure on to Doug Barry. Now he goes to the outside line at turn 8, and is he going to try to switch back underneath? No, he's trying to hold the nose the long way around. Now he's just got 3 more corners to go here at Sydney Motorsport Park in this last lap. So it will be Cancios who crosses the line to take the win, but it looks like Doug Barry and McDonald are going to be racing all the way to the line as they head out of the final corner. We'll get back to that, as it's going to be Cancios crossing the line to win the opening race of the Australian Formula Open here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and Michael Doherty will come home in second. But who's going to win the drag race towards the line? It looks like Doug Barry has just held on as they cross the line. Has Alex McDonald gotten it? No. Just about holding on was Doug Barry by the skin of his teeth to hold on to third position.
0.027 of a second. And look, honestly, there's no way in the world Doug Barry should have been past there. He's got twice the engine of the cars around him. So he's got nearly 4 litres compared to their 2 litres. But the level of technology, whoops, we've just missed pit entry. And we haven't got our flick turn down right. So George Cancios,
he's going to be hard pressed here.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's now having to back up
Right.
around around like the curbs on the inside.
Yeah.
And then he's going to have to sort of take it all the way out and without flick spinning if he wants to just do a clean turnaround to get back in.
With thanks to Apollo Patios, that was a great start to our weekend of racing. Move of the match, Michael Doherty, that move on Doug Barry down at turn 2 on the restart. That was pretty special. We'll have to wait and see about the any penalties from that, because I reckon there's a couple. Just by my naked eye. We will be back very shortly with the what have we got? Formula V. Oh yeah, Formula V.
Your favourite, Bruce?
Oh, one of them. Got a very long family connection to this class. Once nicknamed the Phantom Fiberglass Suicide Set. Anyway, we'll come back in a few minutes with our first Formula V race. Well, we're back live at Sydney Motorsport Park, and we're lining up for the first of our Formula V races for this weekend. An excellent field of 27 cars have qualified. On pole position, Simon Pace. Next to him, Michael Kinsella. Michael Kinsella can always be relied upon to be very competitive in these. The guy has the most incredible ability to be second at the right time of the race and tow up to the lead, and we've got a problem.
Aaron Pace looks like he's pulled over to the inside, hand up.
Yeah, we've been joined by John McDonald, industry expert, we'll call him.
Yeah, which is the nicest version.
John's a long-time Formula V competitor and stalwart. Yeah, Aaron's waving his arm about, I've got a problem. So yeah, delayed start, so is the word from race control.
It's a shame that was father-son starting in front of each other.
Yeah.
And
so
Aaron has been well and truly on the pace all weekend.
Hasn't paid to be on that side of the grid so far today.
No, hasn't at all.
So next will be Daniel Reynolds, not David. I called him last year.
Curtis Porter.
Yep.
Curran's from Victoria, so...
We won't hold that against him.
No, as is Ash Whittington.
Okay. Formula V has a very strong presence in Victoria.
This is round 2 of our Australian series. So thus we've got a large contingent of cars from Victoria, WA and Queensland.
Oh, it's a long way to tow across from WA.
It is. You should see they've bought themselves a new truck to make the job a lot easier. It's Formula V's come a long way in the last 20 years.
50, nearly 60 years.
No, it's 60.
60 years
was,
next year, yeah.
No, last year. 65.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
65.
Yeah.
We celebrated the 60th last year at One Raceway.
I can't do arithmetic anymore.
All right, mate, you've got other talents. So I've been told. So they're hooking up.
Yeah.
Or is he gone?
No, he's hooked up. They're hooking him up. Yeah, it's behind the Ute. So your boy there in 13th on the grid?
Yeah.
Lucky 13?
Yeah, lucky 13. Just wasn't mixing it with the top guys.
Normally further up the grid than that, so we can
Yeah,
do a bit of
so
progress.
mind you, there's some quality from all around the
yeah.
country here today, but
that's
Simon's time of I think it was a 46 flat was, you know, if he does that, I think that's a lap record in the race. So, yeah, it was a very hard mark. Well, I looked at Daniel Reynolds in 4th, getting into the 46s. If you get around the 46s here, and you're only in 4th, you know it's a quality field. So
they didn't hook Aaron up. He's hopped back into the car. And maybe they've got
a flat toe coming through now.
Yeah,
so it's probably a suspension failure, and it's now dropped down onto the ground.
Yeah. Now, looking back on the grid, 23rd, car 111, the Daniel Kleinig.
I know. How fantastic. This is his second ever race.
Okay, so he's the 4th generation of the Kleinig family.
No, this is son. This is son Daniel, who's worked in the workshop.
With his dad Frank for millions of years.
Yeah. So, he had his first ever race at One Raceway in the beginning of this month.
Okay, so he's only a 3rd generation driver. That's nothing remarkable.
No, what does it matter? But, no, well, it was good because he got to race the very first ever race on the Shelley circuit.
Okay.
When his dad won the first ever Formula V race at Warwick Farm, I assume it was.
Yes. And that looks like it's got an awful lot of toe out on the right rear. So
it looks like
trailing
left.
arm, yeah.
I think we've lost a
trailing arm.
Yeah, or a suspension arm. Yeah, absolute shame because those cars are immaculate. Both our pole sitter, number 50, and Aaron. You've only got to see, mate. They've got the cleanest trailers, cleanest cars. I think they've got the cleanest cleaning rags. But no, that's a shame.
It is. I'm sure they'll fix it between races.
Absolutely, and you can pretty much guarantee he'll be back towards the front by the end of the next race.
And there's all these different chassis in this class, and at the end of the day, it never seems to matter.
It doesn't.
You've got Stingers, you've got Polars, you've got Jaces, Makos. They all look different from each other. They've all got different design principles and ideas, and
there's
go just as fast.
Yes. Well, the Checkmate, who's on pole, they're a beautifully built car. There's 2 of them in the field. Simon Pace and Daniel Reynolds are both running the Checkmates, which was built Paul Corcoran built car and his Czech friend who borrowed the shed, thus
Yep.
the name Checkmate.
Yep. That's terrific. That is.
Extraordinary car. There is another one-off car in the field, one of the West Australians, and it is also a beautifully put together car. But there's a lot of Sabres out there. There's a good contingent of the Victorians have come over. There's a lot of Sabres in the field.
Would that be an AJ 2018? Yes. Yeah. David Casely.
That is DC. Okay, yes, a beautiful looking car. So, where did he end up?
It's up there somewhere. 8th.
8th. Oh, well, there you go. Well done.
You could go home pleased with that.
Absolutely.
No Renmaxes, no Elfins.
No.
It's a BC Jabberoo.
Yes,
So that's
there's a
that Elfin
Jabberoo,
Bobby.
Paul Borg. This is his second ever meeting at Sydney Motorsport Park, third ever race. It's nice to have a new competitor in the 1200s.
Hopefully none of these cars are overheating yet, or they probably all switched them off by
Yeah,
now.
probably did.
There's not much cooling happening in a Formula V.
No. We are still the genuine air-cooled 16 or 1200 engine.
With the fan removed.
No,
The
fans are still
there.
on.
The fan's still there, but yeah, the belt's still there, isn't it?
Yeah, we still have a belt. Oh, and you need the belt. You do need the cooling. They do rely. You know when you throw a belt.
Yeah, I remember Jason Cutts throwing one a few years ago, and it cut through an oil line, and then it got ugly.
Yes, it's amazing. For such a simple little thing, there's still a million ways to ruin your race.
Yeah. Anyway, so we're just waiting for a clearing of the grid, and then they'll do another warm-up lap, and then we'll get going. Minus Aaron Pace.
Yeah, minus Aaron Pace. Well, I've got my breath back now. It's a long way from South Park all the way over to here.
Oh, of course, yeah, you're over there, aren't you?
We're over there at our own little world.
They didn't even give you the skid pan this time.
No. Mind you, it's a good little setup over there. I've never driven the Amaroo circuit.
Okay.
We drew it, and we're watching Simon make the slowest lap around Sydney Motorsport he'll ever do on the back of a truck.
Well, it's a wonder they didn't send medical out for him. They do get a bit. Oh yeah, that's yeah.
I'm still competing, so I won't make comments.
Yeah. And once again, thanks to our trackside marshals, our recovery crew getting plenty of exercise the first couple of races. He's coming in the back gate. I'm coming in the back gate, he's saying on his handheld two-way radio. Turn. Yeah, that's, yeah. It doesn't have trailing arms, it's got a leading arm. Okay.
No, they are a trailing arm.
Oh.
It might have been a tie-down.
Okay, right. All right, so are we actually starting the race? Yeah, so there'll be one more formation / warm-up lap. So get the brakes and tyres to something like the correct temperature. So they're a bit changed from the original days of Formula V, so they're now allowed to run disc brakes. They've cut off the shock absorber towers on these. They're running a 1.6 litre engine instead of the original 1.2. And all these things were done because they were running out of parts.
Yes, and so that was 2003, I think, was the introduction of 1600s.
About then.
I started in 2005 in one of Frank Kleinig's Makos, which is not here this weekend. But
how's he going? Is he?
Yeah, it's actually good catching up with Daniel and getting no, both Frank and Marie were.
Yeah, Daniel's not a young bloke. He'd be 50 odd, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I'm not even going to try and guess at that one.
Well, yeah, well, Frank looks the same now as he did when he was about 30.
I keep telling people I look the same as when I was 18, so we'll just keep running with that.
Yep.
Actually, while we're waiting for all these to come through, I think I saw today was David Cutts' birthday.
Oh,
so
okay.
Somewhere in a pit garage, he'll be looking at me going, "You idiot, what are you doing?" But happy birthday, David.
What? An absolute legend of a bloke. He prepares so many of these cars at the expense of his own racing sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we ended up with a car looking more like Bambi on its first day walking after the last round. We had a wheel pointing the wrong direction, and David managed to squeeze us in, and next thing you know, Angus is out there now. So we're a bit nervous about where it was all going to be pointing, but 13 is a good enough starting spot.
Anyway, we nearly finished our second go at the warm-up lap. So Simon Pace on pole, Michael Kinsella next. A gap on the third position of the grid. Daniel Reynolds.
Curtis Porter from Queensland.
Yep.
Curran, Ash Quiddington, David Casely, Ben Purvis. I think this is a second-generation driver.
Got another one. Blake. In a
Blake.
Borland Sabre. Oh,
yes, another Sabre. Yeah, no, this is a Victorian contingent.
Yeah, another manufacturer, Borland.
And then we do have the three of the 1200s. Butcher, Bork and Castle will be at the back. So they're running a different category. They're the 1200 original cars.
The 1600s actually be a little bit quicker, except they've got a restrictor plate between the carburetor and the inlet manifold.
Yes.
I guess to keep the revs down apart from anything else.
Yeah, and it just stopped people going crazy, thinking they can spend a fortune on inlet manifolds and things, which are all very controlled. But
well, they do anyway.
Yes,
but, yeah.
But if you can control the hole at the start,
yes,
is the theory.
Yes, engines are very carefully inspected and sealed, and
it is a very controlled class.
Because no one in Formula V's ever had a fudge.
No, never.
Bernie Handley special spark plugs cough off. Yeah.
We have a green flag.
We have a green flag. We're about to have a race start. Looking for some red lights. There we go, red light. No lights, we're away. And everyone's off the line. It's all pretty even. This car has got all of 60 throbbing horsepower.
We're actually all the way out. We're mid-70s these days, amazingly.
Cool.
Hold on to your hat.
Yeah. Well, they're good for 210 or so kilometres an hour down the straight here.
Down through here, mid 180s is about what we'll do, but all we've got is tyres to hold us down, so...
Yeah. And, yeah, the few times I've driven one of these, I was impressed by the almost total absence of grip from these tyres.
It does take a few laps, so we're watching lap 1 with little grip. We've got someone going for position change into 4.
And if I may dip into the commentator's bucket of cliches, this will be a high-speed game of chess.
Absolutely.
So Daniel Reynolds has moved up into second place behind Simon Pace and ahead of Michael Kinsella. Whoa, we have a spinner. We've got...
that is Daniel Reynolds facing backwards.
And that was Michael Kinsella going bush. And there were bits of car flying through the air there, so someone's bumped someone else in all the confusion.
That was at turn 6. We're heading down to the
second. Michael Kinsella, where's he? He's popped out in 5th place. Might suit him actually. He's as I said before, he's a master strategist. Well, he might be out of the toe there, that's all. So Michael Kinsella has this incredible ability to tow up to the leader and pass them just before the finish line. No
one likes to come onto the start-finish straight for the final time in the lead. We're going to get a little...
all on his own. That's someone's exhaust pipe flying through the air, so that's not too much of a problem.
Very, very rare mistake.
Yeah.
I'll tell you. Daniel Reynolds, multiple state champion.
We're back live, and Michael Kinsella sweeps around the outside of the Jones car.
Yeah.
Well, where's he come from? Nathan Jones in a Sabre. So that leaves Kinsella in 3rd, but nearly 4 seconds behind Simon Pace. So Daniel Reynolds spinning in front of everyone is really
very split the field.
Yeah, it's messed everything up. It's all Daniel's fault. That's I'm fairly confident he didn't mean to do it.
No, I would follow Daniel into any corner, any time, with the belief that he wouldn't muck up.
Well, you'd have been wrong.
I would have been wrong. First time too.
Yeah, well, no.
I might be wrong about that.
These are enormously difficult cars to drive fast. They're dead simple to drive slowly. Even I managed.
All right, we're watching screen. Angus
your boy
going on the inside of Gary Ogden. Opportunity. This stick nut wasn't ever going to pull out that one.
Another spinner.
That's Daniel. Daniel Kleining. and hopefully not running over the exhaust pipe that's laying in the middle there.
Yeah.
Seemed to be a bit low there, no?
That is most definitely a Mako.
It is very much a Mako. It's the last Mako ever built.
Okay, that's the Mark III, is it?
Yep. A slight variation.
Well, my dad's Formula V was based on a Mako.
Yeah. All right, so that's Kinsella. It looks like he's dragging through. He'll cross the line.
Second, so lap 3 of 6. The race shortened from 8 laps to 6 laps. Everything else is a timed race. Formula V have a set number of laps because they like to work backwards from the finish to work out where to be on what lap.
No one likes a surprise.
Oh, well, Casely just gave himself one there, outbraked himself and ran wide onto the way to turn 2. And has Jones now moving past him on the way out of the corner. Simon Pace over the crest at the tunnel, wondering where everybody else has gone. Don't worry about it, Simon. If they get smart, they'll tow up to you. They've got 2.5 laps to do it in.
Yeah. Oh, Michael Kinsella has set the fastest lap so far with a 47 flat, and
and he's made up one of those 4 seconds on Simon Pace. Because they've got the advantage of the tow back here. If they can line up and work together.
But Jones is not leaving him alone at all. He's as close as you want to be.
Not taking a long view.
You're amazed. Oh, so Daniel Reynolds is back and running?
Yeah. And it's actually made up a couple of spots. He's up to a whole 21st, where he was 26th, I guess.
Yeah. I know, so Kinsella has managed to put a little bit of a gap on Jones as they're heading into the final corner. There's a bit of a line-up now. Whittington, Casely and Purvis.
That's the thing that always impressed me, by the way, about Michael Kinsella, just watching him there. He's so smooth and so precise.
Until he's not. And then it all goes... But then he just recovers and comes back through. It's incredible. So the slipstream being put to great use there. Oh, we've got one off, 32.
So the outfield, anything green here is going to be like slop.
Yep. Yeah, and we will bottom out. We run a 45 mil clearance under these cars. Wow, it's a long way off on turn 12.
Yeah.
And that was Curran. So I think he started 5th.
He started up near the front, yeah.
So that's a shame, but it's a long way off. I assume he's driven that way.
Oh, whoa, that's not good, that's not good, that's not good.
Coming down. This is coming down into 4th.
So banging wheels over the crest there, and Casely having a double spin. So 2 360s, luckily with no pike.
No.
Certainly he'd be in the tuck position.
He was definitely staring at the tarmac though for a while.
That seat upholstery will most assuredly be puckered after that. So just
up. He's just driven a little bit wide as they come off the exit of 3.
And only 1 360. I had that wrong. Good enough.
What he did miss is the open drain there. I've hit that open drain.
Okay, yeah, that'll be fun.
No, it's not.
Okay.
No, ends the day.
A little bit of smoke might have probably knocked the rocker cover off.
Or overextended the rubber boots.
Yeah.
You don't run CV joints in these things, so...
Oh, don't you?
No. So if you overextend the axles, it'll just tear on the rubber boot a little bit and can just weep a bit of oil.
Yeah. It's gear oil, so it smells fantastic.
Absolutely. It's lovely to get on the visor too.
You know what? Michael Kinsella is flying. He's now only 1.3 seconds behind Simon Pace.
Yeah.
Whittington and Jones still disputing 3rd place.
Yeah, so...
We've got 2 laps to go, or all but. And Kinsella now less than a second. He's flying.
So we're looking at Jones and Whittington running in 3rd and 4th at the moment. I was about to say both from Victoria, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. Certainly, yeah, that's the exhaust pipe we saw go flying in the first lap melee.
This is coming out of 5 over the hill on the back part of the circuit, down to where said exhaust pipe was lying.
But in most other classes, a little bit of exhaust. Yeah, a little bit of exhaust pipe missing off a car would be a bit of a drama in some classes, but in Formula B it doesn't seem to matter at all.
No.
So Kinsella's taken another 10th off Simon Pace, and he's under a second behind now, so he will be in the tow.
Yes.
In fact, he's probably in the sweetest part of the tow.
Yeah, I kind of think Simon's just
Maybe gone to sleep a
biding
little
his
bit.
time. Well, yesterday he was...
Hard to pace yourself, sorry about the pun, when you're on your own.
Well, he was doing sort of mid
So look,
47s yesterday on his own, but
another
yeah.
2 tenths in that micro sector. He's on him now, so, and with a lap to go. So Pace trying to break the slipstream. I've seen people do this for the last 60 years. It never seems to work.
Well, he's just got to protect the inside corner. You just got to hold that as you go around. So Michael is going to go around the outside of one, and it'll be a braking game for here. Whether or not he can just pitch it in enough.
He doesn't want to be the lead here.
No, true.
And my theory is if you can go around the outside of someone in turn one, you're carrying extra speed.
Yes.
Yeah. And it might only be 1 or 2 kilometres an hour, but it's acceleration you don't need anymore.
No. But we've got to realise they'll have on the dash telling them that they're what lap it is, not knowing that we've sliced 2 laps off it. So they won't know until they cross the start-finish line.
There should be a last lap board.
Yes, until they find that board.
No, well, there'll be a last lap board. So, and this is the last lap. And we go down into turn 6 at the lake. And it just looks like a very easy, ordinary corner. It's not.
No.
It's got a funny turn in, and it's absolutely critical for getting up that hill.
And there's a ribble strip there that is just ready to tear a floor out of these little things. So
Simon Pace a little bit wide on entry there. It sort of skittered across to the apex eventually. The exit's pretty good. He's got all of 0.4 of a second. That's not enough. Up into the last couple of corners. Incredibly important to be as smooth as possible and fast as possible off the last corner. Unless you do the old lift. You just lift at the exit to try and put the other guy off.
No one would ever do that.
Oh, no.
Never do that.
Okay. Turn hard left. Down the pit wall, we've got a yellow flag waving in the background. There's a green flag there. Have we got enough of...
So what he's done there is pull out. So it's like, that was it.
And Kinsella's done it.
Wow.
Kinsella's done it by 0.087 of a second. Masterful racecraft from Michael Kinsella.
And Simon Pace set the fastest lap.
What have I got to do? He said his fastest lap on the last lap, but...
no, on 5. Lap 5.
Sorry, no, Kinsella got the fastest lap on the last lap.
Oh, he did, yes.
Yes, which makes sense because he passed Simon Pace. They were both quickest on that last lap. Sorry, no, Michael Kinsella was fastest on lap 5. Yeah, but again, terrific drive from Michael Kinsella.
So I'm hoping everyone remembers that we're turning back into the South Park pits.
Yeah,
so it was all...
Well, there should be someone there with a sign. They usually have that.
No one has done this before, so we're like, just slow down.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how tight this is.
If you just follow the car in front, you'll probably be okay.
All right, we've got some scrutineering to do, so I'm going to be...
Yeah, you better go and get your hands dirty.
Very breathless by the time I get back over there, but well done.
Right. Okay, thanks for joining us, John, and I guess we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I'll see you then. Cheers.
race in the Supercar Nationals. First of 4 races this weekend, and that's a 250 Internationals are out on track now, leading the way in the first of 4 races for Superkarts, Australian Superkarts Nationals, which is just a 1-race meeting with 4 races, and it's divided up into 250 International, 125 gearbox, stock Honda, and then we've got the Max Heavy and the Max Lights. They're non-gearbox karts. And the stock Honda do have a gearbox, but they're restricted to their engine. It's got to be stock standard Honda engine.
Yeah, it's all of 125 throbbing cc's.
So far, it's Ilya Harpus who leads the way. And, of course, a former Nationals winner, or championship winner, Russell Jamison in 2nd spot. And in 3rd spot at this stage is Matt Bass. Very fast, sometimes quick as a sports sedan.
These are astonishingly fast around a lap, especially the 250cc karts. Ilya Harper's out in front.
He carries a number 1 plate, so I assume he is the current Superkarts champion.
Fair old chance. You may notice no roll bar. They also don't have seatbelts, so if things go horribly wrong, the driver...
And no suspension either.
No suspension at all. Ilya Harper's first time down the straight, 218 kilometres an hour. And that's well clear of Jamison's speed of 206, and he's already 2.5 seconds up the road. And we've got our first, probably our first 2 retirements. 44's putting out a smoke screen, and 14 had his hand in the air saying, I've had enough.
That was Paul Clark in Anderson. Most of the 250 Internationals are Andersons. There is just one other make in there, Brett Burville's Bully.
Another retirement, Jamison this time. So they're already dropping like flies. These very highly stressed little engines, they tend to be a bit brittle. They're just the 250cc motorbike-based engine, similar to what you'd find in a PZ250, YZ250 motocross bike, but different characteristics to give them some torque. And Jamison in 35 stopped on the top of the tunnel, and another one heading for the pits.
They often throw chains as well. 70 is one of the 250 International. It's Lindsay Jamison, and another one off the track up at the top of the tunnel. So
both Jamisons are out on the first lap, or first and second lap. It's not ideal. Ilya Harpus, crikey, he's already 12 seconds up the road from Burble, who's moved into 2nd place.
But this is the thing about supercars, because they can throw chains and do all sorts of things. It could mean you have a great first race and then have dramas in the... Well, not that we want him to have dramas, but you can have dramas in the later races. And as I said, we've got the 250 Internationals. They're the karts with the black number on the yellow background. The 125s, which look pretty similar, but they're white number on a red background. Stock Honda's yellow on red. The Rotex Heavy are a yellow on blue, and the Rotex Light are red on white.
Right. But looking back in the pack, so a few names familiar to those of us who are regulars at the state championship meetings here. So Lee Vella running 6th in number 76. Laurie Fuchs in number 8, who's running 8th. And Jock DeSantos in number 7, who's running 10th.
Well, Jock Dos Santos is in stock Honda, so he's usually punches above where he should be.
Yeah, very quick, but often embarrassingly fast for those around him.
Great dice going on here with Lee Vella and
Saparovic, George Saparovic.
Yeah, both in the 125 class.
Which are often almost as quick as the 250s.
Often get right in amongst it, and actually Vella's just lost the lead as they cross the start-finish line in 125s.
I was having a look at Saparovic's kart earlier on today, and it's immaculate. It is beautifully presented. A real credit to him.
2 more karts going solid at it. The 85 and the 8, but again, 125s, that's Laurie Fuchs, who's just lost that position. So he dropped back to 4th in class.
One name missing, he sold his kart apparently, is Tony Moit from the Moit's earth moving family.
He ran in the 250 national class for a while too.
Okay, well he was back into a 80 or 100cc kart for the last couple of years. But he's the odd one out in the family. Most of them run in drag racing.
Wow.
So, yeah, probably with a 100cc engine, talking to the drag racing members of the family who run nitro funny cars and so on.
One of the 250 nationals, that's Matt Bass, just been passed by one of the 125s. So
Paravich again.
Bass must have a drama of some sort. I guess what you do, if you can still run, you keep going because you're in your own class regardless of where you are in the field. So
and you want those points.
There's a 27, which is Ewan Burge, another of the 250 international, I should say. There's no 250 nationals at this meeting, which is a bit unusual because they allowed a single bore 450 engine in as well for their class.
Okay.
But no one's running one, or no one's running any at this meeting.
Looking at Paul Clark in his Anderson 250cc and having a bit of a puff of smoke around the long left-hander at turn 1 and then turn 2. So I just wonder if that right rear tyre's rubbing on the wing.
Yeah, well, I reckon they're punching out a 250 internationals, pumping out around 90 horsepower. They weigh about 215 kilos. And the G-forces are up to 3.5 on some corners.
I talking to Greg Yard from Simpson Safety Equipment earlier about these guys. First of all, we agreed that they're all crazy. Greg was wondering about the aerodynamic buffeting from some of the helmets they wear because he knows about that stuff. I said they probably can't tell because of the bouncing they're getting from just not having any suspension. You look at their heads bouncing around, it's a wonder they can see anything at all. Looking at Ilya Harpus's lead, it's now nearly 40 seconds over Brett Burble.
It's a good start for the number 1 plate. And a new kart, if you want to purchase a 250 International, look at somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000.
Crikey.
Used one, 16 to 25. If you go back to the 125, which is still a rapid machinery, you're looking 10 to 18,000, or a used one, 8 to 16.
So that's the full kit: chassis, engine, gearbox, body,
ready to go.
Yep. There's a lot goes into them. They're not just a pile of tubes welded together. There's a lot of technology in them.
Oh, and they run a full Motec dash and
the
whole bit, so not to be sneezed at.
Ilya Harper's now coming up to lap a tail ender. Probably Warren Lewington going by the screen.
And the 125s are pumping out about 50 horsepower. And the stock Hondas run a front nose cone but no rear wing. That's the easiest way to tell them.
Well, the rear wing would probably slow them down.
Not slowing down Ilya Harper's fastest
flying,
lap of a 128.38. That's sports sedan times.
Yeah. Well, that's probably a better weight to power ratio than a sports sedan.
And he's not under any pressure.
Nowhere near as quick down the straight. 218 and the sports sedan's what, 240, 250? Easy, 260 probably, yeah. And we had that improved production car a few years ago doing 255. Adam Poole.
That's a quick car.
It's a very quick car. That made me swear in commentary. Not the first time.
Yeah, well, that car was prepared by Dean Lilly, who raced it at the last meeting at Winton at the Trophy Tour, and won all 3 races.
Right, I was wondering. I saw a Monaro doing very well on that soft, and didn't see Mark Poole, Adam Poole, Mark Poole. Well done.
I think Adam was overseas.
Keith Poole, yeah.
And he's not related to...
Oh, I know, yeah. There's a guy in Victoria running an HSV Senator as well.
Yeah, it's Luke Gretsch combo.
Yeah, I mean, that's the world's second biggest racing car after Alan Bowden's Mercury.
Mercury Comet.
Yeah. Which is also the world's coolest racing car.
I don't know, he's 57 Ford, it's not bad, the custom line.
Oh, that was a lovely thing, yeah.
Still got it.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're talking superkarts here.
Yes, much smaller. Whoop, we got another retirement, so that's Stamiri.
He might have just had an off, I think.
Well, he's had his hand up.
But was he waiting to get back on the track? No,
he's bailed out at the hairpin. Oh, dear.
Well, we started out with 23. But we've lost a couple out of this one. Lee Bella out as well.
Yeah. Mark Walk.
Who would have been the favourite in the 125s, I would have thought.
Or a favourite, certainly. The first 4 karts are all 250s. Harpers, Burville, Berg and Clark. Harpers' lead is now over a minute. Now, Burville's giving away a fair bit of straight line speed, so he's 192. Berg has just gone through into second place. He's chased down and past Brett Burville. But he's still a minute behind.
He was 2 seconds faster than Burville on that lap.
Yeah.
Checkered flag out for the first race. Ilya Harpers takes the win.
Yeah.
Over a minute ahead of his rivals.
A fairly much immaculate drive there from Ilya Harpers. Berg stealing the second place on the last lap. Well, he's not home yet. He's only just finished the first sector, halfway through the second sector. And whoops, round goes Paul Clark, just when he was looking at getting close enough to Brett Burville to make a lunge. The second, third and fourth were all fairly close together. Here's Ilya Harpers coming in the back gate.
Thought for a minute there he might have been pulling up, but the checkered flag was already out.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Great drive to Ilya Harpers. Why he's got number 1 on his card, of course. Still waiting for our second place kart to finish. He's now a minute and 6 behind. Here he comes. And well done. Well done to Ewan Berg. Does Brett Burville hang on to third? There's Warren Lewington just coming in the back gate. Brett Burville hangs on to third place. He lost a bit of pace later in that race. Certainly dropped a lot of straight line speed. Paul Clark next after that late spin. George Zaparovic, fastest of the 125s. Bass next in another 250, then Bowden, Laurie Fuchs in their 125s, Jock DeSantos in stock Honda in 9th outright, Mark Vickers next, rounding out the top 10. That was our first superkart race, and that's the first race without massive crashes and all sorts of drama. So
Just had retirements.
Well, coming up next will be AU4. And we'll be handing up. Coming up next will be AU4, and we'll be handing over to Lindsay Muddle, who's all over them.
And welcome to the AU4 Championship. It is that time that we go racing once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is round 2 at Sydney Motorsport Park. We had qualifying earlier today where Jensen Marrold chucked it on pole position in the Gen 2 class. Kobe Wilson topped the field for the Gen 1 cars. It is going to be an awesome race 1 to kick off the racing of the AU4 weekend. It is going to be really close based off the gaps from qualifying. We've got great racing ahead of us. It is going to be action-packed.
Yeah, I did see the previous round at Winton Motor Raceway, and there was plenty of action going on there, not just in Gen 2, but in the Gen 1, the older cups as well.
Yeah, it was absolutely sensational. There was a lot of rain, mixed conditions as well. That caused a bit of dramas, but this time it's full dry racing. We had dry qualifying, so there's no huge unknowns, and it is just going to be a race of pure pace and pure consistency here as Jensen Marrold lines it up on pole position. Marco Manson is alongside him, and Xavier Babichocki is also on the second row in third position. Brock Burton in the number 30 will be off fourth, and then you have Will Beck and Casolo rounding out the top 6, but they're all lined up on the grid, so the 5-second warning will be shown very, very shortly, and then it'll be off for racing action as the green flag's ready to fly and the green lights are ready to illuminate here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And we're underway for racing action. Jensen Marrold got off to a slide on the start there, so here comes Marco Manson as they head towards turn 1, so they're going to dip through, and Marco Manson takes the lead on the opening lap of the race. Jensen Marrold, the man who took pole in both races, already loses out. Brock Burton's moved up past Xavier Babichocki, and now here comes Will Beck into turn 2. Around the outside, Marco Manson is locked up and gone off the circuit. Jensen Marrold's back into the lead, and Brock Burton holding onto the place for now. Will Beck wasn't able to stick it around the outside of Xavier Babichocki for very long either as they head through turn 2, now out of turn 3 and into turn 4 they go. Angus Bales trying to show the nose on Luca Casolo as they make their way out of the first sector and into the sweeping S section they go. What a start, what a chaotic start there with Marrold and Manson both swapping places. What fantastic racing to kick it off.
Yeah, Manson had that lead going off the start. Looked like he was settled in the front, overshot at turn 2, gave the position away.
Yeah, and now as they head towards turn 6, that was Angus Bales trying to show the nose on, looks like Diago Stewart. Yeah, it is Diago Stewart, and Lana Flack trying to show the nose in the background, and Kobe Wilson, leading the Gen 1 cars at the moment, is on the back of Lana Flack, a Gen 2 car. There's a distinct pace difference, but he has just been sublime all weekend. Jamie Lee Sue splits Wilson and Gotch in that battle in the Gen 1 category. Jackson Culver knocking on the door of Lewis Gotch at the moment. That is going to be a really tough fight. They were separated by only about 0.3 of a second in Quali 1 and Quali 2. And now as they head down towards turn 4, it's Marrold leading away the field as that's Rugby Mangan stopped on the side of the road, and that is really tough for Rugby.
Well, he might bring out a safety car at this stage. It looks like he's not far off the track. Manson again locks up going into turn 2, but this time keeps it on the track.
Yeah, he's able to keep it on the road as we do have a safety car here in the opening race of the weekend for AU4. So it's not the first time the safety car has been used today, but the field is neutralised. So your running order at the moment, Jensen Marrold still leading the way. Marco Manson in second position. Brock Burton was able to get Babichocki off the start to move up into fourth. William Beck in P5. Luca Casolo rounding out your top 6. Diago Stewart was under a bit of pressure, but in seventh position still. Angus Bales trying to find some pace after qualifying that he described to me as not amazing. He thinks that there was some wrong lines taken, and he's found a way to get a little bit of momentum heading into these races. And then you have Lana Flack in P9. Kobe Wilson leading the Gen 1 category, so doing very well for himself this weekend. He won race 1 back at Winton Motor Raceway before Jackson Culver won in race 2 and race 3, so he'll be looking to pick up momentum and get some more race wins to continue his championship charge, because at the moment in the Gen 1s, Jackson Culver leads the championship 65 points to Kobe Wilson 63, so it's quite close up the top there. Lewis Gotch also knocking on the door. And then speaking of, we have Lewis Gotch in P12, second in class, then Jackson Culver, only 7/10 behind him. And this is going to be a really interesting race.
The good thing about where that car is stopped is it can just pull it into the Formula V pit area and maybe get this back under green conditions fairly quickly.
Well, about that, there's another car's crashed coming over the tunnel.
Didn't see that.
Yeah,
Well, the safety car boards were already out. I was just outside having a breath, and I was just looking over that way, and there's a crunch and a car in the wall.
Looks like
ARDC, maybe?
Yeah, it is Anton Du. Stopped on the side of the road in his Gen 2 car. He's been struggling a little bit even since Winton, and the misery continues for now for Anton Du, as it looks like he's just sheared the front end of his car off. It looks like there's even damage to the front nose cone, so that'll more than likely, in fact, it will extend the safety car period, because they've got a couple of cars to now recover, but Anton, he's now got at least all he can go is up from here once we get into race 2 and race 3.
That's a positive way of looking at it.
Thanks, Pollyanna.
As Rugby has swiftly gotten out of his car. I wonder what's gone wrong there. I'll have to get a hold of it as we finish up this race. I'll go chat to him about it, and I'm sure I can report back tomorrow about what the damage was. But safety car out, the cars got to keep the temperature up. It's really hard to keep the temperature up. The tyre compound's really hard in these F4 cars, and that's so they can run, I think it's only 2 sets after you get racing over a weekend, so that's definitely a factor. The restart could be quite treacherous.
At least there's plenty of sun on the track, even if it is just 18 degrees.
Yeah, and that is definitely a big factor. The track was really gripped up for qualifying. We saw in qualifying 2, which sets the grid for race 3, Jensen Marald was able to put the car on pole position with a 1:27.9, I believe it was, or a 0.8, and that was just an absolutely amazing lap time from Jensen as Anton climbs out of the car. Despite the incident, he is okay. He is out of the car, moving, taking his helmet off, which is always good to see.
Well, was going to be a quick recovery for that other car, but this will take a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's eating into the time, but as long as everyone's all okay, that is completely fine by me, and they've got to clear the track so everybody else can race safely as well. Jensen Marald will be taking a breath. He had a bit of a challenging start, and Manson as well had a tricky one. They were both swapping around, both locking up. Jensen just got on a massive slide as they're getting Rugby's car all hooked up. But yeah, Jensen's now able to breathe, get the composure back. He's been absolutely unstoppable. He won 2 out of 3 races at Winton Motor Raceway, and before race 3, he was undefeated in AU4. He went 12 for 12 in all of his entered races through last year in the 2025 season. Yeah, in Gen 1.
Yep.
And then into this year, he went 2 for 2, and it was likely he was going to go 3 for 3 and make it 15 for 15. But Boris Lizen, who's not here this weekend, just made a bit of a mistake under the brakes, went too late and flew into the back of him. So Jensen lost his very big winning streak, but I think he's going to try and foster a new one, you'd say.
Lizen was the international that was racing at the last one?
Yeah.
He the one that had the incident in 3rd race?
Yeah.
He wasn't happy.
No, he was very unhappy. I'm sure that that's done the rounds. Through the steering wheel at the car, ripped the radio cord, and then jumped over the barrier. But emotions run high in racing.
Oh, they do. Especially young blokes.
Yeah, he was very eager from the punch, and then obviously he races over in F4 Spain, and he's also done Formula Winter Series as well, alongside last season's champion of AU4, Noah Killian, and he did very well in that series. He was expecting to come in and absolutely rinse the field, and then it just never quite went his way, whether it was strategy. He did have the raw pace throughout the test, but it just didn't quite come back to him as they're loading Anton's car up onto the rear loader, and they'll get him off the circuit, and then we can get racing again. So 13.5 minutes remaining in this AU4 race, and I'll tell you what, considering we've only had about 2 racing laps of action, there's been quite a lot, and I'm excited to see how it goes through the rest of it.
Yeah, well, when they go back to, which doesn't look like it's going to be too far away, although they haven't moved the car down at turn 5 yet either.
I wonder if it's stuck in gear.
Looks like they're trying to push it back and forward, and it wasn't moving very far, so would assume that maybe there's a problem with the drive line somewhere.
Yeah, it looks like it's struggling to move. I think it might be stuck in first gear. It could have been a gearbox problem that caused him to pull over.
It and be okay, but you can't reach the pedals when you're outside it.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be sitting in the car to get the clutch in, and even then, it's really tricky to fit in these things. I had the fortune of sitting in one at Winton, and yeah, it's a tight fit.
So we're actually on hold here for the moment, and the laps will still continue. As will count.
Yeah, as while we have this little break period, let's talk about the rest of the schedule here for this AU4 season. So next up, after this round at Sydney Motorsport Park, we head over to South Australia. We head to the Bend, and that'll be running the West layout, which is going to be interesting because then the following round after in August, we head back to the Bend again, where we'll have the international full Grand Prix layout. That'll be really interesting, a reasonable lap in these cars. So you have the one where you go right at the hairpin, and then you have the one where you go left. I believe it's turn 4 at the Bend. So that's the difference between the two laps.
Turn 6, I think, isn't it?
It's turn 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Where you go right or left depending on the layout. So it gives the drivers a little bit of variety when they race at the Bend. And then after that, the finale in September comes back to Sydney Motorsport Park, much like we saw last September, where Noah Killian was able to be crowned the AU4 champion of 2025. And if you had to take your pick at the moment, you'd say the favourite for the championship in Gen 2 is likely Jensen Marrold, but anything can happen. Marco Manson showed pace. I mean, starting off the front row in this one, got the win in race 3 at Winton, taking advantage of the scraps that were left behind from Marrold and Boris Lizen.
But Jensen had some dramas in that last race too, didn't he?
Yeah.
Off the track a couple of times.
Yeah, he had a few moments, and he went last to first in race 2, so he wasn't making his life easy by any means. But Marco's still showing impressive pace, and he's getting closer. That gap on pace between the two of them is shrinking, so I think we could see Marco develop into quite the opponent for Jensen Marrold as this season continues on. And then Gen 1, I mean, it's anybody's guess. Jackson Culver has 2 wins, but Kobe has 1 from the opening race. Lewis Gotch as well. First time in a Gen 1 Formula 4 car, jumping straight out from go-karting. And now he's in a position where he's closing. And by the end of qualifying, he was only 2/10 away from Kobe Wilson. And in the test, in the final official practice, he was only 1/100th away. So I think that there's going to be a 3-way fight.
He's got a bit of a pedigree there.
Yeah.
The Gotch family's been around open wheelers for a long time.
A very long time. The category pioneered by AGI Sport, of course. Adam Gotch behind the helm. And then you have Nathan Gotch. I mean, he has such a pedigree in any type of car, basically, but especially inside open wheel. In fact, he won the Masters Championship for Australian Formula 4 in 2024, I believe, if memory serves correctly. So he's got extreme pace behind the wheel, and then now Lewis has made the jump. He's got plenty of help, plenty of support, and he's got that drive. He's just absolutely obsessed, and I think that's going to lead him into a position to fight Kobe Wilson and Jackson Culver over the rest of this season. The Gen 1 grid looking really close.
Numbers just keep growing as well, which is it's a good thing. It saves people having to go overseas to get experience in these cars. They can do it all here.
Yeah, it's really good in that degree. I mean, we've had countless drivers make the jump from Australian Formula 4 to other categories. Will Brown raced in this series. Jaden Ojeda raced in this series. I believe
Liam Lawson did.
Yeah, Liam Lawson, Jack Doohan as well, and I believe it is Jack Beaton as well, doing really well in the moment in Indy NXT. So there's quite a pedigree there, quite good development out of AU4. That's what it's all about, and it allows these drivers, as you said, to stay in the country to drive these cars before, much like Noah Killian's doing this year in Italian Formula 4, making that jump over to Europe or wherever you want to go racing these F4 cars and be close to the pace straight away.
Well, to actually make that jump from karting to F3 or whatever, F2, you had to go basically to the Middle East or to Europe to get into an F4 car. Now, you got that whole opportunity to do it here in Australia.
Yeah, it is an absolutely fantastic opportunity. I love the Gen 1 category as well for that reason, because it allows them to get in a year earlier again. So it's 14 years old to jump into the Gen 1 Formula 4 and then 15 for Gen 2. If I'm not mistaken there, it's something that I do have in my notes, but I haven't got it pulled up in front of me at the moment, but it allows drivers straight from karting at a very young age. It's not an age that you can usually get behind the wheel of these things and jump in, get the Gen 1 experience, build up, and much like Jensen Merrill, then the following season, jump into Gen 2 and get right into it and try and fight for a national title.
I think we might be almost at the point of going back to race conditions. Field has closed up significantly. And usually the safety car lights will go out as they leave turn 8.
We'll take a look in just a moment's time as, yep, the safety car lights are off as they head out of turn 7 and down towards turn 8. So we'll have some racing here. We've got 7 minutes remaining. It'll probably be about 6.5 minutes by the time they get around the final corner of racing action, and it is +1 lap usually for AU4. As just checking the sheet. Yeah, it is +1 lap. Hey, you'd think I'd memorize that by now. So we'll have about 6.5 minutes +1 lap as Jensen Merrill looks to take away the field from Marco Manson. So that battle will continue. Brock Burton, Xavier Babbage hockey as well. Then Will Beck and Casolo. And then the eyes on Gen 1 as well. We'll see Kobe Wilson leading away, Lewis Gotch and Jackson Culver. So it's going to be foot to the floor racing action as they head out of the final corner. Jensen Merrill has gone early as the safety car's pulled in. And we're back underway for green flag racing action. And Jensen got a brilliant safety car restart as he moves to the left. Marco Manson is right in the slipstream and closing. Will Beck as well, really close to the back of Xavier Babbage hockey, and it looks like that was Lewis Gotch and Jackson Culver side by side in the background of the Gen 1s as well. So there's a lot of racing up and down at the moment as Will Beck looking to put the pressure on, but Jensen just about able to hold in front of Marco Manson as they head through turn 2. Will trying to show the nose on the outside as that's Diago Stewart and Angus Bales side by side up the hill through turn 2. Now dipping back down the hill through turn 3, and Diago Stewart able to hold on for now as he has the inside line, but Angus Bales around the outside actually has gotten it done as they head into turn 4. A fantastic move from Angus Bales, and he'll continue to move up the road, proving that he had some extra pace after qualifying as this race really starts to kick off because Marco Manson is pushing Jensen Merrill through turn 6. What a fantastic safety car restart.
Yeah, it looks like he went as soon as the green flag was displayed. Marold was off and Manson went with him and managed to try and break that toe all the way down the straight to take the lead and hold on to it.
Yeah, he just absolutely gunned it immediately. I thought he might have waited because of the run down the straight. He wouldn't have wanted Marco to have
I've seen a yellow flag when he'd already gone, so right at turn 11 there, but he would have timed it right, I'm sure.
Yeah, once the safety car lights are off, he controls the field, and once the safety
but he can't go until the green flag's out at the top.
Yeah, but yeah, he would have timed it right. He knows what he's doing, Jensen, and we'll see if otherwise. But Jensen not getting away as much as I thought he might have, especially considering the qualifying result. Marco Manson's race pace has been absolutely sublime. He's still only 4/10 under the back of Jensen Merrill's rear wing, so I think for the next 4.5 minutes, we're going to see quite a lot of racing action between these two because Manson's right there and Jensen's making mistakes. He just slightly locked the front left tyre through turn 2, and that's allowing Marco to creep even closer.
Well, yeah, it went from 3/10 down to 2/10, 2.5 and through that first sector, Manson was actually faster than Merrill. So it ebbs and flows a bit. You'll probably find now that Merrill's got a bit of a break on him through this second sector.
Yeah, and just another note outside of the racing action on our screen, the lap record has already been broken here this weekend. So Noah Killian set the lap record last year in September in race 2, I believe it was, with a 1:29.890. We've already got the fastest lap of this race as a 1:29.6. So the lap record has been absolutely knocked out of the park. This is the F4 lap record, of course.
Yeah, in the second sector there, Merrill was slightly quicker than Manson. So they're a little bit different in different sectors, but it probably equates to about the same lap time at the end of the lap.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think that Jensen has really got that control through the high speed. Angus Bales off at the final corner. Angus Bales spins around. I can see him stuck in the grass. I think he should be able to get going again. He didn't stick it into the wall, but I wonder what's caused that. I will wonder if we'll find out what happened there later, but regardless, he's off the circuit. And yeah, not ideal for Angus Bales, just as he was having more pace.
He has gone into the wall.
He has gone into the wall. I thought I saw him rolling as Angus Bales really far off the final 2 corners. So I wonder if this will cause another safety car or not. I'm not sure. He's really far away from the track, but if he can end up out there, then
anyone can.
So for now, at least, we've still got green flag action as Jackson Culver in the Gen 1 category has got a 5-second time penalty. So that would be for track limits, I believe, for 5 seconds. So Jackson really pushing this car to try and stay with Lewis Gotch, and it's just not happening, as we do have a replay as, he's just gone spearing off. And yeah, he was rolling, but rolling quickly, and he's very lightly
just
gone into the wall.
Nudge the tyres at the top there.
Yeah, so just a
probably
nudge.
Won't even need a wheel alignment after that.
Yeah, probably not, which would be very good for the mechanics at Tim Macro Racing. They will not be complaining. They'll still have to look over the car, of course, but at least there shouldn't be any major damages. Now the fastest lap of the race is a 28.6, 1.2 seconds faster than the previous standing lap record. Blistering pace. The track is just really grippy this weekend.
Looks like they're just going to run that under a local yellow at the top of the track there at turn 11.
Yeah, it does look like that as they head down through turn 1. So Manson still on the back of Merrill, but Jensen's keeping a level head now. He's not making too many mistakes. He's just controlling the pace up the front. 1.5 minutes remaining, so we'll have 2 more laps because she'll cross the line with 0 seconds left on this, maybe 1 more after that. So really good stuff between these two. It's far from over yet, though. Don't discount Marco Manson and his ability to put the pressure on to Jensen Marrell. Jensen's been here before, but not too many times. He normally trumps away with the pace and walks away with a win by a good couple of seconds. This time he's got someone knocking on the door right under the rain light, and that is exactly what you want to see. That's what pushes these drivers to become even better, as that's wide there from Marco Manson as he hopped over the exit curb and just bounced around a little bit. He's lost 3/10 from that.
In the second sector, Marrell's, that's where he's getting that lap back. Manson owns sector 1 and sector 3, but Marrell just seems to pull clear in that second sector, and it's quite an advantage he's got there at the moment.
Yeah, as now they pass through the local yellows, and that is probably both a difference in car setup and driving style between the two drivers and where they extract the pace. But green flags now flown once again as they head onto the straight. Xavier Babichocki wide in the background there in the 41 machinery, so struggling just a little bit potentially with rotation coming off the final corner. With that gap now 1.1 seconds with Marrell out the front. So it is looking like it's going to extend out a little bit as the timer hits 0, but being +1, I think there'll be 1 more after this lap.
Or this will be the last.
Yeah, they crossed with time left on the board, so this could be the last lap. The next one could be as well. I didn't see any indication of the last lap board, so I think we'll have 1 more after that based off memory from Winton as well. If there's any time left on the clock, they get 1 more after that one. So they'll continue pushing. Marco won't give up yet, but Jensen Marrell would be looking in the mirrors, seeing that Tim Macro racing car getting further and further away, and he'll start to feel a little bit more comfortable, but he can't get complacent. He needs to keep pushing into the distance, and that is what he's so good at doing.
That gap's certainly opened up now. 1.4 seconds between first and second.
Yep, it definitely is extending, and so have a lot of the other gaps. Kobe Wilson leading the Gen 1 category by a significant margin as well, as he's got about 7.1 seconds to Lewis Gotch behind him. 9th and 11th overall, those two at the moment. This is Lana Flack on the back of Luca Casolo at the moment, as that is Martin Dudley making his way down the straight in front of the 2 leaders, so hopefully nothing happens there, but they will be on the last lap of the race this time by as they cross the line. So Jensen Marrell continuing to lead out the front, and he is sitting at about that 1.3. He's not getting away. Marco's not letting him get away, but now there's some traffic problems because this is Dudley, and Jensen's just had to back off a little bit and then swept around his outside, but he did have a compromised line. But where is Marco Manson going to catch him? It looks like he's already gone through. Now that gap is 7/10, and the door is wide open once again.
But now we're coming up to the part of the track where Marrell's been stronger, the second sector.
Yeah, so Merrill trying to push away, but actually it looks like Manson got a little bit closer. We'll see as they come through the sector split. No, it's extended by a couple hundredths of a second, but really wide there. He's really pushing the raggedy edge is Jensen Merrill, and that is why he's so fast. That is why he is so dominant inside this category, and we'll see that for the rest of this season as well. But Marco Manson knocking on the door sets a good tone for race 2 and race 3 tomorrow in the AU4 Championship. But as they make their way out of turn 8 and now towards the final few corners here at Sydney Motorsport Park, Jensen Merrill went 2 for 3 at Winton Motor Raceway. Now as he comes out of the final corner, it's going to be the first race claimed for Jensen Merrill as he's going to cross the line to win its race 1 of the AU4 round 2. He wins in Sydney Motorsport Park with a closer fashion than he's used to. That is basically a statement from Marco Manson. You're not going to have it easy this weekend, Jensen. That sets the tone greatly as Brock Burton will come home in 3rd for Tim Macro Racing. So it's a 2-3 for them. Xavier Babichocki comes home in 4th position. Will Beck comes home in 5th. Diago Stewart comes home in 6th position. Luca Casolo will come home in 7th. Oh, that is Jamie Lee Sue off the racetrack at the final few corners here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And yeah, last corner here for Jamie Lee Sue. Is she going to be able to get it going again? She's had troubles getting the car out of the pit box, so if the car's stopped and she has to get it going again, that could cause a problem. But after Casolo comes Lana Flack in 8th position, as this is just a look at the final results. So Jensen Merrill, then Marco Manson, then Brock Burton, Xavier Babichocki knocks it out in 4th, then Will Beck, Diago Stewart, Luca Casolo, Lana Flack, Kobe Wilson knocks out the Gen 1 race win by quite a comfortable margin. Great driving from him after taking double pole. Then it was Lewis Gotch. Jackson Culver comes in just behind Lewis, but he had a 5-second time penalty as well that's still to be applied. Jamie Lee Sue comes home in 12th. Martin Dudley will come home in 13th. Then you have Angus Bales, who unfortunately went off the road. Same with Anton Dew and Rugby Mangan. We're not sure what happened, but he did have to park on the side of the road, which caused a safety car. But that was race 1 of the AU4 Championship. That was a great race.
Yeah, a bit going on there, and certainly with a couple of cars off the track as well.
Yeah, well, that is AU4 race 1 completed. Next up on the docket for today will be the RX-8 Enduro, which will be you and Bruce in the commentary.
I believe so, and we'll while we're watching the highlights here, we'll take a quick break and be ready for that 1 hour Enduro. Here we are now at Sydney Motorsport Park for the first of 2 Enduro races this weekend as part of round 2 of the RX-8 Cup Series. We had a sprint race earlier, Bruce Moxon, and that was won by Stian Creel by about 6.5 seconds. But from our mail that we're getting, it looks like his co-driver, Tyler Collins, will start this race. About the only one in the top lot that we can see who's often start with their co-driver.
Thanks, Gary O'Brien, except for John Bow in 5th place.
Well, John qualified this morning.
Okay, yep, all right. But Tyler Collins and Stian Creel on pole position.
With Jack Childs and Rob Broden in second, Jackson Sutton in third, Scott doing it on his own. He's in 4th position on the grid. We go back further, we've got Notes and Tom Shaw out of position 11, and they're all just about set to go.
So
what is 50 minutes of racing plus 4 minutes plus 4. And it's the number 1 car that leads the way, but slotting into second will be Childs. And we assume that it's Collins in the lead, and he's already pulled at least a car length or more as far as his opposition goes, and more happening down the back of the field as we get through turn 1. Top 4 is actually starting to break away already. But Bauer on the inside getting passed by car 15.
Oh no, he isn't.
Well, he wasn't. Well, he's in the wrong. He's on the wrong side of the track now.
Yeah, John should lose that spot.
That's Adam Burgess. Lock up from one of the ones there, just behind, just in front of them. But JB's hanging in on the outside, so we might have the inside running into turn 5.
Oh.
Nope.
The sun's getting low, the shadows are getting long. The photographers are all out there madly snapping away because this is what we call golden hour. And the colours are absolutely beautiful this time of the day.
So Collins leads from Charles, Jackson in third, Scott in 4th, then it's Bray, Burgess, Creel. Wow,
Robert
back
Creel.
to 9th, but then moves back up to 8th, just gets in front of Jake Lauer. Donahue in 10th, Jackson Noakes in 11th, where he started. Ben Shaw's the next one through, Mark Wilkes, then it's David Grice, and the rest of the field behind as they start to settle down. There's quite a few father-son combinations which run as another trophy to be had at the end of the meeting after the 2 Enduros.
That'd be pretty cool, actually.
They're down the straight, finish the first lap, and Tyler Collins is clear. And pretty much doing what Stian Creel did in the sprint race earlier. Got out in front, leads as they finish the first lap.
Well, if indeed it is Tyler Collins driving, this is a formidable combination.
Oh, formidable combination last year.
Yeah, okay. Over the tunnel and down into turn 4, and half a look there from Burgess on Bray. Only just showing his nose, not really making a serious lunge.
Well, going on the Enduro last year, Stian Creel won the first sprint race, Tyler Collins won the second, and they both combined to win both Enduros.
Yeah, take that.
So it's only early days in this race. They do have a pit stop for a drive change. There is Adam Burgess looking for a way and had to switch over there. JB under more pressure from Jake Lauer. Really enjoys his racing. I asked him, is he doing the whole series? Because he actually did round 1. He said, nah, I just want to come and have a drive and do not interested in doing a series.
Yeah, we'll see. He is irrepressible. He's a lot of fun to be around.
So second lap complete. Collins leads the gap almost 2 seconds over Charles, with Jackson third, Rob Scott, Dennis Bray, Burgess, Robin Creel, who's picked up a couple of spots. I think she's qualified 10th. So
yeah, she was 10th in the first race. So,
and she's ahead of John Bauer, Jack Lauer. Actually, Bauer's just passed her.
Gee, John, you're beating a girl. How do you feel about that?
And these two have been at it from the start.
Yeah. So, Bray and Burgess, they're putting on a good show.
Bray got a couple of top fives.
As we said earlier, yeah, they're fighting to the death over 5th place.
Yeah, but they were in the top. Bray was in the top 5 last year.
Yeah.
At this event, and they were teammates last year, so they probably know each other fairly well. Co-drivers more than teammates, because they were in the same car, so to speak.
Yeah. Along the back short back straight and into the last complex of corners. Battle continues. Might point out these cars are all at least 20 years old now.
Wow.
Yeah, so the RX-8 came out in about 1998 or 99. It was the Wheels car of the year when it came out. Revolutionary, a 4-door coupe with suicide rear doors.
Wrong way, yeah.
Yeah, the rear doors are more of a tiny little hatch, you know.
But just about all of them are on a racetrack these days.
I'd say so, yeah.
Now this battle we've been talking about.
Yeah, Bray and Burgess.
Now got John Bauer in the back of it as well, so it's gone from a 2-car dice to a 3-car dice.
Bray, Burgess and Bauer, nicely alliterative. The Bray, Burgess and Bauer battle.
And the 18's blowing a bit more smoke than the other two. This is the thing, once you start battling and defending, you tend to bring up those competing behind you. Bauer's looking to go past there, but he's not quite close enough at turn 6. But I can see he's lining up to make a move at some stage.
He's certainly lurking with intent. It's a 50-minute race and we're 7 minutes in, so it's not yet time to risk your car on a death or glory sort of passing move. Rob Scott's having a bit of a lonely run at the moment in 4th place. Rob's a property developer from Dural. I guess explains how he comes to live in Dural.
Well, it was once rural, wasn't it?
It was.
Apart from the Amaroo track, it was.
Yeah, well, my cousin Lindy and her husband Tom had 5 acres at Galston for a long, long time. Their daughter Vicky's now cleaning it out. Probably a dozen dead cars up the back of the place, up along the back fence. One of them was mine. Again, Bray right down the inside.
Yeah, he's not giving him an opportunity to do the under.
He's taking the
turn 2.
Taking the John Bauer line.
Yeah.
John sitting 2 cars back and go, hang on a minute. John Bauer has the ability to make any car 15 times wider than it really is.
Yeah, harder to pass than a kidney stone.
I've done that.
We don't want to hear the history of it either.
Oh, wasn't good.
JB went over the track limits on that lap. Might be a warning coming.
Nothing there yet.
I think you get 2 strikes and then you get 5 seconds. So you leave it till the 3rd last lap.
Yeah. Oh, again, Bray right down the inside, but he left half a car width, and Burgess has tried, can I make this car a bit narrower? No. But, there's not a lot in it. And drive as defensively as that, you're holding yourself up terribly. You're slowing yourself down by, maybe a second a lap. So you have to make a decision. Do you chase track position or you chase race time?
And what we've seen here last year was positions changed with the pit stops. So that can happen again this time.
Yep. And there'll be a minimum pit stop time, and it's absolutely critical that you don't go under that.
Plenty of dicing going on back in the towards the rear of the field as well.
Yeah.
A lot of these drivers back here are relative newcomers to motorsport last couple of years.
The series organisers very kindly gave us some driver biographies, and one of them struck me earlier on. So yeah, lots of these people, a bit of experience here and there, came into racing later or something. But Gus Fattieri, car number 81. Yeah, where is Gus running? He's running 22nd. Gus comes to this event with an impressive 0 years of racing experience, proving that confidence and questionable financial decisions can sometimes outweigh common sense. Despite being somewhat new to the sport, he's managed to stumble his way into a couple of amateur endurance race wins, including the Deputy 4-hour and a second place class finish at the Wakefield 300. Oh dear, he might have a little bit of talent, and that's going to be just enough to keep him interested, and therefore perpetually broke. So, welcome to the sport, Gus. Thank you for coming. I hope you have a long and successful and enjoyable career in our sport. Meanwhile, Tyler Collins is continuing, well, must be him because he's only 4 seconds in front after 6 laps. And he's only 4 seconds up the road from Childs after 6 laps, whereas Stian Creel would have been about 9 seconds up the road. Going on his earlier form. Jackson still running third, another second back. Then Rob Scott, another couple of seconds behind. Burgess, Bray and Bow still carrying on their the battle of alliteration. John Bow is right on the back of... Burgess has got past Bray. Okay. Finally managed to breach the defences. And Bray's now fallen back into the hands of John Bow. See if we get a side-on shot of John Bow, see whether the head's come forward yet. You always know when John's having a crack, the head comes forward.
Yeah. Sits in that upright situation.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's he'd be great playing poker against him, wouldn't he? And no, the head's still fairly well back. He's still fairly relaxed about things. As you may know, I'm a model kit builder, and John was of a great deal of help for me the other week when I'm starting the process of building a model of a car he raced once, which is the Volvo that he shared with Robbie Francevic at Bathurst in '85. Put me in touch with Mark Petch, who was able to tell me what colours the car was painted.
Well, it was red underneath, I know that.
It was red underneath, yes.
Yes, that much I knew.
But what red?
Oh, it's
no, it's all right, I found out. Yeah. Mark knew. Yeah. He couldn't give me the paint code on who could, but he told me it was a standard Volvo colour, as was the silver over the top. It's going to be a matter of getting the sign writing made up, and off we go. And you'll read all about that in a future issue of Australian Muscle Car. Speaking of muscle cars, coming up soon is the reborn Muscle Car Masters.
Yeah, looking forward to that in August. Last weekend of August, I believe.
But not Father's Day anymore.
No.
But take Dad somewhere he really wants to go. My wife used to complain that I came out to the car races on Father's Day. She said, but it's Father's Day. I said, yeah, and I'm the father. I get to choose. Don't you want to spend it with your family? They can come too.
Do they want to spend it with me? Yeah, Collins out to just over 5 seconds in front now. It's sort of killing it at the moment, but there's not much between Charles and Jackson, and we've seen in the earlier race, well, we seen it, no one at home did, wasn't part of the stream, that that lead changed basically at the end of the race, didn't it? Jackson was second, and Charles passed him late on, and there you can see the gap between first and second and third, and they've got away a bit from Scott, who's been chased down now by Burgess.
Well, Burgess finally got past Bray. It took him a few laps to do it, and then, as we said, John Bow's starting to work on the back of Bray. He'll just nibble away there. He's a patient bloke these days.
So expecting, we're a quarter of the way, well, just over a quarter of the way through the race, so expecting about half distance we'll see pit stops, and JB did get a 5 second penalty.
Oh dear, oh dear.
So we could see that coming.
DPS window is now open. Tyler Collins has got the fastest lap of the race on lap 3, 147.7. So still a good chunk slower than the, ¾ of a second off the lap record. You don't need to set a new lap record every race.
Yeah, but it's bragging rights.
Oh, 100%, but no.
Ooh, he's close there too on that lap.
Yeah.
Camera doesn't lie.
John has, however, disposed of, has he disposed of Bray?
No, he's still behind him.
Looking at the wrong red car. Most of these cars seem to be still painted in the factory colours.
They were probably all road cars at some stage.
Yeah, they would have been, yeah. You could get them at the auctions for not a lot of money. Well, you could, but now you can't.
Like any car, though.
Yeah, as soon as there's a race finish for them, yeah.
Or even classics.
Yeah.
Cars we thought nothing of back in the 70s, and now they're worth a fortune.
Some are, some aren't. It's a weird market. So I showed you that picture earlier of a Simca Ron's that's for sale. It's a really lovely looking car, but 20 years ago you wouldn't have looked at a Simca Ron to save your life. Now,
still wouldn't.
It still wouldn't. Oh, harsh. Think of the worst cars that you've ever heard of, and somewhere in the world there's an owners club for them. Collins only 5.8 seconds in front now. Yeah. Now 6 seconds, but as I said earlier, if it was Stian Kriel driving, he'd be sort of 9 or 10 seconds up the road.
Well, would he though? But on the pace that Collins is going at.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. So we've got a pit stopper. Wilkes has decided to make a visit.
Wilkes will be. Who's he handing over to? Mitchell McGarry.
Oh, Mitchell McGarry's a very quick guy from South Australia.
So in the 88.
Yeah, Mitch McGarry has done very well in Excel Racing and now in Toyota 86.
So they've pulled the dice early.
Well, oh, geez, JB, he's now at 10 seconds of penalties. Slow learner. So,
if he keeps at it, he might be good one day.
Yeah.
So Collins is outdoors, so he's effectively pulling about half a second a lap on the field. 6.45 seconds in front now. Giles second, Jackson third. They're just a second apart. Then it's Scott, Burgess, Bray and JB, who's currently 7th, but will drop by our reckoning at this stage. He would drop to only 14th.
So we've got another stopper now. Glenn Gamble's rolled in and he'll hand over to Martin Lyle. Looks like the pits. I'm just trying to get a an idea of the minimum pit stop time. So Mark Wilkes was the first to stop. Starr has now stopped. Michael Starr, and he'll hand over to Jeff Connell in the Vodafone sponsored car. So assuming that Wilkes is making a scheduled pit stop.
2 minutes.
2 minutes 20 was their pit stop time, 2:20.4. Probably about right, probably about there somewhere.
Well, for the Enduro race for the production cars, it's 90 seconds or 1 minute 30.
Yeah. But they're people who are meant to know how to do pit stops. Yeah, Matt Shilan just made a comment about the value of old cars, saying that talking about his 1974 Celica that's worth 35 grand. So we've got a cluster of cars here. So a couple have gone into the pits. Rob Scott has definitely fallen back into the hands of Burgess, and Bray's right, almost right with him. John Bowes made his way into the
Creel
pits
as well.
Yeah, Robin
They're both
Creel.
in. So Gamble's still there at the pits at 2 minutes 30, over 2 minutes 30.
Yeah.
That's a lot slower stop than the Wilkes car.
Yeah. Robin Creel will be handing over to a pretty useful co-driver, Alice Buckley.
Indeed.
Who won a Trans Am race up at Queensland Raceway the other week with Tim Slade.
They won the Enduro round 2 years in a row.
Right.
So
Do
Gamble's
those cars
still
have
there
opening
at 3
doors?
minutes. Huh?
Do those cars have opening doors?
They have half a door.
Oh, God. Well, I thought I remembered. Yeah, okay. But,
It's on there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was interesting. I think Rob Scott might have had a little lift late in the corner there, and that's got Burgess.
He's got some trouble behind him at the moment.
Yeah.
He's got Burgess right behind, Bray there as well, and Jake Lauer. So those four now battling for fourth position on the road. And Scott, I think, is the only one of that group that's doing it solo.
Burgess is too. Adam Burgess is only one driver named on that car. Number 15. And Grant Bray is also doing it solo.
So Scott's going to lose another position here.
Yeah, maybe two. Yeah, you'd have to expect that John Bower will have drilled the team. Yeah,
So it must be a 2
must
minutes.
be 2 minutes, and they 1.5 seconds over it. So that's just about spot on. Gamble seems to have a problem. He's been in for nearly 4.5 minutes now, so that doesn't look like a scheduled pit stop.
2 minutes 9 for the Robin Creel Alice Buckley car.
Adam Burgess has skipped well away from Rob Scott already. Now, Rob's a pretty quick driver. He's very quick. So
Must have a drama or something.
yeah, the car might be not performing to his total satisfaction. Oh, he was a little bit slow out of turn 5, and that's allowed Bray to again have a sniff, but Lauer was all over the place behind them.
Yeah, Bray's got to watch that, because where Lauer is, he could quickly snaffle a pair of them.
Well, yeah, he could. Yeah, these two start tripping over each other. He could grab 2 spots. Someone there at the hairpin having 18 goes at the throttle, just looking for that little bit of grip. Remember, these cars run on an R-Spec tyre as well. Jackson Noakes is in the pits. He'll be handing over to Tom Shaw from memory.
Yep, sure is.
And Jackson's made his way into the pit lane for his schedule, or for his compulsory pit stop.
So that might, that'll be interesting to see how their two pit stops go, whether Jackson can jump Childs into second spot.
Yeah, so if you're in the position, say, that Lauer is here, where he's being held up a bit, does he stop early and get out of the traffic? And hopefully come out in a clear spot. So they've both cleared Rob Scott now.
Yeah, he's obviously got some sort of drama.
He's got Thomas Donahue sniffing at him now.
And going through.
Yeah, he didn't make it hard at all for him there. So yeah, he's obviously got an issue. Someone there limit of ashing their car.
So still Collins on track, although are we getting an update on we're not getting an update on the driver changes, so it could well be still Creel that's in the car. So
well, I don't know, he's only 8.3 seconds in front. That just doesn't seem like enough.
Enough to win the race.
Well, it's enough to win the race, yes, but you know how he is.
So this battle continues between the Bray and Lauer cars. They've been basically joined at the hip since not right at the start, but not far off. Here's our race leader going down to turn 2. And by timing, it is Tyler Collins in the car. It's the car that Stian Creel qualified on pole and won the earlier sprint race. And really unchallenged.
Let's not say too much. We don't want to give him the commentator's curse, because he's a pretty nice bloke.
Oh.
So Lauer's now got a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, they'll start coming thick and fast now, because
Yeah.
those that have stepped over the line would have had their warnings.
Yes.
You've got to be careful of. Jackson was in and out of the pits in 2 minutes 12, so lost a bit of time there. So
Yeah.
Childs could actually benefit if they get in and out.
And Shaw did 2 minutes and 8 seconds.
Childs will be handing over to Rob Bowden, who's pretty handy, BMWs and in these cars. Here is the 66, that's Jake Lauer in 4th position at the moment, still to do a stop. And he'll be handing over to Mick Hazelton, which would be a pretty quick combination, I would imagine.
Yeah, Mick's always been fast in these cars.
Mickey came out, was it last year, the year before? Won the first couple of rounds. Very quick. Charles in now. This is another stop. So this will be one we'll keep an eye on. He'll want to try and be in and out in under 2 minutes 12. What do we?
Well, in 2 minutes and 0.1 of a second, really.
Effectively, yeah.
That's what he'll want. Looks good just in the white with a simple livery, doesn't it?
Yeah, I like white.
But your car's black.
Yeah, I know, but that's what it came as.
Yeah, fair enough.
And my other car was white and I painted green. Yeah.
You've still got that, haven't you? Yeah. No, you don't let that go. Hey, we've both got ex-police cars, I just realised.
Ah, there you go.
Yeah. I bet mine was more abused than yours was.
So we're expecting the Collins Creel changeover to happen at some stage. There's only 21 and a half minutes of this race left, so we're past the halfway mark. And this may be the very lap that it all happens. Coming out of turn 11, heads out onto the straight.
Hopefully our camera in the pit can pick it up so we can see who gets in and out. Maybe we can identify them.
It's going another lap now.
Yeah.
unless, of course, he's doing it on his own.
We've still got to make a pit stop.
Yeah, exactly.
So all the pit stoppage has moved Adam Burgess up into second place. Loudger in third, Thomas Donoghue next, and then Formosa. Oh, spoke too soon.
Burgess in, and he'll stay in the car, so...
Yeah. So Thomas Donoghue moves up into the top three. Chris Formosa, David Grice, Manath Prasad, who's out there this time. Sam Silvestro, I've just noticed, hasn't started the race. That's a bit of a shame.
And Gamble didn't come back out. Now, if memory serves me right, I think they had dramas here last year with that car.
Yeah, I missed this meeting last year.
No, you were calling it with me.
Was I?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was the Enduro meeting. It wasn't
I've just
round
forgotten.
2, it was later in the year.
I've just forgotten.
Looking back here, finished 10th in the second race
Yeah.
and didn't make the top 10 of the first race. So that's probably what happened there. It was the first race they may have had dramas. We want to be starting to make a move towards the pits, or the window might close before they get there.
You don't want it slamming in your face, do you?
No. So we're just seeing where Burgess and Bray and Jackson and Childs all end up after something and going around again.
Yeah. Yeah, Burgess, there's Cleft has done 2 minutes and 2 seconds, so we'll see how close he goes to the minimum time. Here we go, we've got a couple more coming in, 3 more. Adam Burgess, 152.7. That might be a concern. Loudger and Donoghue are now both in the pits. We actually don't know the minimum pit stop time. We're assuming it's 2 minutes because that's what John Bowe did. But Burgess did it in 152. If that's the case, he's up for a big penalty. Out to Stian Creel, Tyler Collins' car leading. Up over the crest, behind Corporate Hill, or Red Belly Black Snake Hill as it probably should be called. Because it's lousy with them apparently.
So everyone's done their stops bar the race leader. And we think that Burgess may come out in second and Bowden will be third.
We're just looking at the theoretical fastest lap time on the timing screen here. So
146.
yeah, 146.98, which would obliterate the lap record. No, not really. Tenth of a second, but Alice Buckley's got the fastest third sector. Jackson's got the fastest first sector.
Tyler Collins in the second.
Yeah. So they're sharing it around.
But Jared Pike now at the wheel of the car that John Bowe started the race in.
Yeah, so there's a few of the names have been updated now. That poor old timekeeping finally been updated. Now, that's interesting. The window's down on that car now. It was up before.
It's got a bit warm.
Yeah, getting all hot and sweaty. Thomas Donoghue now heads for the pits.
He's been in the pits.
Oh.
Coming up to
Oh, yes,
2
okay,
minutes,
yep.
2 minutes 10. So now we've got Burgess in second, Bowden in third, and on the road, Pike will be fourth, but with 10 seconds, and Hazelton will be fifth, but with 5 seconds penalty to be added. So,
Well, in fact, Alice Buckley's now just passed me.
So Alice on corrected time will be in fourth position, along with Robin Creel, who started the race out of 10th. So it's been a good climb for them.
And Alice Buckley's just got the second fastest lap of the race, and only a tenth of a second or so, 2/10 behind the leader.
And still no sign of Collins going to the pits.
Oh, he's pushing it to the edge.
190 kilometres an hour at the radar point. Probably not the fastest point on the straight, but
it's as long as it's the same spot for everyone.
Yeah, so 190. And we've had a couple that have gone past 190. None at the moment though. 190 from the Pike car, so it's not losing out in the top end, that's for sure. And 190 from the Tom Shaw Jackson Notes car as well. It must be close to, we've only got less than 15 minutes to go, so that pit window must be just about to close.
Yeah, I think it opened in about 8 minutes or so though.
Oh,
Opened fairly early. Magpie flying past there.
Thought it was going to get caught up in the grill of his car.
No, that wouldn't be good. Lot of bird life here at this racetrack.
And kangaroos and a cat apparently on the track.
That's right.
Someone's seen a cat out there.
I've seen a hare.
Yeah, well,
I've seen rabbits, but rabbits. But then I saw this really big rabbit that was running, not hopping, and it was brown, not grey. And I thought, things don't add up. And then, it's a hare. Yeah. There's foxes here too.
Abundance of wildlife. Wildlife on the track as well in some of these drivers too, if you hear the stories.
Yeah. He's an animal. Still not stopping.
That surprises me somewhat that they're staying out so long.
Yeah.
And if they could get caught out, which would be interesting. 20 laps into the race and no sign of a stop. But they obviously know what they're doing. And here on the screen is the update of when the situation is with cars on the track. Creel Collins leads from Charles and Bowden, and Pike in third, but as we said before, will lose time, 10-second penalty, and he's only just half a second in front of Burgess, and Buckley's just a further 2 seconds back behind them. So
yeah, well, I'd like to know what's happening with Burgess, because everyone else is doing a bit over 2 minutes, and Burgess is 1:52.
So they may get pinged for that.
Yeah. Oh, we've got a 192 kilometres an hour on the straight from Pike. Sun's very nearly down to the horizon now. Look at the long shadows. And you're heading down into turn one, straight into the sun. We might start seeing the one-handed drivers soon, trying to shade their eyes. It's one of the fastest corners in Australian motor racing, and you're trying to thread the needle in there.
Fortunately, at this time of the year, the sun's sort of...
It's a bit to the north,
right,
but yeah.
Well, maybe we might see Collins in the pits on this lap.
Or we might not.
We've been hanging out this week.
Yeah, no, we need something to talk about. Hang on.
Yeah,
there we go. Yeah.
Picked it.
Finally. Yeah, this lap, no. This lap, no. This lap, no. Yeah. CPS window's still open.
Just under 12 minutes to go. And Collins brings the leading car into the pits with 1.4 laps in the lead. And we've got a camera down there to see them bringing this car down to the pit stop.
Panic, no hurry. Yeah, he's got a big Driver B sticker on his helmet, so Stown's being pretty generous there and letting his co-driver have the majority of the race.
Looks like they're just letting a bit of air out of the tyres, bleed them down a little bit.
been in, only a minute. They've got ages. You can see from that shot there, the suicide rear door. Adam Burgess popped out. Now says C. Burgess.
Push it right in.
Which is Craig.
Push it right in. Going on at minute 40. Lots of time. So yeah, you can see the...
having a problem with the window net by the look of it.
Yeah. All right.
But they've lost a little bit of time with that.
Yeah.
So they're going to go out.
They did not need that.
Well, I don't think they had a problem. They've still
Yeah.
2 minutes 7.
Yeah. Even with the drama.
Yep.
Wait for them to go past the next timing point and see. We're pretty confident they've kept their lead. See by how much, and 9.5 minutes to go. See what Scowen does with this lead that he's got. So 2:07, it's still one of the quicker pit stops. You discount Burgess.
So the big winners out of the pit stops has been Robin Creel and Alice Buckley, who will effectively move into third spot once Pike Bow penalties have been applied.
Yeah, presumably. Well, yes, those penalties, yes.
And Noakes and Shaw, who qualified 11th, or started 11th, they look likely that they could move up to 4th.
Waiting for cars to go across the timing marks and cleanse the...
well, that's on the road. They're second and third at the moment.
It looks like he's ended up with a 20-second lead.
And there's half a second between these two. They're second and third, but there'll be a 10-second penalty applied to car 8.
Well, so you'd let him go, wouldn't you? As long as he doesn't get 10 seconds away from you.
Well, the next car behind them is...
There's a bit of debris in the middle of the track there. Looks like a piece of tyre.
Someone have a tyre issue?
Not that I've seen.
There's another car in there.
Is someone about to have it? Oh, my God. My eyes, my eyes. Okay, can those two people please report to drug testing?
Well... That's ruined our broadcast.
Yeah. We're trying to be professional here.
So the fastest laps now belong to Pike in sector 1 and 3, and Collins in sector 2.
Yeah.
And an overall time of 1:46.95. Fastest lap in the race has been a 47.71. Obviously, cars set up for different parts of the circuit. We're just looking back to Burgess.
Well, hang on, Alice Buckley's just put in the fastest first sector.
Yep.
Alice going on the tear. So
the Burgess pairings ones have lost out. They've dropped to 7, but they'll pick up a couple of spots with the penalties. Bray as well, back to 8.
Look, Creel, sideways all the way around the hairpin there. Watching Alice Buckley's lap time here with interest. She's actually got a good sniff of picking up second place in this.
So Alice showing that she's quite adept to racing these cars as well.
Oh, she's a little off the mark on the second sector, about 0.7 of a second.
Well, maybe she's working at getting all the sectors
she might be in
right.
traffic too, yeah. Alice, my grandmother's name.
We need
there we go. There's the Alice Buckley
Robin Creel car.
Creel, yep.
And she is in
She
traffic.
is in traffic, yeah.
And race leader.
No,
Is that the race leader?
no, it's
That's car 8, is it?
That's car 9. Car 9's just gone in.
Oh, okay.
No, he's been in for a minute.
Someone's gone in.
It is
car 8.
Oh,
It'd be just setting some fast times as well.
I wonder if that's their tyre debris in the middle of the straight. They've started to chunk up. So Alice Buckley now looking to put a lap on the 3 car.
The car 9, that's a good looking car, that one.
Yeah.
With the Vodafone red.
Yeah.
But it's not going so well. And there's car 8 just in front of it pulling into the pit, so they've had a drama.
They're putting that one back in the garage. Shame. So
go back to our race leader. 20.5 seconds in front. Creel and Collins. So that means Bowden now second, Buckley third, Hazelton in fourth, but with 5 seconds and a lead of 10 seconds over Tom Shaw and Jackson Noakes in fifth. So they might hold that position regardless of the penalty. That's car 66. That's a Jake Lauer and Mick Hazelton entry. Now we're getting down to under 4.5 minutes of this one left, and there's no stopping this pair. They've just gone from strength to strength.
they have had an excellent motor race so far.
The only ones that probably did quicker pit stop times were cars that were further back and probably got no advantage out of it.
Yeah, oh well, Hazelton's car did 203, Shaw's did 201, which is just about the perfect pit stop. 203 further down, who's that? That's Chaddock.
But we think the Burgess car went under.
Yeah.
At 152, so they might.
That'll be equivalent of a drive-through, won't it?
That's the way it works.
So that'll be 30 or 40 seconds. So that's going to destroy their race. Pike's been in the pits for 2 minutes so far. Alice Buckley's times, so 32.5. So it's not a second away from the fastest first sector. There we are, she's just on the screen there.
She's only 1.8 seconds off second spot.
Well, that's what I was looking at earlier. Yeah, that's...
And 2 seconds faster in the first, 1.5 seconds faster in the first sector, and faster in the second sector by. No, Bowden got her in the second sector by half a second.
Alice has just put in a personal best second sector. She seems to have been very, very fast in the first sector, fairly consistently through the race. It means that she's brave, flat out, nearly flat out entry into turn 1. That is a lot of rubber on the road there. If indeed it is rubber, it might be a guard liner or something. Oh no! So that's not good. That's. Oh.
Let's see, David and Luke Grice.
Looks like it's broken a lower control arm or a ball joint. That's very messy. Or has the wheel just come off?
The wheel's still there.
Well, yeah, but it's come off the. Stop.
No, it's got a break in there somewhere.
Yeah, no, look, the wheel studs are all gone. Alice is going fast again, 31.5 on the first sector.
That was 4/10 faster than Bowden.
Certainly close.
And
she's less than a second behind him now, so with 1.5 minutes to go, should give us 2 more laps, I would guess.
Is she going to give the Creels a 1-2 lockout?
Oh, the celebrations. Yeah, Robin Creel's a perfectly competent and good racing driver. Alice Buckley is next level. She's doing great things in other classes, as we've already mentioned.
Yeah.
Comes down to this fight for the middle step on the podium.
This is Bowden in second.
Bowden fights back. He's a little bit faster than Alice Buckley on the
300s.
second sector. Yeah, a little bit. But she's right on him now, 0.6 of a second.
And we've got car 66 in the background. That's Mick Hosen.
I know, we're a bit hard on Mick. We're ignoring him almost.
And he's got a 12-second advantage over the 5th place car, so he'll hold that despite a 5-second penalty. But this is basically a lap or two to go, and this is a battle for 2nd place.
Bit of a shout out to Maisie Place and Ashton Caddick. They've moved up into the top 10. And Maisie prepares a good number of these cars.
That's a big move. So this is a Giles Bowden against the Creel Buckley cars.
Yeah. So we've gone past 0. The race should end on the next time past the checkered flag. Stian Creel with a nearly 21-second lead over 2nd place, but that 2nd place could end up being his wife. I feel like we're all pulling for Alice now. Leaves half a gap, does Bowden. Only half a gap though, wasn't enough. Oh, she's right under the tail of the car now, onto the back straight.
Well, Rob was a tenth faster, and the checkered flag's out at the moment as our race leader takes the win.
But well done to Stian.
But this is a battle for 2nd place, and
whoa,
will there be a late dive into the last corner?
Yeah, bit of a wobble mid-corner. That might affect his exit speed. Has she got enough up her sleeve to get a toe past him?
And a bit of debris in the middle of the road, so you can't pull out too quick. Oh, now she's going to have a shot at it.
Yeah,
and as they come down to the line, they're almost side by side. I think she's got it. No.
No. Oh. 4
thousandths of a second.
Thousandths of a second. Well, that's as close as it gets.
A close finish.
Oh, they're probably going, did you win? I don't know. Did you win?
Mick Hazelton keeps hold of his 4th spot. Tom Shaw will be the next one across the line with Jackson Noakes. Then we should have Grant Bray in position 6. Troy Donahue in 7th, Sutton in 8th, McGarry 9th, Kadich in 10th spot. Theories will be in 11th, and then there'll be a lap down to the first of the next place car, which is in 12th.
Oh.
Well, that got a little bit on at the end.
Yeah, that was fantastic stuff. Well done to all of the place getters. Feel like we're going to be talking about Alice Buckley a lot for the next few years. With
TA2, Trans Am, Super 2, all sorts of things happening.
Did set the fastest race lap on the last lap of the race.
Well, she had to if she was going to win it.
So, 147.2.
And she got 2 fastest sectors too.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, that's it for the first of 2 Enduros. We've got a sprint race tomorrow before the second of the Enduros. The sprint race is for the B drivers. And right now, the officials are going to get a well-deserved lunch break as we go over to the second page of... Unfortunately, we had a few that... Linda's Formosa in 12th. Scott finished 16th in the end, so dramas in Bears and Facade. On the DNFs, of course, Burgess and Burgess, 19th, so they had dramas.
That penalty.
Yeah.
So see if it shows up on...
Actually, 86 is Forbes and Lynch, so there's an abnormality there. But on the DNFs, we've got... pardon me. Grice, unfortunately, we've seen that car now being in the pits. Car 2. All right, so we've
got a 5 lap penalty.
We're off.
Starts at 5 o'clock. Starts at 5 o'clock. No, he's out in the Utes delivering food. I told him, I counted the amount of people, they're not even said maximum of the truck. No, the ones that he handed to you, Max should have been that good.
school, kids.
Well, the time's arrived as we see the inaugural round of the ARDC APC Endurance Series as the cars line up for in production car mode. We're getting ready for what will be 4 hours of action, intrigue, drama, you name it. And we don't know whether everyone will get through it. I'm Gary O'Brien. I've got Bruce Moxon and Linton Muddle with me at the moment. Bruce is going to be pit side later on when the dramas unfold.
Well, yeah, knowing my luck, the dramas all happen before I get there, or just after I leave. Actually, that'll be much more likely. Look, I'm hoping there's not too many dramas. Well, this is quick. Red lights, no lights, we're away, and the two BMWs a little bit. The second placed BMW, the Ebert car, very tardy off the line.
So it's Josh Buchan in the lead car. He leads,
and he has shot through.
And Glenn Evatt will be in second spot from third on the grid, third or fourth on the grid. Zach Wazir will be next, followed by Braden Wilmington. Chris Willis has picked up a couple of spots off the start, ahead of Paul Buccini, David Calabria. Hayden Morrell has lost out big time off the start. He dropped several spots, but he's already got one back. Then it's Mark Jennings, Oliver Siebel, and at the back is Matt Larson.
Yeah, so they'll continue to scrap away over the opening laps, but it is a 4-hour race, and it's definitely not one at turn one, which is why we saw it sort of calm down just a little bit, but there is still some swapping of places, as you would expect, on the opening lap of any race.
Indeed, and if you look at our timing, you'll see that there's red for Class X, and we've got the yellow for A2 and orange for A1. Only the three classes running, so the times are fairly close. I think there's about 6 seconds covered the field in qualifying earlier today.
Now, we've been discussing off air the possibility that a Class A1 or A2 car could win this race because they have one fewer pit stop to make.
Well, they're saying if they can stay within around 2 seconds a lap off the Class X cars, that will be enough for them to make good that 1 minute 30 seconds.
Of course, the fly in that ointment is the probability, not possibility, probability of safety cars.
Indeed.
Now, Josh Buchan shot through at the start, but Ebert's not having any of it. He's closed back up to within half a second, so certainly it's not going to be the blowout it might have looked like a lap ago.
We're talking to Glenn before the race, and he was saying that they had some dramas in qualifying, and they know this car's fast. It's only new. It's only done, I think, one race before this one at Morgan Park in Queensland, where it qualified on pole. So it has got potential. And
Morgan Park's a very different circuit from this too. So very point and squirt, stop start. Not so much of the long constant radius corners that you have here. So Morgan Park's like a whole lot of this corner here, only turning right as well, and with lots of trees.
Yeah, so there's some fast sections as well.
Yeah, but not like here.
So I think Evatt wants to lead this.
Oh yeah, he's got that look about him. Well, got that look about
Maybe
him.
he might think about it after that.
Zaki was just sitting back there in third place, keeping an eye on things. And Braden Wilmington's away well in the Mustang.
Hayden Morrell's already picked up several spots, so he's currently in 6th position. Braden Wilmington in 4th. Chris Willis bounding along after some early dramas, and he's just dropped a spot then, but they had fuel pressure issues under load during practice yesterday and qualifying this morning. I think they're now on top of it.
Okay, well, there was some discussion it might have been a sticking valve in the end.
Yeah, I think they went away and got some new heads for it, for that car.
That's pretty serious surgery at a racetrack.
No, they got it done.
So it looks like Evatt just, I mean, looking at the top speeds here, their car's about 5 k's quicker in a straight line than Buchan, at least that last time.
Probably getting the toe though.
You've got the toe to be considered as well. But Evatt doesn't look like he wants to wait around. He did show the nose at turn 2, so I think you're right. I think he wants to get the lead.
Oh, incidentally too, the Buccini Luke Varner car is M140i, the same as the car 68, the Larson Hayek entry. They were going to bring the 240, but they had some dramas with it and opted for the 140i. Nice that you've got a spare BMW you can help him do if need be. So we're very competitive in the classes, as we can see. It looks like it's the X-Class cars, obviously 1, 2 and 3, and then the next 3 are A2 cars, then Pacini in 7th, and then the last of the A2s, and then 3 A1s chasing them.
Those BMWs have got a lot of track presence, don't
They reckon, oh, here we've got to change the lead already.
Yep. That was just too easy. Once again, you've got that 5 km/h speed difference down the straight.
Well, it'll work the other way next lap, won't it?
It should do, yeah. It should, if we're right in assuming that it was the tow.
It's amazing how the colour schemes make the yellow car look bigger than the car behind it, and they're the same car.
Yeah, well, they've got different tail lights.
Yeah, both M2s.
Yeah, it's slightly different model. It's the newer M2 though.
Yeah.
It's the facelift model.
I don't know how long his tyres are going to last.
Yeah, he's not mucking around.
See, the thing here they've got to be mindful of is tyre wear.
Yes.
Particularly on the right front.
Oh,
no. So we've got one in trouble already. That's the Braden Williams Bree Wilson car. That stopped now. That had a spin in qualifying this morning. This afternoon.
Restart.
And couldn't restart it, but it did go back out again. So that's in early dramas for that car.
Oh, that Hadrian Morrill car sounds good, doesn't it?
Tyler Mecklin was telling me before that he said even out of a corner, these BMWs just punch so much harder. They don't have a turbo lag at all, and they just get their power down so quickly, and you can't do anything about it. So we're yet to find out what will happen to the number 89 Mustang. And we're going safety car naturally. So from what we're hearing is he's just pulled off to the side, so there's some sort of drama with the car, and already we're going to safety car.
Okay. Theoretical strategy discussion time. If you can now do the race on 3 pit stops and the CPS window is open, do you pit now in a Class X car?
I don't think it's opened as yet.
Right, okay.
Only 4 laps in.
Yeah.
Just so, when Sonny...
Matt Holt makes a liar of us. Yeah.
It's a pretty early jump there from Matt Holt. I mean, it's obviously because there's a safety car, but even then 4 laps into the race, I'm not sure how many cars we're going to see pull in, so quite early from that.
Lillis is in.
Lillis, sorry.
Now, they could be still having dramas with their fuel.
Yeah.
That's a possibility there.
Yeah, so quite a early jump in there for Lillis in that entry. We'll see if anybody else decides to pull the trigger and come in as well, but I'm not sure that we will see that, to be honest.
No, there's no point.
But again,
actually, while we've got this safety car period, might be a good time to catch up with the CEO of the ARDC in Glenn Matthews and his thoughts on this concept that they've put together.
We're here with Glenn Matthews, the CEO of the Australian Drivers Club. We wanted to, Racing Drivers Club, I'll get that right in a sec, but the whole idea of this production car series, how did it germinate?
Well, I guess we looked at it last year and saw that there was no rounds or championship run under Motorsport Australia, and we thought that production cars are a very important category in Australian motorsport, have great heritage, and we felt so strongly about it, and we've never been a category manager before, and we just thought, well, we need to try and help, and so that's basically what we've done.
I believe the expressions of interest were ginormous, like around 90 expressions of interest. Unfortunately, we only got 11 this weekend. But, I mean, it's a pretty solid start still.
Well, I think it is, and I think the proof's going to be in the pudding, isn't it? People want to see that it's actually a real championship, and this is our first opportunity. We go to Sandown, QR, and then of course the 6 hour in Bathurst next year.
And the incitement is that the entry gives you a run at Bathurst.
Yeah, it certainly gives you a priority entry at Bathurst, and ARG have been fantastic with that.
And was the support categories for this meeting pretty good too?
The support categories are fantastic. In fact, our entire entry, I think, is 148 cars this weekend, and considering the cost of living and the fuel crisis, we're delighted with it. It's great support this weekend.
Well, all the best, Glenn. We're looking forward to tonight's running of the inaugural endurance series for Australian production cars.
Yeah, thank you so much, and we're really looking forward to it. And I'd just like to give a big shout out to the people who have supported the category. And, we're so enthusiastic and we're all learning at the same time, but we're really truly excited and really proud to be a part of it.
That was Glenn Matthews from the ARDC, and we're got the 89 Mustang back in the back of the pits, so hopefully they might get it going again. We might see it back out later in the program, but so we should be going green very shortly as a result of that. The safety car can actually pull in at the end of this lap, I would think.
Yeah, hopefully we can see these cars pushing, and I was going to say at full pace, but realistically over 4 hours, there's a lot of management involved, and that's something we'll talk about over the course of this 4 hour race. There is a lot of management, as we've already spoke about. There's a lot of strategy involved, and it's all about making sure your car can get to the end.
Yeah, we won't have any problems with lights tonight. We've got a full moon out there over the top of us and a clear sky, so it's probably get pretty cool by the end of it. So that means that the cars like the cooler weather, and they'll probably run better as the meeting goes on.
Yeah, and I think we'll see as well. I mean, you'll see quicker lap times towards the end anyway, but it will get quicker. But the safety car lights have come off, which means we'll have green flag running once again any second now.
Yep, as soon as they get back up to around turn 10, 11, they'll get a green flag and be able to go. And at the moment, it's Everett in front, Buggin in second, and Wazir in third. They're the Class X BMWs. Adrian Morel in fourth, Pacini in fifth, Siebel up to sixth and qualifying 11th, so they're having a good run. Calabria, the next one through, followed by Jennings, Larson and Lillis back out. So they're down a lap already. So looks like there's a problem in the rear end of the car on the left-hand side, whether they've done a break or had some issue with a half shaft or something.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll soon find out with some pit lane reporting, but we are back underway for racing action in this Sydney 4 hour, and we've seen already the safety car period behind us. Now Ebbett leads away the field with Josh Buchan in behind, that gap about 3.5 seconds. Wazir there as well inside the top three, and now we'll see Lillis trying to make back some time from what they've lost, but they've got a lot of time to do that, luckily, over the course of this next 4 hours.
Yeah, well, we're already gone 12.5 minutes or 13 minutes into the race, so it'll go on fairly quickly, I would imagine, but a long way to go as far as laps to get under the belt. And Buchan's not letting Ebbett go at all, following him fairly closely. And from my point of view, I think the Ebbett car's looking a bit loose compared to the second place car.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that Ebbett entry, the 82, is also going to be worse on its tyres because of that. Whether that's driving style or just the nature of the car, we'll soon tell, because Rinaldi will get in the car and you'll be able to see if it's still taily or not. But yeah, it's going to be worse on its tyres more than likely because of the extra sliding we're seeing, and I think that'll mean that Josh Buchan is able to stay with them longer and also sustain his pace longer.
Well, the M2 competition seems to be the car to have at the moment in production car endurance racing. And there's the Wilmington car back in the pits. They're having a good look over it as we speak. And it looks like it might be have done maybe a drive shaft or something.
Yeah, it looks like it could be, drive shot.
We're only surmising at this stage. We don't know, but definitely if it's coasted to a hold without any damage, there's something in the drive at least.
Because I'll tell you what, just I really love the look of that Abbott Rinaldi car. They've run really deep there. They're going to have to cut back really aggressively. I like the look of a lot of these cars up and down the field, not just the model of the car, but the liveries.
The liveries have done an exceptionally good job with, I think.
Yeah, I
all
think
the cars
so as well.
Really good.
Yeah, I really like the touch of the yellow headlights on that Abbott Rinaldi entry car. I mean, I had a test at Winton, I believe it was last week, if not the week before. And yeah, the yellow lights are so stark. They look awesome.
Yeah, and pardon me, they tend to go with lights around the cars too for night racing, just so that the pit crews can identify them more easily. Like, might run a LED display along the window line or something along those lines. But yeah, you're certainly going to know which is the leading car when it comes out on the straight and they're looking for it, or heading into the pits.
Yeah, 100%. And Buchan's really not letting them go. Wazzy has dropped back, but he's not falling back that far. So the pace seems pretty close together if we just take a look at it. So best lap from Ebba, a 1 minute 40.8, and then that's to a 41.0. But Buchan's going quite quickly at the moment, purple to the first sector on this lap as well. So I think the pace is actually slightly increasing as we continue on. That'll be because the fuel's coming out as they continue to lap around. But yeah, Buchan's keeping them honest at the moment.
Abbott's still showing top speed down the straight, despite the fact that Buchan's in behind, and actually on that lap he's pulled a bit of a gap. But I tend to think that Buchan's on a strategy here and not wanting to go too hard too early.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think that they're really managing the pace. I feel like, obviously everyone's managing the pace, but Buchan's probably just being a bit more relaxed. I'm sure they don't mind too much if Abbott gets away. They have a long time to let their strategy play out, and they do have 4 pit stops to make as well in the X class, so there's a lot to think about just beyond this first 20 minutes of the race.
The gap is 0.8 of a second, and was there still in third spot, but he's dropped back by 6.5 seconds.
Yeah, so Wazir is falling away just a little bit off the pace of the top two. He's probably managing a fair bit. But yeah, as you said, Abbott's able to keep that top speed. So clearly they weren't losing too much, or they weren't gaining too much from the slipstream, because it's 238 to 238.
We've just seen a shot of the Buchan Burgess pit crew working away. They're in the very end garage. Paul Taylor in there helping them out as well.
So as they head onto the straight again, that gap is now outside 1 second. So it was holding quite steadily about 5 to 8 tenths, but now it is eking out just a little bit. So this is now where strategy will come into play.
We're talking earlier about with the extra pit stop the BMWs have to make in Class X. Do you worry about it? And Josh said that if we're on the lead lap after the last pit stop, we'll be fine. That's all they're worried about.
So that's confidence that the X class won't be too affected by their extra pit stop. And I mean, yeah, because as Bruce said earlier, that is something that I had a chat to him about. I was thinking that because they lose an extra 90 seconds in the pits, one more time than the rest of the field, that if an A2 class car can stay close enough, that it was going to be potentially a bit of a mix-up where we could see an A2 car win the race. But even just looking at the gaps now, that's not going to be a problem.
Well, the A2 cars, they're banking on about 2 seconds a lap slower than the X-Class cars. That will work for them. So nothing much is changed at the moment. 4 stops for the Class X cars, as we mentioned earlier, 3 stops for the other 2 classes, which works out perfectly for a 4-hour race for A2 and A1 cars, because they can stop on the hour. While it'll be less than an hour for the Class X cars to come in, so maybe 45 minutes in we might see the first stop by an X-Class car.
Yeah, that sounds about right to my ear, about 45 minutes, probably 45 to 50 minutes per stint. As we're currently looking at a battle for 5th position, so this is Seibel and
Bashini in 71.
Yeah, just heading down the main straight, so quite close together at the moment as they head towards turn 1. But that straight line speed on that Bashini car is just, yeah, I mean, that's 222 to 211 there.
So it's a bit quicker in a straight line, the BMW, the M140i. And actually the other 140i's not as fast, doing 216 on that lap, but depending on what's around them.
Yeah, so there's a lot of straight line speed discrepancy up and down, which is a good thing. I think the more difference we see, the better, because it means there's more factors in when they go racing. Is actually, it looks like the Mustang is all up the back of them now. So Seibel looking for the move on Bashini as they head towards turn 6. He's looking for it, but not quite there yet. There's still a few more corners to go, but we know come the straight that Mustang will be gapped a fair distance. So if they want to get ahead, they're going to have to commit to that move.
Yeah, it looks just like the Mustang's quicker around the back part of the track in the twisty bits. This is A1 versus A2. High performance forced induction against high performance natural aspirated Mustang, and the other two behind haven't dropped off a lot of time either. That's Calabria and Jennings in the two Mitsubishis, and the Evo 8 would be the oldest car in the field. I think it's about a 2001 model. But doing a pretty awesome job out there to stay with these guys in front of them in their newer cars.
Yeah, luckily there are some cars that are younger than me on this grid. There's not many.
The difference in those two cars, the BMW and the Mustang, was only 2 Ks on that lap. And now we see Seibel looking to make a move down to turn 2.
Yeah, and if they were able to stay this close down the straight that time, that means that we could see now as they head through the back half, they'll be pushing Bashini through the corner. So I'm excited to see now what Seibel can get up to as they head through turn 3. And now we saw turn 4 and 5 is where they were faster previously. So let's see if that theory stands true, unlike the straight line speed theory, which very quickly got closed up. So as they head through turn 5, just opening up the corner more. That's what Seibel is doing.
Actually, on this lap, the BMW has been stronger around the back.
So nothing's consistent here.
No. It's consistent in being inconsistent.
Yeah.
Or inconsistent.
So now let's see as they head through 7 and 8. Let's see how this goes for the 117. So through the left-hander. It's still quicker through that turn 7 complex, but then they head through turn 8 and then back out to the exit. And I think that we'll see Bashini start to get away. So as they head down, yeah, I mean, just look, they get their foot down and they create such a gap.
Yeah, the Mustang was a 10 faster in that second sector, but it'll lose out in the third sector. So now heading through 10 and 11, this is going to be a critical exit. We know that the Mustang can hang with the BMW if they get their foot down and they sit right in the slipstream. Will that happen though as they head down towards turn 1 in the slipstream? And Seibel is not as far back as previous efforts like we've seen. So they were the exact same speed down the straight. And now towards turn 2. So could we see a move from Seibel? I think he's a little bit far back, and we're seeing that quite often now. We saw it last lap as well. They head into turn 2 and Seibel is there, but just not quite close enough. And those two cars following were doing about the same lap times as well. 44s, 45s, 43s. So Seibel is actually the quickest of that group in the last lap. Yeah, so good pace from Seibel at the moment. That Mustang is looking quite comfortable as well. It's not sliding around, it's not working itself too hard. We saw it sliding around in qualifying, but that was more because they were pushing hard, a lot harder than they would be now. And it's good to see the Mustang quite planted through the corners. And it's kind of not what you would expect from a Mustang, to be honest. It is a difficult one. they're fairly new, these guys from Queensland in that car, and Seibel, who's very tall for a Formula V driver, I must say, but he's enjoying his first time here at Sydney Motorsport Park, as is Jake Murdoch, co-driver in the car.
So let's see what Seibel can do this lap. It looks like the Beamer didn't get away as much this time around, just out through the exit of turn 8. They were really tight and defensive, so I think Bashini is feeling the pressure of Seibel at the moment as they head out of the final corner. So let's see what he can muster up this time right there. So we know they both went 2:19 on the last lap down the straight. This time he's pulled out of the slipstream. Will the BMW get away? Let's take a look at their straight line speed. It's 2:19 to 2:18, so losing a little bit in a straight line that time did Seibel's car. But now through turn 1, we see that Mustang so strong through turn 1. Now towards turn 2, this is closer than last lap. They showed the nose, but nothing doing just yet.
I think the BMW is just a little bit better under brakes than the Mustang were at this stage of the race anyway.
Oh, a bit of a wiggle there.
Yeah, exploring the limits of oversteer out of turn 2. These two behind have stuck together as well, the two Evos.
Speaking of,
there's Mark Jennings chasing the David Calabria car. David Calabria is a World Time Attack champion, so he knows how to get around here pretty quickly.
Yeah, well, I mean, World Time Attack, that's a great event to win. That's a huge event. A lot of different cars make their way around, so it's such an awesome event. I'm going to go to it later this year when it's here at Eastern Creek, and it's going to be an awesome time. But now looking at Seibel and Bashini into that hairpin, I think that Mustang is so strong through turn 7 because Seibel gets the run every single time heading into turn 8, but then just through the exit, that's when Bashini gets away again, as Calabria and Jennings as well were almost wheel to wheel through the exit. But now heading through the final 2 corners, this is the closest I think we've seen Seibel as they head through the exit. As onto the exit curve they go, using all the road there was Bashini, and now heading onto the start-finish straight. Is the Mustang going to be able to do anything about it? That is the grand old question as they cross the line. They're doing the exact same straight line speed once again. Now through turn 1, we've seen this story before, so as they head to turn 2, I don't think Seibel is going to be close enough. They stayed a lot tighter through turn 1, and oh no, this time they are close enough. They show the nose on the inside, so he's on the inside line now is Seibel. Late on the brakes though from Bashini, but pulling up alongside. Seibel is going to get ahead now, finally ahead of that BMW, but it's not done yet because Bashini's trying to show the nose through turn 3, and that is now Seibel through on Bashini after several laps of following. That was a lot of patience, but it's finally done.
He did leave the door open a bit and then probably thought more about it and thought, no, I might be able to get this spot back, but in the end he hasn't. And the Evos are closed up as well, on each other, I mean.
Yeah, so I'm intrigued to see now if Bashini...
Replay of this pass down at turn 2. So it looked like he wasn't going to go, and then he seen the gap and then thought, well, I can have a go at this, and he's managed to, in time, get the move done. And then just through turn 3, he had to make it stick then because he would have been in a bad position for turn 4 if he hadn't have.
Yeah, so what I was...
But he's actually moved, sorry to interrupt, but he's actually, once he's ahead of the BMW, he's actually moved away a bit.
Yeah, that's what I was about to talk about. So you've beat me to the punch there, Gary. Yeah, no, I was wondering if he was going to get away the second there was a bit of clean air involved, and the answer is yes. But now, without the slipstream, I wonder what the straight line speed difference is going to be between these two cars, because we saw the BMW be a bit of a bullet earlier in a straight line, and the Mustang was a bit slower. So as they head down the straight, let's see what they are through. Oh, the Evos are about to go side by side as well in the back of the camera shot, but it was 217 to 220, so not too great of a difference there, actually.
So I guess that he's seen the move ahead, so Jennings thought, well, maybe I can do this move on the Evo 8, and looks like he's got it done, although Calibra is coming back. And okay, well, so we've got some updates from the pits. Bruce Moxon's down there. He's talking to Bree Wilson.
Bree, dramas early on the in the race, unplanned. Have you any idea what's going on?
To be honest, can't conclude anything. It just, the car's just cut out and doesn't hold sort of any revs, I guess. So it's just sort of stalling, and so we'll have to try and figure that out with the team. But
do you think it might be related to what happened to you in quali?
no, I don't think so. I think that was separate. But yeah, we'll just have to try and figure out what's going on. And
cheers. Good luck.
thank you. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Bruce. We might get him to catch up with what's happening with the HSV as well when he gets a chance. Maybe have a chat to Matt Holt, see why they made that early stop that cost them just over 3 minutes. In the meantime, we're back with our race leader. That's Glenn Ebbett in the number 82 BMW M2 competition, and currently 4.57 seconds to the lead of Josh Buchan, and with Zach Wazir in third place, just 2.87 seconds adrift.
Yeah, and I think that we're probably about 14-15 minutes away from the first pit stop in the X class in this race. So that's when it will start to really get interesting, because traffic as well will start to get involved when pit stops come into it. So I'm excited to see that, but they've still got a little bit more time left in their stint for the meantime. And I wonder, will we see a driver change straight out the gate after the first pit stop, or are they going to double stint, do you reckon?
Bit hard to say. I think they'll probably do a driver change. Because there's a minute 30 for each stop, you've got time to do the driver change. Fuel. That's the other important criteria, as well as what you do with your tyre wear. Critically around here, it's your right side tyres, particularly the front, that gets such a hammering, and then you decide what you're going to do leading on. But at the moment, Glenn Ebbett, Eric as everyone calls him, is making every post a winner, you might say, in horse racing terms.
Yeah, he's looking really strong. 6 seconds now across the line to Josh Buchan, and it's really impressive pace, and actually it's really consistent, which is one of the things that's sticking out to me. 1 minute 43.8 on that last lap, a far cry from their fastest lap, of course, but they were in a battle with Josh Buchan at that point in time. They wanted to get an overtake done, so the fact that they've now slowed up, they're still managing. It's it's pretty, crazy consistency actually.
So this is our race leader, and we had a chance to catch up with him after qualifying to get a bit of a chat on how they're going to attack this race and how their qualifying went. Okay, we're here with another Queensland crew. We've been talking to a few of them. It's Glenn Ebbett and Zane Rinaldi. How was qualifying so far?
Didn't quite go to plan. Car wasn't anywhere near as good as it was yesterday to drive, unfortunately. A little bit too loose in the rear end, so we tried a few things out there, but just not enough time to get it right. But P2's all right. We'll start there. It's a long race, so it doesn't really matter where you start here.
And you've had a great history in one make series. How's it different doing class race and enduro?
Yeah, I'm loving it. It's something different. Learning heaps on the team, learning heaps on how this style of racing works. So yeah, loving it. Yeah, really keen to see where we go in the 4-hour race tonight. So yeah.
So you really want to try and win this race? Or you're just going out to have fun?
Oh, you don't come racing to not win, right? Like when you drive race cars, you always go racing to win. So yeah, 100% we want to win. But we also know it's a new car. There's a lot to sort out on it still and get right. Some days it's good, some days it's not, so we'll see what we get in the race.
So, gents, all the best for tonight.
Cheers.
And while we've been away having a quick chat to our race leader, there's been a change of position in race two, for position 2, with Zach Wazir going past Josh Buchan, takes over second position in the race.
Yeah, and it was a good move as well. Clean move into turn 1, just easy does it, swept through, and yeah, they'll be happy with that move.
I think that Josh is running to a strategy. I've no doubt that with the amount of experience that he's got, and with Lee Burgess in the car as well, that they've got a plan mapped out and they're taking it accordingly.
Yeah, I would happen to agree with you. I think that they're very calculated drivers when they did the Motor Race Championships here in March. They were even then, with the 1 hour enduro, they were very calculated about their work and how they wanted to go about it and everything. They're very calculated drivers, very fast drivers as well. They're able to get the job done whenever they need to.
Yeah, so currently in third position, Hadrian Morel continues to lead Class A2 in fourth position, ahead of Oliver Siebel in another of the Mustangs. So the Morel car is a Mach 1 Mustang and the Siebel car is a GT. Slightly different, in a different gearbox in the cars, slightly different ratios, different final drive as well. And just the only visual distance from the outside is the rear duct style spoiler is a bit bigger on the GT than it is on the Mach 1.
Yeah, at least it's like you can notice it. It's a good visual cue. There is a stark difference between them. It's not, at least it's not as big as the M2s though. I mean, you've got the current M2 with Ebbett, and then you've got Wazir and Buckins that look very starkly similar. I mean, sorry, Buckins that looks very, very similar. As now the window is open for the pit stop, so just about on cue, about 10 minutes out from our predicted first pit stop for the X class. It's now open.
So we reckon about 45 minutes will be the first stop. If you want to split it into even 4 stops, 45 minutes would be the first stop.
Yeah, so we should see some stops soon enough, but at the moment, Ebbett still controlling the pace, 7.3 seconds out in front. That car looks really strong, Gary. It looks very nice out there.
Well, once he got past Buchan, he settled down a lot more. And I think he was a little bit overdriving it just up into that period. Looked a little bit off, a bit taily, I guess, for lack of a better word. And now that they've got through, he's actually settled down. His times aren't as fast, and that tells you that they've got into a groove of a certain race pace.
Yeah, and that is exactly right. And I think that they're going to stick to this plan. So I think, I mean, of course, it's all planned out for every team. So
they know more than we do.
Yeah, they know a lot more than we do. They'll know exactly what their run plan is at any given moment. They know what pace to drive to. But yeah, it's quite nice to see how this is all coming together.
Okay, we've got another pit update from Bruce Moxon. He's talking to Matt Holt.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I've got Matt Holt with me. Matt's had, well, let's say a difficult weekend so far.
We've been struggling. We've tried absolutely everything. We've mucked around fuel tank, fuel pumps, regulators. We found a sticking valve, so we put a new pair of heads on it, but it's still just playing up. It's running out. It feels like it's running out of fuel all over the place, so we're not on the pace. Chris is circulating. We had to come in because we got hit. Somebody hit the left side of the car and bent a wheel in the suspension, so we straightened that back up, and it's going, just not very fast.
I won't ask you how you're feeling then. So you've just got to circulate?
At this stage, yeah. I mean, it's not overheating, but if it is leaning out, we don't want to pop it either. But he just passed someone, so who'd know? We'll see how we go. I'm going to climb in half an hour or so and see how we go.
Thanks very much and good luck.
Yeah, thanks for that, Bruce. It's great to catch up with Matt. Pleased that he gave us his time. Obviously, it's a little bit disappointing that they're having such a troubled run as they are. He has got another car. He runs in New South Wales Production Touring, but he only has a small fuel tank, so that's why they opted to run this car, which is owned by Chris Ellis, and it's a car that finished third in the 2019 Bathurst 6 Hour, so it's got durability about it. It's just not got it this weekend.
Yeah, it seems like they've just got constant problems, as Matt was talking about. I really like his other car as well that he runs in the Prod Touring.
Yeah, and we see the number 9 Mustang in the pits. Now that's earlier than I would have expected, and it would appear at this stage that they're doing a driver change. That means Hadrian Morel will be out. They put fuel in it, so maybe fuel's going to be the telling question there. They thought they could get through on 2 stops with fuel. They might stretch it for 2 stops on fuel, but now they're in quite early, and I don't know if this is planned or what. But yeah, so Tyler Mecklin will get into the car, and as we speak, the Josh Buchan BMW is in, and we expected this at the 45-minute mark, and we're currently 39 minutes into the race, so a bit earlier than what we expected.
They should still be able to make it on that timeline.
And are they garaging that car?
It looks like it. Oh no, is that why it's a bit early? That could be trouble there. And I mean, even this car here, the Mustang, the bonnet's lifted up. So what that means for the car is another thing. Could just be general checking everything over after a stint. But normally when the bonnet's lifted on a car, it's not a good sign.
Yeah, so we'll get Bruce to run down to have a look at what's happening with the number 33 BMW. We had a feeling it looked like they were going to put that car in the garage, so just have to wait and see on that one. Here we go with the number 68 car. This is a car driven by Matt Larson and Harry Hi-Tec, and this is Matt's first year of racing on circuit racing. Did a couple of Pulsar races and performed really well in that, and yes.
It's going up in the jacks.
So they done something in the drive line of that car as well. Half shaft or something along that nature.
So they were sticking to a plan, and now they're in the pits. Really unfortunate there. They're looking pretty consistent out there and in a good spot, but yeah, up on the jacks. We'll find out what's wrong with that soon enough. Bruce will check in with them soon enough, I'm sure, but yeah, quite.
Bruce has made his way down to the very final garage along the pit road to have a chat and find out what's going on.
Yeah, hi guys. Yeah, it's delaminated a tyre. They were looking for something broken in the rear end, but the right rear tyre is absolutely munted. You'll have a massive chunk taken out of the tread. That's as seriously damaged a tyre as I've seen for a while that hasn't actually gone flat. So well done for the BMW team on feeling the problem. They're going to back out. Well, they're not allowed to reverse on pit lane. You've got to be pushed out, and they should be on their way. They might take this opportunity to make it.
Oh, we got more trouble on the track. Car 15 has a punctured right front tyre. Sorry to break over the top of you there, Bruce, but yeah, so the 15 car, which was running second, is now slowly making its way back around the track and hopefully has enough tyre.
That's the second BMW that's now had a tyre issue very early on in this race. I mean, we're not even 45 minutes in, and we've now seen 2 tyre problems from BMW.
Yeah, but that was the rear tyre on this one and a front tyre on the current one that's currently coming back to the track.
Separate problems, but still bizarre.
Well, we knew that tyres would be an issue, and if you push the car too hard, that's what happens. So Zach Wazir will bring this car back in.
Drama spelling for the Class X entries at the moment. Ebbett's the only one to not have a problem yet. Hopefully no commentary curse gets involved now, but they're looking still quite comfortable up there, but surely now seeing that and also approaching that 45-minute mark, we'll see Ebbett in soon.
Now, the thing we've got to take into account here is that the Evo 8, car 88, has done a stop, which took 2:36. The Buchan car's done a stop, which took 3 minutes 19. They could be counted as compulsory stops.
They could be, because it was after the window opened.
Lillis and Holt, unfortunately, their 3:07 stop was before the pit window opened. And Morel Mecklin car, while it was a stop under one of the mandatory stops out of the way, but it was 2 minutes 36, so it was a slow stop, given that you have a minimum time of 1 minute 30.
Yeah, as Wazir rejoining onto the track now, so I guess lesson learnt if it was a problem on the end of the tyre management. But considering the pace they were going, I can't see that being the factor. They looked like they hadn't really been sliding much or anything.
True. But you've only got to hit a curb or something like that, and that can cause it as well.
True. The curbs are quite elevated here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Quite, not rough isn't the right word, but they're quite large. So if you take them too heavily, that could be the cause.
Now, unfortunately, the car 15 has done that stop, but in 1 minute 25, so that does not count. It's got to be 1 minute 30 minimum.
Yep. So they've. Oh no, that's disaster. There, 1 minute 25. You've got to take 90 seconds at least, and that's a huge blunder. That changes their race again. Yeah, really unfortunate there. That's a bit bizarre. That's flat tire is absolutely stuffed. That is, that's not in good shape in the slightest. I imagine they'll be taking a look at every little bit of that tire, trying to figure out what's happened so that they can prevent it from happening again. But yeah, that is not in good shape.
Well, that's on the inside of the tire, so that tends to make you think it might be curb related. So just to give you an update on where everyone's running at the moment. Car 82 leads the race. It's Glenn Abbott. Oliver Siebel, who started 11th, is running in second. Paul Pacini's in third. Mark Jenkins is in fourth. Matt Larson in fifth. Zach Wazir is rejoined in sixth position. Chris Ellis now running seventh after their early dramas and ongoing problems. The Calibrator car is next, the Evo 8. Mecklem in ninth and running, and Buchan back out on track in 10th spot. But from sixth position down, they're already a lap behind.
Yep, so the lap down mark is quite early in this race. I thought it was going to be a little bit longer, but that's what happens when things spike up in these endurance races. 4 hours is a long time, and problems are bound to happen. Reliability is also going to be a concern. Tyres always a concern in longer races, and we've already seen the lot. So now, just looking at some of the other cars circulating at the moment. Larson sitting in fifth at the moment. The last car on the lead lap in this inside the top six, because Woz is a lap down at the moment, I believe. So yeah, a lot of cars already a lap down, but there's also still pit stops inside that top five to be made, which is why that's the case.
Yeah, so what a topsy-turvy race already. But Bruce is back down with the number 9 Mustang crew to get a quick word on why they pitted and why it took so long.
Thanks, Gary. Yeah, I'm here with Keith Byrne, who's well known in motorsport circles. Colourful motor racing identity. Keith, you're the car controller here. Can you tell us what's happened with the number 9 Mustang?
It appears it's dropped a cylinder. Not completely sure why. The boys fiddled with it a little bit and it sounds okay, but Tyler's out there just loping around, just trying to do some reasonable times. If it deteriorates, he'll bring it in, we'll put it away. But if it stays like it is, he'll continue.
Okay, thanks very much for your time. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, well, that's just unfortunately something you don't see. The car runs around all day Friday in practice without drama, and the Abbott car slowing.
Oh no, the Abbott Rinaldi car going slowly on the run in towards turn 6, so in more troubles here in Class X, and they're going really slowly. They're crawling.
That's a puncture.
Yeah, it's a puncture.
Right front.
So, oh no, that's another right front then. That's the second one we've seen in the Class X, and they've probably overstayed their welcome just a little bit trying to push the stint, because we said about 45 minutes. They've tried to take it nearly 50, and then the front right's gone.
Well, we'd watch this car, and that'd be agonising slow to get back to the pits. But I guess the thing is that with the other front-running Class X cars also having the same drama, everyone is back on an even footing.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and I guess the race back to zero after this, back to the start, and they'll have a 3-hour race ahead of them in the Class X instead. I mean, I guess in a way that's a pretty positive spin to put on it, because it means more entertainment for us.
Yeah.
long as the tyre hangs on the wheel till they get back to pits, it should do so. Coming around turn 11 now and heading down the straight. But yeah, so the tyre wear is catching them out, or tyre damage is catching them out. And that car will make it back to the pits. Still leading the race, although now that'll put Oliver Seabell in front in the race in the Class A2 Ford Mustang. Brand new car and doing well so far. Paul Bashini in second, and it'll be Mark Jennings in third spot. So Everett makes his way into the pits. We'll endeavour to follow how this all transpires. And surely they will turn this into a scheduled stop.
Yeah, surely you have to. But, you know, we spoke about the possibility of an A2 class car winning this race. If the X-Class cars keep up at their current pace, getting punctures every stint, it's more than possible.
Yeah, for sure. And Everett brings the car down there in the third pit garage from the end. Going to put fuel in the car, so no work can be done with the car until the fueling's done. So they are turning it into a mandatory stop, which is a miss by the car 15. And looks like Zach stayed in that car too. So he's well, he'll have to double stint now because he's got no choice in the matter, but and they'll do 4 tyres on this car.
Yeah, and I think it surely has to be curb that's causing this. I think that's the likely scenario.
Yeah, here's our race leader. 117, Oliver Seabell, Formula V racer from Queensland, along with Jake Murdoch in their car they built themselves.
That car started all the way up the back.
It did, yeah.
And now they're leading the race. So, and that's in less than an hour of racing. So what's going to happen over a whole 4 hours? I mean, that just goes to show what can happen in even, 52 minutes. What about 4 hours?
We're having all this drama. But generally speaking, if you have dramas early in a race, by the halfway mark, all the drama's finished. There's Chris Willis in the HSV, number 64. Has been running around since the early stop because of a hit on the back. And on this current lap, it's just gone through in a 1:47. Their best lap's a 1:45. So they're only 2 seconds off what the leading Mustangs have been doing. But Siebel's done a 1:43, so he's been the fastest Mustang out there.
Yeah, he has been, as now we see Lillis going up the inside, trying to get a lap back here on the 71 car, so that's Bashini, and that is move done as they're trying to close back the time lost from the problems, and it's looking now quite nice out there for them, so maybe some of the gremlins have decided to go away.
Still won't be as fast as they like, but... And we've still got some time to make up because they are a couple of laps behind. Actually, just 1 lap behind because of the BMWs falling by the wayside with tyre problems.
True, so that's also allowing other cars into it as well.
So endurance racing is what about? You persist, you keep going, and you never know. You can find yourself back in the hunt for a race win or a podium.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my example, or the one that always sticks to me, is Chaz Mostert in 2014 during that Bathurst 1000. They were in the wall at turn 2, and then they end up winning that race. So that's what endurance racing can do.
Never over until it's over. This has been a solid drive from the number 55 as well, with Mark Jennings at the wheel.
Yeah, so they're not doing too badly for themselves at the moment, just being very consistent as we're almost approaching that hour mark, which means we should see some of the other classes pulling into the pit lane soon enough. Most of the cars on the grid have boxed. It's only the top 4 that haven't come into the pit lane as of yet, so they will be the next cars in probably the next, I want to say 10 minutes.
Well, if you got 3 stops, you do a stop on the hour, don't you? And it gives equal time all the way through. And if your tyres and hang together and you stay off the curbs, and a lot of the problem here is that tyre wear is the amount of camber you run. Not so much in a production car, but obviously there's been a drama with curbs somewhere around the track.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what curb would likely be the culprit. I'm thinking maybe clipping turn 2 inside, or turn 6 is probably the biggest one that they've been taking consistently.
There is an old adage that you take as much curb as you can and then you take more.
Yeah, and I think that's been a common theme of the weekend, not just in the production cars, the feeder, not feeder series, the sport categories as well. Yeah, especially, so turn 6 and the final loop are the main 2 where I think that a lot of people are really abusing the curbs. Maybe not exit curb as much through here, but just that curb on the inside left.
We're looking at Paul Pacini and Mark Jennings. They're battling for position. They're currently running 2nd and 3rd. So while Chris Lewis has got past them and moved on, these 2 are the ones that are fighting over top 3 positions.
Yes, this is the 117 car. So this is the leader. This is Seibel. Seibel? Yeah, either way.
9.2 seconds to the good of Pacini and Jennings.
Yeah, and they're doing really well. I mean, I think the consistency has just been so stark. I mean, the gap from their fastest lap time of 43.5 to last lap was a 46.5. So 3 seconds, but then they've been sort of just inside that 2.5 to 3 seconds over the last however many laps. They're just scarily consistent right now.
Oh, really? Really consistent. Big improvement over qualifying, and
yeah, we're just seeing more and more of that consistency creep in. I think we'll see more of that over the night, as well as we are looking at the 71 car at the moment of Bashini, and then Jennings in behind them in the 55. So they're really close together now, and we've already seen a little bit of racing out of the Bashini car, and now I think we're about to see a little bit more of it as we approach the hour mark.
Yeah, the Evo is owned by Mark Jennings. Chris Sutton has been driving it as well. Ex-Hadrian Morel car, actually, so Hadrian had it before they got it. And doing a good job to be in 3rd position. So you don't have to be the fastest out there to be near the front of the field, as we've already seen.
Yeah, I mean, Seibel's the biggest example of that, from the back to the front at the moment, and not even inside an hour. So that is a showcase of that. So yeah, it's been really good.
Yeah, so we're just going to go to a quick interview we had with these driver pairing before the race and after qualifying. Okay, we're here with the Queensland crew of Jake Murdoch and Oliver Siebel running this car for the first time. I believe it's a fresh build.
Yep. Yeah, so here for the weekend and see what we can put down. So just finished up quali then, changed a few things on the car, learning stuff this first time at the track. So yeah, trying a few things, it's working. So try and get to the point end, long race, 4 hours to go. So yeah, just got to make it through. And, yeah, see what we can do.
And Oliver, this is a bit of a change for you from Formula V. How are you finding it?
It's not too bad. It's, yeah, definitely different. Bigger weight in the car, a lot more rear end slippery, and yeah, overall just, yeah, a lot bigger, a lot more to deal with on the track.
And learning the track as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's, yeah, a lot more difficult than like the home track, Morgan Park and QR. Definitely, yeah, a lot more technical.
You'll be pleased when you get back to Queensland Raceway for round 3.
Yeah, we're definitely more familiar with that. So yeah, only doing, I think, combined less than 20 laps yesterday in practice to quali today. So yeah, just still learning the track and learning corners and that. So yeah, we'll be set a bit more set up for QR, but yeah, it's all fun. So it's all about. So yeah, look at that.
Well, gents, all the best, and we'll hopefully see you at the end of the 4 hours.
Hopefully, thank you.
Yeah, we all see everyone there at the end of the 4 hours. Unfortunately, at the moment, the Braden Wilmington Bree Wilson car is the only one that hasn't
progressed on from its early stop. It's still in the pits. It's been here for 48 minutes now, so chances of it getting back out aren't all that flash, I wouldn't imagine.
No, I wouldn't imagine either. Only 4 laps under their belt, comparatively to the 32 that Seibel's completed in the lead of the race. So, yeah, I mean, the likelihood is very slim. They've been in the pits for 48 minutes at this point, so unfortunate for them. I mean, we might see them back out, but you never say never.
Well, endurance racing, and if you make 3/4 of the race distance, good chance that you could pick up a podium in your class.
Yeah, 100%. As now we're looking at the 60, no, not the 64
That's
car.
the Abbott car back out there, and that's currently running in 7th position. The 2nd and 3rd on screen at the moment. That's car 55 in 3rd, and car 71 just up the road in front of them, and they've been going hard at it for the last 10-15 minutes. So as they've progressed through the field, mainly because cars have fallen away in front of them. And one of them is a car that's lurking up in the background, albeit a lap down, as we see that the Larson Hayek car has gone to the pit, so that will be for its first scheduled stop.
Yeah, so let's see how quickly Abbott can get past these 2 cars. So into the lane goes the 68 Larson car. So this is going to be a driver swap as well, with the 1 minute 30 mandatory pit time that was sort of expected, and into the lane as well.
So the
goes
two
Machini.
The 2 BMW M140Is in the pits at the same time, and that will elevate Mark Jennings up to 2nd position outright, some 13.8 seconds off our race leader.
Yes, interestingly enough, we're now over 60 minutes into this one. There's still Jennings and Seibel yet to pit, so maybe just a little bit over an hour, and I think maybe what will come into play there is at the end of the race, or towards the last stint of the race, when they go to fill up. Yes, they have a 1:30 minimum stop time, but a lot of people are doing more than a 1:30. This could allow them to need to put less fuel in the car towards the end, which means their pit stop could be just a fraction quicker.
Yeah, but with the rate of everyone else having problems as well, and that was a good stop by the 68. It's coming back out now.
1:37. So
yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, that is really good. Then that's about as quick as you can probably.
Well, that's where you want to be, just over 90 seconds, and that's stop number 1 for them out of the way. Just 2 more to do.
Yeah, as now when will Seibel box? That is the magic question. Same with Jennings as well. You can't imagine it's far away. That Mustang sounds really good. It's just like, I mean, listen. Oh, a big slide out of the final corner. There, the Mustang finally showing its nature potentially towards the end of the stint. Rear tyres on the way out, but yeah, it sounds fantastic.
Well, he's just gone over the hour now, so leading this race, and. Actually, I think the gap's gone down a bit. It is now 14.1 seconds, 14.0 seconds. So Jennings is actually lapping a little bit quicker. Well, that lap is just a fraction slower, but he has been lapping a little bit quicker than the Mustang. So they're running a fairly conservative, did the hard work early, got themselves up to the front of the field, and looks like they're just settling into a pace now. 46 on that lap, 46.6 actually, and Jennings did a 47.0. Boisier is in 3rd spot, but a lap down. So the Class 6 cars have got a lot of work to do, given their early problems, and we don't know what's forthcoming with them as well. We've just seen a stop by Paul Buccini. 1 minute 30.04. You won't want to be any finer than that. Yeah,
they were probably, as they released the car, going, "Oh God, did we do it too fast?" And no, they absolutely nailed it. That is perfection. Will they be able to replicate that? I'm not sure if they'd want to. That's probably a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, well, I think the race leader is due to pit, but I don't know if they're having a problem getting to him, or he's having radio dramas, or what it is.
Well, you'd want to hope that they're not going to run out of fuel.
Well, fuel, they'll go
going around again.
Yeah, radio problems we're hearing for this car. And for this car as it comes down the straight, they're trying to get him to pit, and he's not getting a single. I'll be getting a pit board from somewhere quick smart and get it out there. Hopefully you'll see that. But he would need to be in shortly and do the first compulsory stop.
Yeah, if he doesn't...
Well, I'm just worried about tyre wear.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say as well. Here we go. This is where it begins. Yeah, I mean, if they took a quick run down to the AU4 garages, they could have nicked one from there. They've got quite a few. I'm sure they would have said yes. There's still people working on it.
I think that everyone should have a backup pit board.
Yeah, well, you'd hope so. But, yeah, I'm worried about the tyre as well. We've already seen enough tyre blowouts at this point, and we don't want Seibel, who's doing so well from the back all the way to the front at the moment, an hour and 5 into this one. You don't want to see them go down with a tyre problem.
Yeah, he wouldn't know how long he's been out there for either, so...
He'd have a rough idea, but he wouldn't know that he's been more than an hour. He's probably going, geez, this stint feels rather long at this point. Like, when am I getting out of the car? And then he'll get in, he'll be like, Christ, I was in the car a while.
And noteworthy in the background is while we see the Jennings car in and Chris Sutton jumping aboard, is that Ebert is coming up on the back of our race leader, so he will effectively unlap himself by one. Where is he? 30. Yeah, so he can put himself back on the lead lap, albeit one full lap behind.
Yeah, as just on the slide there in that 82 car.
And Ebert's got the message. Siedel's got the message. He's in the pits.
Probably in just in time. You've got to suspect that tyre was probably on the way out.
Who knows? So he was doing a little bit of sliding towards the end of that stint, I noticed, but interesting one to catch up on once Oliver gets out of the car and gives it to Jake Murdoch to do. Car 15 back in now. This will be the first mandatory stop for this car, and looks like Tom Shaw will get aboard.
Yeah, which is good for them.
No, unfortunately, that first stop's going to cost them badly. 5 seconds short of being a compulsory stop.
So now we see Seibel in the pits. So driver change incoming as well.
As you can see, he's a fairly tall gent, Oliver Seibel.
Really tall. Wow, that's actually
cool. With a V driver.
Yeah.
It's the first thing I said when I seen him.
I mean, that is astonishing. He must be like. I mean, he must be like sitting out of the car.
You'd think he'd be sitting above the hoop, wouldn't you?
Yeah. It's like, who is it? George Russell in the F1. He's so tall in the cockpit of his open wheeler that he's basically, his head's coming up taller than everyone else. It's a similar story.
So they're doing, looks like all 4 tyres, and of course there's no automatic jacks or rattle guns. Centre lock rattle guns. They've got 5 nuts to take off, and they've got to use a battery operated rattle gun to remove the nuts, the lugs. And you want less haste and more speed.
Yeah.
So this will put, by the end of this lap, I think that'll put Everett back in front. He is. Yes, he's just retaken the lead. So they've been fortunate because their first stop, and he's got a fair bit of attitude on that car coming out of that corner. Notice he had to correct the slide. So they've got back to the lead and they've accomplished their first compulsory pit stop, albeit unplanned, but they've done it and made it work for them.
Yeah, and hopefully they have no more tyre gremlins over the course of the next 3 hours, just under 3 hours remaining in this race. You'd think that they would have...
Yeah, the 117, sorry to go over the top of you there, but the Murdoch-Siebel car was 2 minutes 18.8 on that stop, so they're a little bit slow, but that was just all on those wheel changes, and that might be for safety reasons. Change all 4, see what best tyres you got left in case you need to use them again later.
Yeah, as... I forgot what I was going to say before. Anyway, so they back out onto the track now. Murdoch behind the wheel. As now they'll be taking their learnings from all of the dramas, and this goes for all the cars that have had tyre problems, and hopefully that means it's not repeated again.
Yeah, and in the interim, Chris Lillis is back up the third spot, but hasn't had a compulsory pit stop as yet. All cars have been in at least once. It's unfortunately for Chris, his was an early stop, so outside the pit window. But he should be back, and he can give over to Holt for the next stint.
Yeah, it'll be good to see Holt behind the wheel of that car. Really, really consistent driver. He's really he conducts himself nicely out there as well. Doesn't get into any dramas. Doesn't take a risky overtake unless he absolutely has to, and it's a good driving style to have in a long race like this.
He's a very steady driver, always has been. But they should be preparing shortly for their, well, when did they first come in? No, it's looking back to, oh, they're in now, so we knew it was coming up. So Matt Holt will get behind the wheel.
Driver change in progress between these two, and then we'll see what Matt can get out of the car, but I imagine that was a very frustrating stint for Chris.
Yeah, when the car's not working the way you want it to, that's always going to be a problem. Slightly different builds between the two. Chris a bit taller. Well, we've got some more updates from the pit lane with Bruce Moxon.
Hi guys, yeah, a couple of things. So car 117, yeah, they had a slow pit stop. They only changed one tyre, the front right. The wheel nuts are actually sticking in the rattle gun. The poor wheel changer was having fits trying to get the nuts back out of the socket. Matt Holt, Chris Lillis car is in the pits now. Matt Holt's jumped in. The car seems to be behaving itself reasonably well. And the Hadrian Morrill Tyler Mecklem car seems to have fixed itself. They found a pace, they can stick to it. It is off the pace. They believe that, Matt Holt did tell me earlier, he believes the problems with his car may be due to the fact that it's been parked up for so long. Going back to you.
Oh, thank you very much. Bruce Moxon calling all the action from the pit lane. And just give me an update on where everyone's running. It's Ebbett leads the way, Spicini's in second, Murdoch in third, Hayek in fourth, and then it's Mecklin, as Bruce said, they seem to have, the problems with the number 9 Mustang seems to have cleared itself. He's in position 5. Calabria is in position 6, that's Mario at the wheel at the moment. Sutton in 7th, Buchan in 8th, Wazir in 9th, and Lillis still in the pits. They're coming up to 2 minutes 28, 29.30, so it's a fairly long stop for them, and it's dropped them from 3rd on the road to 10th.
Yeah, and it's a rather long stop. They're still in there as well, so maybe something going on there. I'm sure Bruce will get back to us in due course about that, but yeah, they're still in
2 minutes 47, and they're back out.
Yeah, 2:47. They're probably checking over the car as well. Just making sure it's holding up all right.
They've got about almost 6 minutes they've lost in pit time in the 2 stops.
Yeah, so that's quite unfortunate, but at least it's not an hour and 2 minutes like the Wilmington car.
No, well, that car's done for the race, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is really unfortunate. Would have been good to see them get back out there at the start. I thought they probably were going to, but...
And Wazir Shaw BMW was 2 minutes 30 for that stop, so a minute over, as well as having to do the stop earlier because they did it outside the... Well, they could have had a mandatory stop out of that, but missed it by 5 seconds, and unfortunately that's sort of hurt their chances of winning this race.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that Wazir's still showing up as the driver in the car, because I thought we saw him do the...
Now we've seen Tom get into the car, so Tom Shaw should be in car 15.
Yeah, so hopefully that is... I'm sure it's fine. We saw it happen. I mean, we saw it in front of our eyes. Yeah, so Shaw, likely the driver behind the wheel of that car. Everett's still leading the way, 15 seconds over Bashini. Quite comfortable out there, actually. They had their moment, but they actually for where they got it and how they got their puncture at a reasonable time. They were leading by a minute. They had a lot of space around them, and that's worked out for them.
And there's the Mecklin number 9 Mustang in behind at the moment. Currently sitting in 5th position on the road. So we've still got a lot to play out in this, and we're not even to the halfway point yet.
Yeah, there's still a lot to go on in this race. We've still got a lot of Class X potential dramas after what we saw over the first 45 minutes, and you've got to imagine that will continue. But I mean, if you're looking at X class as a lone class, I mean, how far is Ebbett going to be out in front from the rest of his class? It is a really significant margin from Ebbett to Buchan, and yeah, that is a very big gap inside the X class.
Well, we're just watching the Paul Bacchini car out on track now, the number 71 with Luke Vanner scheduled to jump in as well. And we had a chat with him earlier. Oh, here we are with the Class A1 BMW crew of Paul Bacchini and Luke Vanner.
That's me, yep. How you doing?
Good, and this is one of your first class racing enduro type races?
Yeah, so I jumped in with Paul this weekend, A1 class, driving this BMW. I had a crack up in Ipswich and QR in that M2 the other week, which was pretty cool. Jumping in this one, new car, good track, having a bit of fun.
Now, I believe the M2 was originally scheduled to come here, but something happened, it wasn't coming?
Yeah, the 240 didn't make it here because it's still getting fixed from Bathurst accident. But, yeah, we also normal jig won't fix it. So, yeah, so we have to hurry up and get it. It didn't even have an engine a week ago. So, we're, yeah, it's sort of testing as well as racing. So, yeah, so it's good.
And how was qualifying?
Yeah, qualifying was good. We're pretty happy with what we did. I went out there, just made sure I didn't hit any curbs at all. Just wanted to see what the car did. And, look, it was quite good. I was quite impressed. I was the second faster than yesterday. And so was Luke. So, yeah, we're quite confident in the car.
Are you finding the car and the track a bit of a learning curve, or is it all sort of come naturally?
It's all pretty good, actually. To be honest with you, the car's really easy to drive. Nice, flowy track. So, yeah, having a bit of fun. Not too many dramas at all.
Well, we look forward to seeing you out there on track tonight.
Yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Beautiful. Cheers, mate.
And that's the car that's currently second on the road and first in A1. Doing a pretty awesome job at this stage, trying to stay as clean as possible. That's going to be the secret to who actually comes out on top in this race after 4 hours.
Yeah, and that's always the secret to endurance racing, and that's the beauty of it. You've really got to be tamed. You can't just push and push and push like you would in a sprint race, like we've been saying for the rest of the day. You've really got to be mannered, patient. Your car's got to go the distance. You've got to go the distance, and you've got to keep a level head throughout all of it. Otherwise, it just won't work for you. And that's what we're seeing with all the drivers that are doing well at the moment.
So they trail our race leader by 23.9 seconds and car 33 in the pits. This is the second stop for the Josh Buchan car, which I imagine Lee Burgess will probably jump behind the wheel at this stop.
Yeah, it looks like it. So we will have a driver change where Burgess gets behind the wheel of that BMW, so you can see the driver change happening here. But yeah, so second pit stop for them, and
2 more to go in this race, and still got 2 hours and 42 minutes left of this race to go. So on those numbers, it might take more than 4 stops.
Yeah, that could actually be a factor. There could be more than 4 stops, and that's what happens when you have early dramas, especially the tyre drama. It caused such a problem so early that I think it's going to change the strategy.
So far, it's fell to these guys who are doing a pretty good job with Glenn Abbott in car 82, still at the wheel with Zane Rinaldi to jump on board. What will be at the next stop, I would imagine. Rinaldi's been a graduate of XLs and then in the Toyota One Mate series. It always had great speed, but at times been a little bit unlucky.
And looks like they're doing all four wheels on the number 33 as well, just to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, which is the right play. Yeah, Rinaldi, next one to get into that 82 car, and yeah, he did quite well here actually. He had some reasonable speed, as you said, here at Eastern Creek during the Supercars weekend as one of the supports there in the 86, racing for J&D Racing. So under Nick Percat, and he was doing really well. He had some good consistency about him.
Here's Harry Hayek at the wheel of the 68. On Tuesday next week, it'll be 9 years since he had an accident in, I think it was Great Britain, where he broke his back. And there was a long time recovery from that. And it's great to see him back out and doing something that he loves, car racing. He currently sits in third position in this race and second in Class A2. Another of the BMW M140Is.
Yeah, he's doing very well at the moment, just being consistent as the rest of the field is actually. Ebbett's still in that mid-43s up the top, and they've been in the mid-43s for quite a while now actually, so the consistency really is there in that BMW M2.
That's still pretty quick time, so they were doing 41s earlier.
Yeah, they after that initial phase of the race, they sort of backed off a bit, and now they've been sitting in that 42 to 43 range. Burgess spent 3 minutes in the pit lane there, so the four tyres definitely cost them time, but it's better to be safe than sorry.
Got a lot of making up to do in the rest of this race. So they drop back to 10th position. Hayek has his own race driver training situation. Yeah, and we've got the boys interviewed before the race and give us an update on how they're going.
Here with Matt Larson and Harry Hayek at the Endurance Series inaugural round. And boys, you got through qualifying all right, getting ready for the race?
Yeah, it was pretty good. We both went out. We're quite happy. A few things we want to sort of run through, but for our first qualifying in the championship, to do it together was pretty good. So we're really looking forward to tonight. 4 hours, it's a long time.
And Matt, you're new to circuit racing, but had a really good run in Pulses earlier this year. Looking forward to doing the endurance race for the first time?
Yeah, super excited about this one. We've got a green team, everyone's keen. Qualifying was challenging. Conditions out there not ideal, but yeah, car felt pretty good. Team's happy, Harry's happy. So super excited.
So Harry's the boss and he's the tutor as well.
He's the principal right here. So I just try and help him out with a few lines and whatnot. So, but I'm happy because we've been well fed this weekend. By the real boss. Yeah, by the real boss. Made some lovely sandwiches. We got a lot of food, a lot of snacks. So,
well, you're running in Class A. Good luck with it, and you may even be an outright contender by the end of it.
It's a long race. You never know. Awesome. Make sure you're wishing us luck.
Thanks, boys.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, Harry has his own race driver training school, and Matt Larson is a pupil at that school and just showing his wares. And in the meantime, Chris Sutton has brought the Evo 10, the number 55 car, into the pits. This will be its second stop.
Yeah, so that's probably why they're in. Because I was thinking it might be a little bit early for a second stop, only less than an hour and a half.
Got a tyre problem at the rear. Because all-wheel drive these cars, or four-wheel drive.
It's the brakes too hot.
Looks a bit toasty back there, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I saw that earlier with the Ebbett car as well when they pulled in. The front right brake was just a touch hot, but this looks a little bit hotter than that. It's just.
And they're putting it on a hard stand as well, so that tells me there might be a brake or a half shaft issue at the back.
Yeah, that's probably why they're in. They could probably feel it, especially if it was brakes. You can really feel when one brake in particular is on the way. That is a really, really hot Yeah, no, that's not good.
Yeah, so they've got a rear suspension issue by the look of it. That hasn't worked out. Well, was running so well. But the good thing about this race so far is that every time someone pits, they go from near the front of the field to the back of the field. They're actually putting that wheel back on. So maybe they figure out that the problem may not be right there. Or will they have to garage this car to do further work on it?
I mean, with whatever they've spotted, I mean, I doubt they're going to come straight back out, just chucking it straight back on, because it didn't look particularly healthy. So you've got to imagine they've got to be parking it.
Well, we'll wait and see. They've been in for 2 minutes 16 seconds now, so... Well, we can't say we've lacked action in this race so far. Been a fair bit going on.
Yeah, more than a fair bit. I mean, maybe it's not side-by-side action, but it's definitely keeping you interested action. It's all the strategy, all the issues, these cars, the tyres, you know, every bit of it sort of playing a bit of a key factor. That's a really nice livery on that 15 car. And the blue lights are stunning.
They still haven't updated Tom Shaw in the car either, but they're currently running in 7th position. As you say, it does look a good livery. It's the same livery they use on their RX-8s too. Now this car has gone to the garage, so they have to do more work on it. Hopefully Bruce can catch up with them when they when he gets a chance and gives an update on what the drama is. I know they had some fuel issues in practice. Okay, Bruce is there on the spot to give us an update on what's happened to the number 55.
Yeah, hi guys. All the smoke is actually fluid that's got out of the rear axle assembly and onto the brakes. One of the mechanics gave the rear axle or the real hub a bit of a wobble, and the whole hub moved up and down. It looks like a hub or a wheel bearing failure. Wheel bearing, there we go. Pit crew member tells me. So it's done a wheel bearing, and there's enough movement in the end of the drive shaft for oil from the rear diff to get out and onto the brakes. So none of that is good news. And then these poor people have got to stick their arms in there, and it is really hot. I can feel the heat coming off from here. They've got to stick their arms in there and fix this thing. So I'm going to walk away and let them get on with their jobs. Back to you.
Thank you, Bruce. And you can probably stand around there and take his jacket off. It's nice and warm. And I noticed Dave there doing all the work on doing the advising and all the rest of it. And he's in a t-shirt, so he won't be feeling the cold.
Yeah, it's certainly not. It's starting to cool down quite a lot out there at the moment. So that'll be nicer for the cars, you would suspect, and nicer for the tyres as well as it continues to cool down.
Yeah, it looks like Ebert's just put a lap on our 4th place car, the 117, which was leading earlier. And Jake Murdoch at the wheel of that car at the moment. He's just gone past it. He's all over the shop coming out of turn 4 there. That car's got a lot of lateral movement in most of the corners, whether he's just losing rear end grip or it's just set up too oversteery, I don't know. He's fighting that wheel in a lot of places.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it doesn't look very kind to drive. I mean, I'm sure if it was a sprint race, he'd be having a ton of fun.
I'd be enjoying it, but you just worry about your tyre life if you're having this sort of a problem this stage of the race.
Yeah, I mean, what's going to happen to it later? That's the grand question. We'll see what Rinaldi can do behind the wheel of it later in this race. They might not be too far away from their next stop of the race.
I reckon about the 130 would be about their second stop. They're 127 at the moment.
Yeah, so I reckon in the next 2 or 3 laps they'll probably find their way into the pit lane. But I guess every single time we've said that, then the car's gone an extra few laps. So
well, they've gone less laps this time.
Oh,
so
well,
they're in.
Yeah, they're in. Look away for 1 second. Look back up, and they're in the box. So we seem to be 1 or 2 laps out every
yeah, well, that lead will be handy for the 117 Mustang. It puts them back on the same lap, and possibly might put them into the lead if they're there for a minute 30.
We're watching Tyler Mecklem in the number 9 Ford Mustang from Parramatta Vehicle Services, just coming through turn 2. Third gear out of there at around 70 kilometres an hour, and we'll do a quick change to fourth as they go up over the hill and head down towards turn 4. We'll be back to third gear for this corner, and then as he comes through here, he will hold third all the way through to turn 5 and out the other side, and full noise there, and that's allowing him to make the shift to fourth as he runs over that little bit of a rise and comes down to turn 6 I should say, back to third gear, and then the climb up through around Corporate Hill, back into fourth gear, out of that corner, and then again back to third gear at turn 8 and through this corner. We'll be in third gear all the way through the corner, back out, then we'll do a quick change back to fourth, which he runs up to turn 9, and then through here back again 1 gear, and then hold it in third all the way through this corner, and then get on the gas as early as possible, and then run through fourth and fifth gear, and would expect to reach about 235 kilometres an hour on a hot lap. Maybe not so quick on this particular one. And he's just gone through in 2:18. So they're a little bit off that pace, but they're being a bit conservative. And then as they go down to turn 1, they actually stay in fifth gear. It's around 175 to 180 clicks an hour through there, as we see the race leader come through the pits. That one sort of got under our guard just a little bit, and that's the car 82, the Ebbett car with Zane Rinaldi now at the wheel, and that was a 2:25.25. So they've effected their second stop, and on track with just 2 stops to go at some stage, with 2.5 hours to go.
Yeah, they're looking quite good out there. We know that they had their little moment already. Rinaldi behind the wheel. He's going to take a second to figure out where the pace is, where he's managing, and then he'll be into rhythm quite quickly. You would suspect he knows what he's doing behind the wheel of a race car, especially here at Eastern Creek. He has quite a lot of pace around here, so we'll see what he can muster up, and hopefully he's taken the learnings from his teammate and he won't have any more issues himself.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the car's as well behaved with him at the wheel as it was with Glenn at the wheel, because it looked like he was fighting it a bit towards the end of that, but that might have been tyres just going away. Could have been the reason why it was just a little bit skatey in that last part of that stint, and he was on a double stint as well, so
yeah, that could 100% be a factor. So I'm interested to see how the car's sort of reacting around the next few laps that Rinaldi does. Now we're looking at the 117. This is Murdoch at the moment, making his way around just behind Matt Holt, although they're not actually behind them. Holt's just a couple of laps down, just up the road, but they are, I think, going a little bit quicker. As Rinaldi at the moment, just to cut back to him, not doing too bad a sector straight out the gate at the moment, actually.
No, he's for probably a specialist in one-mate categories, as we mentioned in the interview, but he's doing, seems to be adapting to this quite well, and he's quite liking it. No doubt to get in a more powerful car and have some fun is always a good move.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, what's more fun than driving something like an M2 around Sydney Motorsport Park?
Well, I guess that... Well, I say for Paul Pacini to be driving an M140i because he's leading the race.
Yeah, true.
And he's leading it by 36 seconds over Harry Hayek, also in a BMW M140i. Now, to think that BMWs are running 1 and 2, you'd say, yeah, well, that's pretty normal, but not for the particular models that we're seeing, the A1 cars that aren't in the extreme performance class. They're in the high performance class, and they're doing such a great job there in first and second, and
they've been the beneficiary of some dramas for the Class X cars, no doubt, and they have one less pit stop, but we won't really know how that plays out till we get towards the end of the race, and even then, as Josh Buchan alluded to, if we were on the lead lap after our last pit stop, they were confident they could win the race, but unfortunately they've had some dramas and they're currently sitting in 9th position. And here's the Becklem Morel Mustang going back out. Now we just followed it around for a full lap of the track. And they've come in and done a stop which took them 2 minutes and 1 second. So that would have been a scheduled mandatory stop. Getting back out and Tyler staying behind the wheel, I would imagine. So that would be number 2 for them. They'll have 1 to go.
Yep.
So you would think in another hour or so, it leaves them a fair stretch to the end though, an hour and a half.
They're going to probably have to go, I reckon, an hour and 10, hour and 15 on their stint if they don't want to do 4 stops.
Exactly.
And the same thing here. I'm interested to see how the Class X stops go, especially in the case of Ronaldo. They've come in, they're supposed to be doing 4 stops in this race, but on the sort of timing they're on, all things considered, I'm not sure if that's going to quite come to fruition. Because there's still 2.5 hours to go. They've made 2 pit stops already, so they've got well over half race distance still to go. I think they might have to do 5 stops.
That's a possibility. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Zane Rinaldi, so he's not hanging around. He's just done a 1 minute 40.88 as the fastest driver in this race so far. And I just wonder if he maybe go a little bit harder than he actually needs to. But they've got to pick up this time that they've lost. So far, everyone's done at least 1 stop. Bacchini, Hayek, and Murdoch are on 1 stop, and Rinaldi's the first driver pairing, him and Ebbett, that have done 2 stops. Calabria is...
Sorry to cut you off, the 40.88 from before, that was their fastest lap from Ebbett. Their last lap was a 44.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I just seen it down the order and it just jumped out of me.
Yeah, no, it caught me before when they were down P6. I thought it was a new fastest lap for them as well.
Yeah, and just come back to the stops. The 15, the BMW, the Holt Lillis car's done 2 stops, but only one of them's been mandatory. Wazir has done 2 stops, but the first one was outside, wasn't to the 1 minute 30, so they'll get. They still have 3 stops to go. The Burgess Buchan car's done 2 stops. They're scheduled for 2 more, but might have to do a 5th stop, depending on how far they get in this next couple of stints.
Yeah, it's going to be really close. I think that the tyre dramas really sort of were the thing that...
Well, making everyone pit a bit earlier than maybe they should.
It really threw the cat amongst the pigeons, to say the least. And I think that's going to change the strategy quite significantly, probably with an extra stop, especially for Class X. I mean, that was the only class that had dramas. It's going to be quite interesting to see how it all goes.
We're just looking at the number 88 Evo 8. Now 3 drivers, so at each stop they can do a driver change. That's at the moment it's Mario Calabria at the wheel, and it'll be David Calabria and Alex Bukowski that will share that car this weekend, in this race.
So it's interesting to see now how this is all going to play out. But this is now 1st and 2nd. So this is
no, that's 1st and 5th.
I thought it was 1st. Yeah, it's 1st and 5th out there. That's Bacchini at the moment, just leading the way. And yeah, I mean they're being quite mannered about it. They're really consistent. 47.7. on that last lap, only 2.7 off their best lap of the race. So clearly the pace variance really isn't that high.
No, and they've put themselves, they haven't had any dramas yet, so that's been good for them. So we've still got the BMW M140Is running 1st and 2nd. Mustang in third position. So we've got A1 cars first and second, A2 in third. Best of the X-Class cars in fourth spot with Zane Rinaldi and Glenn Ebbett. Rinaldi at the wheel at the moment. Then we've got Calibra and Wazir, again, you know, with the way that those pit stops are working. And the car 88, I bet you those boys are over the moon. They were actually racing each other to see who's going to be the fastest, because they didn't think they could win this race, but they're currently running third in Class A1 out of the 4 cars that are in it. And we still see the Chris Sutton car in the pits, unfortunately for them. And you would have thought if anything was going to run reliably with one of the Evos, and unfortunately it hasn't happened at this stage. So we're down to 9 cars at the moment, and the car that I honestly thought would be the car that would be the hardest to beat, car 33, is currently last.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I went into this race thinking that they were likely the favourites. I mean, I saw them win all 3 races in March, and I was thinking similar story is likely to happen now, and it's just not come to fruition for them. It's been a big shock.
Still, then, considering we've gone 2 hours 20 minutes into this race, lead car's on lap 55, and basically the car 8, which is the Mecklin Morel car, is only 3 laps behind. Well, speaking of these guys, these 3 blokes, we've got the World Time Attack champion in class, David Calabria. We can have a quick chat to and see how their qualifying went and what they thought they were going to get out of this race. David Calabria, you're the only 3-driver team running this weekend, and you're running probably the oldest car here.
Yes, we are. We're there for a bit of fun. We've probably got the oldest driver lineup as well. I'm sharing with my uncle and good friend Alex. So yeah, we're just out here having a lot of fun. So hopefully we can achieve that and get to the finish line. Yeah.
The word I'm hearing is that you're all trying to beat each other in lap times.
We are. I think the car being a 2001 model, it's fairly old. So I think the most competition will come from within our own garage. Yes. Yeah.
And of course, you know your way around here pretty well.
Yes, we've been here many times. So car setup and stuff's pretty good. We're happy with it so far. The track was pretty warm in quali, but tonight will be a different story. So we're very eager to get in the car and cut some laps.
Well, David, all the best for you and your team, and let's hope you bring it home.
Thank you very much, guys. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, and that was our interview with the only 3-driver lineup in the race. And while we're there in the Evo 8, we did see the Evo 10 rejoin the track. So great to see Chris Sutton and Mark Jennings back out and running in that number 55.
Yeah, it is good to see them looping around back out on the circuit. There's actually a new PB sector from Hi-Tec at the moment in the 68 car, so maybe a little bit of pace starting to emerge once again. A couple of PB sectors. The track's probably getting quite cool at this point. It's also that part in the race where maybe you can stop managing as much and just not full push, but just a little bit of a push, as that was really close there between the 33 and the 117 in towards turn 6.
Well, now that we mentioned that car 55 is back out on track, Bruce Moxon might be able to give us an update on just what they did to fix their problem.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Look, that's probably half a day's labour in your Mitsubishi dealership. You've got to remove the wheel, remove the brake caliper, remove the brake rotor, undo the drive shaft, undo the hub assembly and the hub carrier, pop wheel bearing assembly out of that, put a new bearing in, put the drive shaft back in, put the brakes back together, put the wheel back on, cross your fingers and sand it. And they did that in, how long were they in pit lane?
Just give me a minute and I'll tell you that. Where are they at the moment? That was
19 minutes, 2 seconds.
19 minutes.
Yeah, well, you know, so on Monday morning I want someone to take their Evo 10 down to Mitsubishi and say, I saw someone change a wheel bearing in 19 minutes on Saturday night. Go.
Yeah, what's the charge for that?
Oh, I hate to think. And a special shout out to the team manager at Car 55, Dave Nichols. It's his birthday today.
Well, wish our best for Dave. I know he was at the centre of all that work that they would have been doing on it.
Actually, one of the guys burned his hand a bit, so yeah, I'll burn my hand, pour a bit of water on it out of a bottle and keep going. Oh, tough stuff.
Thank you, Bruce. We go back to the race and we're back with our race leader. That's Zane Rinaldi. No, it's not our race leader. We're back with Zane Rinaldi, who's in third position at the moment, car 82. And he's currently one lap down on our race leaders, but he's travelling faster than what they are, so he's got to be mindful of that you've got to pick up that time. You just can't keep cruising.
Yeah, Hayek as well doing really well. New fast lap of the race, 45.3.
He's catching the race leader.
Yeah, last lap of the race as well was 45.8. So consistently in those 45s, and that's what you want to see when you're trying to chase down. I think that gap to the lead could shrink quite quickly with that type of pace. That's really impressive stuff out of them. And Burgess as well, behind Mecklem within 1 second now. And then Sutton's only 1.7 back from that.
I'd say Murdoch was passed by Lee Burgess. So he's got a lap back there, and 117 keeps going in fourth position at the moment. Just one pit stop to their credit at this stage. They've actually come back in pit stop time as well, in race pace as well. So we get to that middle stage of the race where the times will fall away a little bit, and I suggest in the last hour that the times will pick up again and get quicker when you see what you've got left of your car.
Yeah, I think so as well. So, well, I mean, as much as we're seeing a new PB out of Hayek, I reckon that we'll see, as you said, the times will just drop off a little bit, and then we'll see a bigger push towards the last 60 minutes of the race. That's real. It's still really, like, I can't get over. That's really impressive work out of the 55 to get that thing back out onto the circuit.
Yeah. Your dealer wouldn't be able to do it as quick.
I mean, I know all about all about mechanics working slowly. My car's just gone into the shop for something with the aircon. I put it in on Monday, and I'm not getting it back till the following Monday. So yeah, and then 9-10 minutes or something like that.
Well, it's probably a good opportunity now to have a chat with Mark Jennings and Chris Sutton, who after their qualifying session earlier today, and what their prospects were for this race tonight. Jennings are the custodians of the Mitsubishi Evo 10 for the Endurance Series inaugural round tonight. How was qualifying?
Yeah, qualifying went really well. The car was on point. We worked out our tyres nicely, like they came on just when I wanted them to. So the lap time came and put us in P1 in A1, so happy days.
And Mark, you were in the car yesterday, you had a little drama in one of the practice sessions?
Yeah, well, that was just part of our refuelling strategy. We were just making sure that we knew all our numbers. But anyway, the car went better today than yesterday, so that's always a plus.
Yeah. Looking forward to what will be your inaugural endurance race.
Absolutely, yeah, I can't wait. Really excited.
Do you start?
I'm starting, yes. Yep.
What are you going to be doing?
Oh, I'm just going to dawdle around in the middle of the 4 hours and see where we can place the car for the final stint to the end, and Mark will bring it home, I think, take the checkered flag.
All right, gents, all the best for tonight and in class as well.
Have a great call.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thank you.
Well, I didn't expect that they would have dramas with Chris at the wheel. He thought he'd be dawdling around, but he spent a bit of that time in the pits while they fixed the wheel bearing on the car. But now back out and circulating.
Yep, so it's good to see. And they're not going slowly whatsoever. A 45.7 new PB out of them as they'll continue on in this race. So doing quite well. But looking back up the front, that gap is now down to 21.8 seconds. Yeah, it was about 25 seconds just a few laps ago. So it's coming down, and it's coming down really quickly. So I think we could see Hayek and Bashini go at it soon enough.
Mario Calabria pulled into the pits too while we were talking in the other Evo, and that'll be a change of driver. It's their second stop. Here they are. Not sure who's got in the car. By the sides of it, it might be Alex has jumped in. They're going to do all 4 tyres by the look of it.
Better safe than sorry once again. I mean, it's not their class that had the tyre problem, but if you know the tyre problem's there, then you don't want to be playing that game.
It's been a good run for a 25-year-old car.
It's doing very well for itself.
There's probably some new bits on it, I would imagine.
I'd like to think that the race car doesn't have all 25-year-old bits on it. I don't know how quick it'd be going out there. And they're not overdoing it. They're 2 minutes 14 into this stop. So look, I don't know if they're doing rears, but they're certainly doing fronts. And while I was talking there, Tyler Mecklin passed Matt Holt, so he's picked up a position. He's gone to position 6. Holt back to position 7. So just a little bit of changing around, as you've got to imagine we're approaching that next sort of pit window.
Well, we're just going to jump over to Tyler in the pits, have a bit of a chat. Morale here in the leading Class 2 Ford Mustang. How was it all going in qualifying?
Yeah, it was good. I went out early on and started, did the start of the qualifying session. Didn't try too hard really. We were running used tyres, but it's as quick as I've ever been here, so I was happy with that. So that was a bit of a surprise. And then hand over to Tyler, and he put it on pole there for a little while. And yeah, so a combined age of 116, I think we are. So we still go all right.
And I believe that you did the quicker time, but you're not starting.
No, Haydo's gonna kick it off for us. But yeah, no, again, I was the same as Haydo. It's sort of been as quick as I've been around here on. They weren't bad tyres, but they weren't green, so there's a little bit more pace in us yet. But no, it's just about managing the tyres, and it's actually going to be a pretty tough night for us, I think. So yeah, so I'm glad Haydo's starting. I always get nervous starting, so I'm happy to pass that baton. But no, he'll do amazing. He did an awesome job, as quick as he's ever been. So no, yeah, can't complain. Really happy.
Well, all the best, boys. Have a good one.
Yeah, yeah, looking forward to tonight, and hopefully we be on the podium talking to you later.
That was Adrian Morel and Tyler Mecklin having a chat about their prospects in this race. And interesting enough, they were a little bit concerned about their tyres because they only had 11 rims. So after the first stop, they were hoping that they could get a tyre change on one of their rims, but it depended whether the Hancock guys were still going to be around to do tyre changes for them. So I'm not sure how that quite worked out, but yeah, it could be a bit of a drama if they need 4 tyres for the last stint and they've only got 3 rims.
Yeah, I mean, we'll soon find out.
Yeah.
It'll be a bit of a disaster class if they weren't able to get that sorted out. I'd love to know how you even end up in that pickle.
One of the wheels was lent out to Ryan McLeod, who's still got it.
That's how you end up in that pickle then. It's an interesting situation to be in, especially if the Hancock guys still aren't here, but you've got to imagine they're still here. It's a big event and people need their tyres and everything sorted out.
Well, I dare say they'd be at least operating through the first round of pit stops, just in case anyone had tyre problems, which we have seen. So they would have to take those rims and put a new tyre on them because they may need it later.
Yeah, so they should have still been sticking around at least to solve one singular rim to tyre problem. So hopefully that's not a ongoing issue.
Now the gap between first and second is down to 16.7 seconds. They're in the same class. Hi-Tec running second to Bacchini, and they've only done 1 stop. So we're sort of thinking about the 2 hour mark that they will be making their second stops, and then the third stop will come at the 3 hour mark, and then the run to the flag after that. So it's been a great battle between these 2 A1 cars, and because of circumstances, they've left the other 2 A1 cars well behind them. The car 88, the Evo 8, took 2 minutes 54 seconds, or a little bit more, to do their stop. But here is Harry Hayek in second position on the road.
They're absolutely flying to close that gap as quickly as they did. I mean, it went from 25 to 21, now it's 16, and that's in the span of, I want to say, 6 laps?
Yeah, well, I don't know if they'll get to them by the time they do their stops, that's the thing.
Yeah, and then from there it'll probably even out in pace again, but at 1 minute, yeah, I mean, that's 2 seconds through 2 sectors. So they're closing really, really rapidly at the moment. Hayek is absolutely flying, and Bashini's just managing by the looks of it. So a 1 minute 48.7 last time around for Bashini. What about Hayek as they head towards line? We'll get their time in just a moment here. 1 minute 46.7, so that's 2 seconds a lap.
He's actually on the same place as the car in front of them with Zach, with Tom Shaw at the wheel. So that's an X-Class car. So they'd be on their own tyre strategy as well, obviously. But yeah, so the pace is pretty strong for these two A1 cars, particularly this one that's running second on the road, and that gap's down to 13.5 seconds now. So eating away at it.
And I think we'll continue to see that drop. It all depends on how long until their pit stop. They might catch at 2 seconds a lap. They can catch rather rapidly. It's going to be quite close. That gap, 12.8.
Yeah, but I think the car you got to watch is car 82 because they're now in the lead lap. Leader's just gone through in front of us, so ahead of that 88, and here's second spot, the second car in shot. That's how the difference is, and it's 12.5 seconds at the moment. But the one I'm keen on watching now is car 82, Zane Rinaldi, who's now on the lead lap and trails the 68 by something like 39 seconds. So they've made up all that time in 2 stops where the others have just done the 1.
Yep, and if we're predicting a 45 minutes to 50 minute stint, just to go back to the strategy here for the X-Class cars, Rinaldi would have to go probably another half hour in this stint to make it only 1 more stop to the end, to make it 4 stops.
Yeah, they've still got 2 stops. The leading 4 have still got 2 stops to go.
Yeah, and yeah, it's going to be...
So if he can get more or less closer to those leading 2 and still have all 3 of them have 2 stops to go, they're in the box seat.
Yeah, they definitely are. So 2 hours to go. So we're almost 2 hours to go. We're almost at the halfway mark. I guess over the course of the first 2 hours, who's been your standout?
Oh, I think the car 82, for sure. You know, they have that setback, but turn it into a compulsory stop. I thought that both the leading cars have done a great job as well, and in the early laps, Oliver Siebel to go through to the lead when they had those dramas. I don't think anyone predicted that you'd start 11th and be leading the race for a period as they did.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well. I was going to say Murdoch, like 117 with the Murdoch entry. They're definitely my driver of the first half.
They lost out in their pit stop, obviously. 2 minutes 18 really hurt them. But that's not unusual to have over 2 minutes in the pits. If you can do... So there's where the race leader and second place cars have done so well. 1 minute 30.04 for our race leader at their first stop, and 1 minute 37.4 for the second place car. They're then the only ones that have done somewhere near the 90-second stop. And if you take that 7 seconds away from the second car, it'd be 3 seconds adrift.
Yeah, they're almost saving.
So it's less than the length of the main straight here now between first and second, and that gap is 10.8 seconds, which will change as we speak. Car 88 back in the pits. They've just done a pit stop. I think it's 88 anyway.
I'm not sure that it is the 88. We'll see in a moment.
Yes.
Oh, it is the 88.
So he's only just jumped behind the wheel, Mikulski.
That's likely a problem then.
I would suspect that there may be a drama with the number 88 to be back for its third stop so soon after just pitting.
So the problems continue up and down this field inside. this Sydney 4-hour, and I'm sure that won't be the last we see of them. I'm sure we'll get a report on that soon enough, but a minute to go
Here it
until
is.
the halfway mark, as here we go. So what's going to happen here?
Tyre.
Oh, no.
Now, I think I said that they replaced their fronts at the last stop.
Not the rears.
Not the rears, and maybe they needed, or they've hit a curb, or they've done something. I see David Calabria out the front of the car as it came in with the headset on.
That's not good news.
No, it might be a fuel issue.
Out.
No, well, always, when you're looking around fuel, you always have a fire extinguisher with you. No?
What's happened? Oh, they're pulling away. Bruce will figure it out, I'm sure.
That's why we pay him the big bucks.
Yep.
To be down there. And the Murdoch 117's back in the pits as well for its second stop. Now, that to be its second scheduled compulsory stop. And Paul Pacini's brought the lead car in as well when he had a lead of just 7 seconds, which was the actual gap between the two of them from their last pit stops, the difference. So here comes car 71, Paul Pacini. And I would imagine that Luke Varner will jump in. And there's the Murdoch car just in the background there doing their stop. So we've got positions 1 and 4 into the pits, and there's going to be a change of driver for the 117, and there'll be a change of driver for the 71 as well.
Yep, so all of the driver changes going on at the moment. We're officially more than halfway through this race now, Gary, and if you had to choose, I'm gonna start to get creative. 3 words to describe the first 2 hours.
Interesting would be the first word, and dramatic for some, I guess. Everyone sort of had, apart from these 2 front-running cars and the Mustang, everyone's had dramas.
Yeah, I think my 3 words would probably be, much like you, interesting, dramatic, and then probably chaotic.
So this is our leader now, it's Harry Hayek in the number 68 BMW M140i. And they are due to make their stop at some stage. Now we know that they and the Vicini car have been the 2 quickest in the pits, and there were 7 seconds between them at the last round of stops. And I think, well, looks like Shaw's had a bit of a drama, and he's coming into the pits. So you've got to remember with that car, which is currently in 4th because of the pit stops, this will be their 3rd stop, their 2nd mandatory stop.
Yeah.
It almost caught Harry out there, didn't it?
Yeah.
Blow out of turn 11.
It did, almost. Luckily it didn't. So yeah, it's going to be interesting as Vanna gets in the car for...
yeah, and 2 minutes 08, so they're a bit slower on this stop, but they've probably done more at this stop than they did at the previous one.
Yeah.
But Luke Varner at the wheel now to take it through to at least the next stop. And of course, you've got to remember you can't do 2 full stints back to back because your maximum driving time is 90 minutes.
I didn't know that. That's good to know. Yeah, so 90 minutes.
We're going to cross over to David Calabria to see what that quick stop was for the Alex McCarley.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with David Calabria, and he's going to tell you all about it. So what was the quick pit stop all about?
We fueled the car all the way for the first time, and the driver that jumped in thought we had delaminated a tyre because it was just touching. So we thought we better pull it in, and we got told by the stewards we might have been leaking fuel, which we thought we'd check as well, but we weren't, which was very positive.
Okay, so just the extra load on the rear suspension was causing something to touch?
Yeah, that's what we're thinking. Yeah, we checked both rear tyres. The pressures were good. Rubber was still there, so we'll save the tyres we've got for the front for my last stint. So yeah, looking forward to it.
And speaking of stints and driver sharing, who is the fastest of you so far?
Well, so far, when the race started, everyone went out guns blazing, so I probably laid a time down that I shouldn't have, but so far, yeah, I can take that crown, yeah.
Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Good. In a car rivalry, or sorry, in a car rivalry is the better way of putting it. And I think with his record, David might hold on to that claim for this race meeting, and unless, of course, the cooler conditions make for faster times.
Yeah, I mean, it also depends on heading towards the end of the race. If his teammates go, oh, we can't let him have the fastest lap, I've got to have it, and they give it a right old push, that could also cause a new fastest lap out of that car.
Well, it's done 2 stops, so Alex will be in now to the third hour, and then I imagine David jumps on back for the last session. So
yeah, you've got to imagine so.
So he's in a box seat.
Yeah, he's going to be, actually, he'll probably pump in another quick lap time.
Just to be on the safe side, yeah.
Yeah. Got to make sure he's safe as the solidified fastest driver of the car. No, it's good to see some friendly competition inside the entry.
It gives something for him to chase, as well as trying to get a class podium at least, or a class win. But here, speaking of leading class, this is the car that's leading the class, and it is Harry Hayek at the wheel. He's 39 seconds ahead of Zane Rinaldi in the Class X, number 82 BMW M2. So that gap's been maintained to a certain degree between first and second.
Yeah, it has done, actually, as Rinaldi will now be the car trying to hunt that gap down. So
I don't think it's changed. I think it's been about the 39, 38 second mark for quite a while.
I think you're right. I don't think it's changed all that much. I think Rinaldi's very much pace managing, and that's probably to make sure they can hit their pit stop target.
And look what's snuck up in the third and fourth positions there. Tyler Macklem in the number 9 Mustang, and Matt Holt in the number 64 HSV.
Yep, so that's it's good to see that it's sort of coming full circle here, especially for Matt Holt. All of those problems earlier on, now in 4th position, he's got to be pretty happy with that.
And car 82 coming up behind car 9 by the look of it.
Yeah, looks like it. As they'll continue to push along. Rinaldi's had some really consistent pace. 45.
Only 0.2 of a second between them on that lap.
Yeah, it was really close. So a 45.4 to a 45.6 there. So not too shabby at all.
Holt's pace seems to be pretty good at the moment. 46.26 on that lap.
Burgess and Seibel as well in 7th and 8th. They're only 0.8 separated, and then there's only a second from Burgess to Wazier. So we could have a 3-way fight here further down if we're lucky.
So car 71 resumes. Car 71 resumes in 5th spot, but we're going back down to the pits and Bruce.
Yeah, hi guys. Braden Wilmington has just now climbed out of the car and taken off his helmet. They've given up trying to fix it from the look of things. They didn't have a spare throttle body. Couldn't find a spare throttle body. They tried lots of workarounds to try and get it running. The car's been in the pits for something like 2 hours. They've got no possibility of being classified as a finisher, but there is no quit in this team. They tried and they tried and they tried and they just ran out of ideas.
Thanks for that, Bruce. Yeah, what a shame so early in the race to have dramas. After going through practice yesterday without a drama and qualifying as well.
So now we're looking here down on the track. We've got Wazier, Burgess and Seibel all within a couple seconds of each other, but specifically Seibel and Burgess separated by only 0.2 of a second here between the 33 and the 117 Ford Mustang. So out of the final corner, I think we could see a move for overall 7th position as now they cut underneath at the final corner, and Seibel is alongside. They're inching forward, but the BMW just getting away a little bit in a straight line. It's almost like what we saw earlier with the 117 trying to get past, I believe it was it the 68 of, well, it wasn't Hayek behind the wheel, but I think it was that
71.
It was a 71, yeah, you're right. Earlier on in this race, they were sort of going hammer and tong, but that's late on the brakes, really late on the brakes from Seibel there, down the inside of Lee Burgess.
Yeah, there's got to be dramas with the 33 because it was the fastest in qualifying. It was a pole setter, but they're not showing the pace that they had this morning in that session. and early in this race. But once he lost the lead, it's sort of slowly dropped back, and maybe Bruce at some stage can get down and have a quick chat with the people in the 33 garage just to find out are they having drama. Look how much time it's just lost in that period there alone.
Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, there's something wrong there, I think. I'm sure Bruce can go do some investigating for us, and then we'll soon find out the answer to that question. They're dropping so far back so quickly off the 117. I mean, they weren't even that far behind Wazir, and now they're just dropping like a stone. It's like they go through moments of pace. I've noticed in this 33, they do actually gain a little bit occasionally, and then it just drops back again.
Yeah, well, BMWs do have that limb mode problem that they're quite renowned for, and it's all the sophisticated electronics that they have. Maybe there's something related to that, but certainly not on the pace of this number 117 Mustang at the moment.
As Matt Holt has just come into the pit lane.
That's their second compulsory stop that they're making now.
So an hour and 50 remaining. They'll have one more stop, and that tracks with an hour and 50 left. So they'll be more than on target. Currently in 4th position. They'll drop though as they head through their time in the pit lane.
Number 64 in the pits, but we're going down to Bruce. He's got some updates for us.
Yeah, hi guys. I took your advice. I came down to the number 33 garage and I spoke to Darren Dasher Williams, rally car and race car builder extraordinaire. Look, they don't have a problem, but they are very concerned about tyre wear, and they've decided to back off and avoid the risk. They're really, really worried about the tyre failures that all of the BMWs seem to be having, and so they're just working around that.
Well, thank you for that, Bruce. And as we can see, this is the second compulsory stop for this car. It still has another one to do. This will drop them back down the order because of their early drama where they got hit by someone, and might be a good time to catch up, and they can tell us how their qualifying went and all the dramas they had on Friday. Matt Holt, Chris Ellis with the lone General Motors product in this race, and I believe had some issues during qualifying.
Yeah, we've been chasing a problem all weekend. We had fuel issues. We thought we've replaced everything. We finally found some sticking valves. So the car was just down on horsepower coming onto the straight. It just had no power. It had no power everywhere. It was just lazy. So the time we did in qualifying is what we would have expected to do yesterday afternoon on really old tyres. But we found it. There's heads on the way, and hopefully it'll be sorted soon.
At least you'll get a few hours tonight to get quick.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at the end of the day, this is what these boys thrive on. They find a problem they've been chasing all weekend. They'll get to the bottom of it and fix it. And to be really honest, in a 4-hour race, qualifying doesn't really matter too much. So we're just here to have a bit of fun and support categories. So.
And of course, this car's got a bit of history in endurance racing.
It has, yeah. This one we call Kate. Matt, this is the first one Matt built for me from scratch, and yeah, it's been pretty successful for us. You know, we got third outright in the 6-hour in 2019 in it, which is probably one of your favourite moments ever. And
yep,
yeah, we
for
just
sure.
missed the APC title that year as well. So yeah, no, it was good to bring her out and come and have a play.
I look forward to having all your drivers behind you when you're racing.
Absolutely, yeah, that's the plan for sure.
Awesome, thanks, Gary.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, they did have that early drama, but seems to be going all right now. And just fortunately, the setback of that early stop outside the pit window will leave them a little bit down, but they're in the same situation now as our race leaders and the cars up the front. They've still got one more stop to do. The BMW's got 2 more stops to do. They're currently second. They're 35 seconds off the lead. Hi-Tec still has only done 1 stop, so they must be more than due to come in and do a pit stop. So this is our race leading car, Harry Hi-Tec and Matt Larson, and they've done a pretty good job so far. Enjoying himself, well fed I believe, was what they told us anyway, and doing a good job. So at the moment it's Hi-Tec in front with Ronaldo in second, Mecklin in third, and Mecklin's still got another stop to do as well. They're currently sitting a lap behind, and Luke Varner in fourth, Zach Wazir in fifth, and they've been in the pits 3 times, but 2 of them have only counted, so their first stop was actually under the 1 minute 30. And Oliver Siebel, who just keeps doing some pretty good things in the 117 Mustang. Lee Burgess in position 7, Chris Lewis in 8th, and then it's Alex Mikowski in 9th, and Chris Sutton after their early dramas, and they're back out now and running. Completed 61 laps, so they lost 19 minutes in the pits, and they're some 11 laps off the lead. Some of the interested folks that are here this weekend having a bit of a look, see how it's all panning out, and we got our race leader in, so this is an important stop. They lead by 33.4 seconds. Obviously will probably lose the lead, but may hold on to second spot as a result of this, and only have 1 more pit stop to go in this race after this stop. So the fireproof blanket goes out first. They then put the churn, not the churn, but the fuel hose in, which has its own breather. And you'll probably see right at the end that when they pull it out, they do get a little bit of blowback on it. Fire extinguisher at the ready, naturally. They can't do any other work on the car until after the fuel's gone in. All the protective gear that they have to wear, goggles, fireproof balaclava and suit to go with it. And yeah, just a little bit of a drip out of it, pretty clean fuel load. Now they're going to do tyres. They're doing the right front, which is the most susceptible to having a drama, and they're doing the right rear as well. Manual jack, just the 5 lugs to come off with a portable rattle gun. Luckily they've fairly lightweight wheels, and not as heavy as what an old steel wheel would be back in the old days. Just to see, having a bit of trouble getting that one on. It's on. And we'll hit it with the rattle gun. Once you get them up, usually do them, miss one and go around and do your 5 lugs up that way. And while that's been going on, here's our new race leader, Zane Rinaldi, in the car that Glenn Everett did the first stint in, and they're currently leading this race. Still have 2 mandatory pit stops to go. So that's the disadvantage you have if you're in the extreme performance class. And they were fortunate to get through their first one when they had a tyre let go, and that counted as their first mandatory stop. And at the moment they have a lead of over a lap to Tyler Mecklem and Hadrian Morel, who have still got 2 stops to go, as does our third place guy. Now Larson's resumed in car 68 in 3rd position. So that's they've not put his there they have. He's done his 2 stops. That stop took 2 minutes 37.707. Banner in 4th, Wazir in 5th, Sybil in 6th, Dennis Burgess, Lillis, Mikalski and Sutton. And so looking at the number of pit stops, there's only was 2 for our race leader, and the next group of cars down to position 4 only have 1 stop each to go. And that would be at about the 3-hour mark, which is at a stage we've gone 2 hours 18 minutes into this race. So while Lindsay was just out taking a quick break, Hayek came in to make their second stop and have resumed in third spot. Rinaldi now leads the race with Mecklem in second, but Mecklen's still got 2 stops to go. Rinaldi's still got 2 stops to go, and the Larson Hayek only has 1 stop left, so they're in a pretty strong position at the moment.
Yeah, they actually are. I think we might see potentially someone that is in an X-Class take this out, but Rinaldi does still look strong.
He does. I'm not counting them out by any stretch of the imagination. I think they've done 2 of their 4 stops, and we're over halfway. So that means that they can get their next 2 stops done and give themselves a good chance to run home. So the point is that if you do your 2 stops and you've gone past halfway, then you can shorten up your stints for your last 2 and probably run the cars a bit harder.
Yeah, which is a really good thing. It means you can go faster. This is the 55, so this is Chris Sutton just getting some fuel into the car. This would be one of their mandatories. You can see Bruce as well, just in the background, taking a look at everything as he does, trying to do some investigating for us. But a minute 15, minute 26, so they're still counting and they're still changing tyres, so it'll be a little bit over a minute 30, but still it doesn't look like it's going to be a long stop.
Yeah, unfortunately they just lost so much time with that wheel bearing issue earlier, so this will be their 3rd stop, but it's basically the 2nd stop that they've done for fuel and tyres. The other one was a mechanical stop, which was a long one. But there's our race leader going through yet another lap. So out of I'm trying to think who our next pit would be our race leader more than likely to get their 3rd stop out of the way. And I think the longer they leave it, as I mentioned before, that the better position they'll be to have 2 shorter stints in the second half of the race than they did in the first half.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. They'll be the next car into the pit lane. So hour and 40 to go, 2 stops still to make, and yeah, I think they're looking quite comfortable out there. I don't think there's much stress.
Well, they've still got to do quick times because they've got 2 stops to go, and the 3rd place cars only has 1 stop left in the race.
Yeah, and then it was the Class X cars that said as long as they're not a lap down heading into their final stint, they should still be all right.
Well, that was Josh Buchan, but they've really buttoned off their pace at the moment, pardon the pun, and they're 2 laps down on our race leader.
Yeah, but you got to imagine the same sort of goes for Rinaldi. They had similar sort of pace, so maybe not the confidence in that, but just taking it from other X classes.
You're 2 laps behind your race leader and class rival, and you've still got 2 stops to go. So, and Rinaldi's just come in, so we picked that one, and this will be fuel and probably tyres all round, I would imagine. That's the way they've been treating it.
Yep, so let's see how this pit stop goes for them. It needs to be a clean one. Ideally, if they could get to that minute 30 mark, they might still come out in front. I don't think they'll do that.
Well, it's actually, well, it will be a minute 38 once Mecklem crosses the start-finish line to complete lap 77.
Now, there is the opportunity that if the stop was absolutely nailed, that they could actually get out in front, and then that would change what we were just talking about realistically, with the whole 1 pit stop versus 2 to go. But even then, I still think they're in a situation where they won't come out in front.
As this race continues, Rinaldi holds the lead while still in the pits, and it'll be interesting to see what sort of time they can get out. Well, now Mecklem is on the lead lap, which is pretty good considering they had that early drama with what they thought might have been a hole, like dropped a cylinder or something, but it's all come good.
Yeah, they're doing really well. It's really good at the moment, but this is a little bit of a scrap between Wazir and Seibel at the moment. So this is the 15 and the 117 about to go at it on track for 5th overall. So this could be quite an interesting fight. We've already seen Seibel be in a few fights over the course of this race, and it seems to be exclusively with BMWs that he seems to be fighting. So he might be getting.
It doesn't matter if they're Class X or Class A1. He's been fighting with them for most of the day. And speaking of BMWs leaving the track, leaving the pits, 2 minutes 27.34, and it's dropped into second position on the road at the moment. Obviously the 68 cars on that lap as well. How far behind? Not far at all. Now I think Rinaldi may have dropped the 3rd spot out of this, but it won't be by much.
Yeah,
Well, actually, there they are.
Yeah,
so
they're
he's held
just next
second
to each other, so they've come out very, very close, but Rinaldi's been able to hold on to it. So he holds second. He's 56 seconds off of the lead, and, I mean, 1 stop remaining.
And 68, who's immediately behind them, they've both got 1 stop each to go.
Yeah, and then Mecklem has 1 stop. So everybody in the top 3 has 1 stop remaining. So this is going to be a really close finish here, Gary. I'm not...
Well, I can't see the 68 staying with the 82. That's
neither do I, but I think between the 9 and the 82, this could be quite an interesting finish.
Just got to think back on that. They had an early drama with what they thought might have been a drop cylinder, so that might have been one of their stops.
Was it a mandatory stop? Was it inside the window?
I don't think it was. So now I've got to remember when they first pitted. Anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. Whether they think they're on 1 stop to go as well. Because I thought they stopped early because they thought they'd dropped the cylinder.
Yeah, you might be right. I don't know. It's like trying to think back to the start of the race from here. Probably should have kept a pen and paper note of why people were coming into the pits.
It gets too busy, you're lost.
Too much going on.
Yeah.
No, still a really good, interesting situation here if it is the way we think it might be, but if they didn't take it in the mandatory stop window, then it's potentially a little bit less opened up. But even then, it's not over.
Well, we're currently looking at Tyler Mecklem in the lead in the number 19 Mustang. They had an early problem, as we mentioned, where they thought they might have dropped the cylinder, but the thing's been strong since. And they have pitted twice, but we're just trying to recall whether the first stop was within the mandatory pit window and whether it took in the time now. We've got the Burgess Buchan car back in the pits for what will be its 4th stop in this race. 3rd stop, sorry. No, they'll still have 1 more after this. And I think their first stop was within the pit window, so they might be okay. The only one that stopped within the pit window but didn't do the regulation minimum time was the number 15.
Yeah, I think you might be. Yeah, I think you might be right. So I think it's still game on here.
Yeah, here's an interesting contest between an A1 car and an A2 car, and it's a HSV with Matt Holt at the wheel behind the Matt Larson BMW. Now, I would imagine, going off what we've seen of the Mustang and 71 earlier, that I don't think the HSV should be able to pass this car down the straight.
Yeah, so this is Lillis behind the wheel of the 64, and we've seen it be actually quite pacey through the middle sector. So we should see them swap around soon enough. It's not for position, it's for a lap back. But nonetheless, here's Burgess coming back out onto the racetrack in the X-Class BMW that we thought was going to be so competitive.
We just got a quick chat with what were our pole sitters after qualifying this morning, and that was with Buchan and Burgess. Lee Burgess and Josh Buchan, pole sitters for the first endurance series race for production cars in a little while. How did you find it?
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, midday here or 1 p.m, whatever it was. I'm still a bit jet lagged. The track isn't ideal at this time of day, so for us to get some good performance, both of us out of the car, is a testament, I guess, to our crew. They've been working really hard. This is still relatively a fresh car, so the fact that we've got it up to speed and so quick, so early in its life is really good.
And Lee, you would think that track conditions till 5 o'clock?
Yeah, look, it gets dark early and so we lose some of that temperature out of the track. For a long 4-hour race, the cooler tracks probably help some of the cars tonight.
Did you check what time sunset is?
Would not have a clue. I can't control the sunset, so whenever it goes down, it'll decide to go down. We'll just circulate for 4 hours, and hopefully at the end of it, the sun will be down, and hopefully we have a trophy.
Well, if the sun isn't down when it finishes, you're in big trouble. But I was just thinking on the lines of driving into it late at the start of the race.
Look, I'd say by the time we start, the sun should be down by then. But look, longer 4-hour race. Whatever happens. We'll just put our heads down and go for it.
You guys have got one more pit stop than the A1 and A2 cars. Does that mean that you'll have to push a little bit to make up for that 90-second drop in time that you'll have?
Maybe. I mean, we have more lap speed than them, so I think as long as we can stay on the lead lap, irrespective of the strategy, we're going to have a strong car at the end of the stint. So, I try not to think of the rules too much. I'm just a dumb driver, so the team will figure that out.
There might be a big hard charge at the end.
That's the aim. Try and look after the car, look after the tyres, and in that last stint, head down and bring it home.
All right. All the best.
Thank you.
Thanks.
They may have to go a little bit harder than what they originally planned at this rate if they want to try and win this race. But at the moment, still Tyler Macklin out in front. The gap is just under a minute over Zane Rinaldi in second spot and Matt Larson in third, who's already dropped from basically right behind that M2 to 14 seconds away. Then we've got Luke Varner in fourth spot, and just looks like Macklin has a lap lead at this stage. Well, actually, it's less than a lap. Because we're waiting for some of the others to cross the line. So effectively the first car that's down a lap would be Luke Varner in car 71. We've got Zach Wazir just in behind him, Oliver Siebel there as well, and then we go back another lap to Chris Lillis, Lee Burgess, Alex Mikowski, and then Chris Sutton is quite a few laps behind, unfortunately.
Yeah, really unfortunately. They've only completed 69 laps to the leaders 81, and then the car that's out of this race, the 89, 4 laps completed. That's still a really unfortunate story to come out of this race, but I'm sure they'll keep their heads in it. Bruce said that team had no quit. Hopefully that means that they'll keep their heads up into future events.
Yeah, and now we've got 3 cars here battling away. 4th, 5th and 6th at the moment, all on the same lap, all fighting for position, and that position is position 4. Luke Vanner holds that. Zach Wessie just in behind him, and Oliver Siebel there as well. So again, that Mustang finds BMW to try and get past. In this case, it's 2 of them.
Yeah, he can't escape them at the moment. I don't know, he'd probably be sick of that BMW badge by this point. But anyway, he's going to get to it. He's going to put his head down and see what he can muster up here in the Ford Mustang. So as they head towards turn 1, 3-car battle, and here we go. It looks like Wazzy could be looking for it into turn 1 on Varner, but can't do anything about it just yet. What about up in towards turn 2? It actually looks like they've fallen back a little bit, and now Seibel is being invited into this one on the entry to turn 2, really checking up under brakes. There goes the Mustang there. Really, I've noticed they're really good on the brakes compared to the 2 BMWs.
Yeah, number 15 was easily the fastest car of the 3 down the straight, something like 237 kilometres an hour to 223 and 221 either side of him. So got plenty of straight line. But again, they probably are being a little bit conservative in their cornering because of the tyre dramas that they've had as well.
Yes, now the 117 Seibel is basically pushing Wozier through turn 5, and now through turn 6 they go. This is where the Mustang gets a really big slingshot.
Yeah, and we've got to remember too that the 15 has 2 pit stops to go because of the early stop that didn't go the due time.
Yeah, the 1 minute 25. That was that was unfortunate to say the least, and that's going to change the way their race is sort of going to end up panning out. But around the final few corners we go once again. This three-way fight, it's starting to heat up. I think we're seeing the Mustang get really close through turn 2 to 5, and then once they can really start getting the power down, and the BMWs out of 5 and then into 6 and then out of 8, they start to get away, and then the straight just is the final jab there, as once again Wozier looking to go for it now, and this time he pulls alongside and he's inching forward, he's inching ahead, and he's now in front. So Wozier overtakes Varner as they head through turn 1 now. Here comes Seibel as well towards the turn 2 braking zone, so this could be a little bit dicey as they head into the entry. Seibel up the inside, and he's going to get it done just about.
That's how he did it early in the race, the exact same move, and able to hang with the Class X car as well, which is, just shows that they are lapping about the same sort of lap times, even though the Mustang loses out on the straight, significantly so because of being an A2 car. And look, around this part of the track, he's all over the back of the BMW.
Yeah, it's really positive to see, and Seibel's been driving.
Actually, I think
wheels off the... Oh, Seibel, just there we go. That was a little bit wide from Wozier, and now Seibel is through, and that's up 2 places in a matter of a few corners. Varner went down 2 places in the matter of 2 corners through turn 1 and 2. Seibel now leads this train, 4th overall. Really impressive stuff.
Great, and with 1 stop left to go as well, so they're in good, strong position. It's just a matter of how far they're behind the leading sort of cars.
Something just went underneath Wozier's car, unless I'm imagining things.
I think it's actually Tom Shaw. That was the one that didn't update the driver on the stop, so it may be Tom Shaw at the wheel of that as well.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, or Wozier could be back in by this point. I'm not entirely sure. We'll find out.
You're not sure if it's Rick Shaw or Tom Shaw or Zach Wizzy.
Yeah, we'll find out eventually. But look at that. Seibel has disappeared.
Yep, he's certainly showing more pace at the moment.
As now we could see BMW on BMW action, so they're giving each other their own treatment here. So finally Seibel doesn't have to stare at the back of the BMW, but now Varner's finding out what that feels like as they head through turn 1. So it's going to be Wozier on Varner, not quite close enough for a move in turn 2, but I think these two are going to have a little bit of a scrap here in the next few minutes.
Well, he's always going to lose out on the straight. Whether he can muster a move around the back of the circuit and get away far enough so he doesn't get overhauled in the straight, because their straight line speed is like, it's 6 kilometres an hour on that last lap, and the 71 got a tow as well. But the Mustang has disappeared out of there, and I thought he was going to have a bit of a shot then, but that illusion seemed to show that he was a lot closer than what he actually was.
Yeah, so now as they head towards turn 6, it looks like the 71 is quite pacey through the mid-corner, and then Wozier just dumps it on the exits. It has such good exit speed, that 15 car, and that is sort of what's...
Well, those M-style cars are just got so much punch out of a corner, you just can't match them. None of the V8s can match them, so what chance a 6-cylinder BMW's got of matching it with them as well, though.
As that's Rinaldi closing up to put a lap on them. So it's going to be 3 BMWs in quick succession on the track. Rinaldi trying to lap them, these two trying to race each other for position. It's going to be a BMW Cup here.
Well, anything can happen. We've still got quite a way to go. 1 hour and 22 minutes to be precise.
So as they dive through, oh wow, big moment there for Wozier, and and out. Oh, he's out on the grass, and that's going to surely do some damage. He just had a big snap. He tipped the car in, and it didn't want to respond. Had to correct the other way, and it just sent him towards the outside grass.
Well, we're not sure who's actually behind the wheel of that. Maybe Bruce can follow up on whether it is Tom or Zach at the wheel. But yeah, big moment there at turn one. Not the sort of thing you want to happen. Yeah, we get a replay of it too. He's coming down the straight. Did it turn in okay? Initially it did, then the back just got away, and there's a fair bit of dust and dirt on the outside of the track, so that may have led to it somewhat.
Now there's going to be dirt on the entry to turn 2 as well.
Then the worst thing you can do is try and correct, so you just try and steer it out of the, even though it's on the outside of the track, you just try and steer it out and get back on track, so you don't try and brake too much or accelerate too much.
Doesn't look like any damage that we can visibly see.
No, I don't think there'd be any damage on an off-track excursion like that.
Not in a production car. In a lot of the other cars, like especially the open wheelers like AU4 and AFO, leading up to this, if they went out there, they'd be checking the floor, and the floor would be in pieces. But
Formula Ford, so is he slow? Looked a bit slow out of turn 8 then.
Yeah, he looks slow. Yeah, he is slow. I don't see a world where that isn't slow.
So maybe it's time to do that stop, because remembering they've still got 2 stops to go, so they must be due for a stop anyway. And still got air in the tyres. I think they're heading pit side on this lap.
Yeah, they are. So, hour and 20 to go here in the ARDC Sydney 4-hour, and this is going to be one of 2 stops they have remaining in this race.
2 compulsory stops.
Yeah.
Well, that looks like Tom Shaw there, so maybe Wazir was in the car.
Yep. Yeah, I think Wazir was in the car. So I wonder if it's going to update this time. Could we be so lucky?
Now they're coming into the pit, so let's hear how they were going to attack this. We didn't get Tom Shaw, but we did get Zach.
Well, we got the better half of this two-driver team here. Zach Wazir and Tom Shaw is the co-driver this weekend. Qualifying went well, but I believe you lost a donut somewhere along the way.
Someone stole my strawberry donut from the garage, and yeah, it's un-Australian.
How was qualifying?
It went well. The car went well. We had no real issues. Rotated another set of tyres, so I believe we're good to go.
How are you going to find with the extra pit stop you're going to do? How's that strategy going to work?
Look, it is what it is. I think it's a disadvantage for the X cars. Some of the B cars are now pretty quick. But anyway, I think we'll just play to our strengths, get out, and do the best we can.
Well, we wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
At this stage, this will be Zach finished for the weekend, and I would imagine with an hour and 18 to go that Tom Shaw will take this car through to the flag.
I would imagine so as well. So once they get this pit stop done, he'll be out in the car, and then it'll be home free, just one more stop to go, and he'll be quite happy with that. Mecklem still leading the way by 51 seconds. Rinaldi isn't closing that quickly.
So they're doing right side tyres. We can't see what they're doing on the other side. Here's our race leader at the moment. Now, that's been a pretty good comeback from these guys. We've still a stop to go as well. So I imagine within the next 15 minutes that they'll be in for their final stop as well. But Tyler Mecklem and Adrian Morel, they've been running this car for quite a while. Bathurst 6 Hour on several occasions. Had a big accident in there a couple of years ago in the lead-up. Didn't even get to run the car. I think they had that at the combined sedans. They ran it first there, and I think that's where they had that accident, and then they've run the 6 Hour. They've won 2 Fight in the Nights. So they've accomplished duo for 100 years plus between them.
Ooh, that's quite the distance.
That's their age.
Oh, yeah. I mean, still. I mean, I just think about it. I'm 16, so.
Well, they're both. He said about 104 or something between them.
Ooh.
So there's
no end to your career, basically, is there?
Yeah.
But it's been a good comeback for these guys.
Yeah, it has been. As they'll continue lapping around. As I was saying before, during while we were watching the pit stop, Zane Rinaldi, it was 58 seconds starting the stint behind Mecklem. Now it's 49. That's not really closing as quickly as you might suspect. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on. In fact, it's now over 50 seconds. So still 2 more stops. 1 more stop for Rinaldi. We think 1 more stop for Mecklem with an hour and 16 to go.
Well, they've only done 2 stops, so they've still got a 3rd stop.
Yeah, so 1 stop to go for each of them. And the A2 Mustang is still 50 seconds out in front with an hour and 15 to go. That sets them up pretty well.
Yeah, and but there's better pace from the second base car. The time in the pits will determine a lot of what happens as well, because we know the minimum's 1 minute 30, and only 1 car has actually got close to that. Everyone's sort of 2 minutes plus, and so Rinaldi will probably hand back to Everett for the last run, and we know he's fast, and Rinaldi's done a solid job in second to keep it in the picture, so to speak. With only 50 seconds and a full hour to go towards the end, you expect that the X-Class will have 2 to 3 seconds on a A2 car.
Yeah, you would suspect so once the pace really opens up. So I'm excited to see how the end of this race goes, because I think there's still a lot left on the table for these drivers and these entries as a whole. So hour and 15 to go in this one, and a few of the gaps are starting to get small. Varna and Seibel, never mind, that's extending, not closing, but 6.9, that's the closest gap out there at the moment, but strategy still to play out. I think a lot of these gaps are going to get smaller very soon.
Pardon me. It set us up for a pretty good finish to this.
And they definitely have.
I'm just waiting for this final round of pit stops and where everyone will sit in that run to the checkered flag and that last hour, and trying to time it right too, that you don't burn up your car too much before you actually and then find out you still got half an hour to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and for the X-Class cars like Rinaldi as well, if they pit with even 50 minutes remaining, let's say, they can't push super hard. We know what happens when they push super hard. The tyre will go. So realistically, they want to pit with less than about 45 minutes remaining if they can get there, because otherwise they don't really have that freedom to push their last stint.
Well, they've got to watch their driver time too.
Yeah.
So
that's a hand out the window from the 9. I'm not quite sure why he might have gotten a bit frustrated with the 55.
No, I think it was an acknowledgement that he let him past. That's their old car.
Oh, well, there you go. The more you know. I didn't know that.
So at the moment, Mecklem in the lead. That's an A2 car. An X-Class car is second. An A1 car is third. And we've got Alex Mikowski car in the pits. That's the car that with the 3 drivers. So that'll be in for its last stop. And then they can run through to the flag, and I think David Calabria will take over to make the run to the flag. So it's worked out all right. They had an unscheduled quick stop because they thought they may have had a deflating tyre. It turned out that the full fuel load made it feel like it was having a tyre drama. In fact, it wasn't. So at the moment, we've got Mecklem putting a move and getting another lap on Chris Lillis. Oh, no.
Oh, no. That's the 88. That's Mikulski. Just as they looking like doing their last stop, they are they're into the garage. They're actually pulling all the way in the 88 Evo. That is tragic with an hour and 12 to go.
They were running in as high as 8th position there too, so very unfortunate that they have such a drama. I gather that Bruce will catch up and find out what happened, and we're having a look there now. They're bringing rear of the car.
Yeah, I
where
saw
the drama
Bruce
is.
walking over there already, so he'll be there shortly, but he'll just have to give them a moment while they figure it out. But that is, yeah, that's really disappointing. And yeah, there's been a lot of heartache around this race. I mean, we saw it with the 89 car, and then we saw it with the punctures and the 1 minute 25 pit stop, and then this adds another layer to it as well. Oh, that's dicey there from Chris Sutton. Just very wide off of turn 6, trying to take the Evo back to its rally routes.
Yeah, I think he may have just lost position because he was so close behind that other car, just where the track was going. And that was the HSV. Which it still has one stop to go, but I'd imagine they'll try and hang on for a bit longer yet before they make that last stop. There's another look at this. Yeah, I think he just came up a bit quick on it and thought, oh, whoops.
Kind of looked like he clipped the curb on the inside. So that might be it as well, but just basically a boatload of understeer causing that one as the number 9 is in. So Tyler Mecklem into the box in the number 9 car, and that'll be, well, that should be their last stop of the race, but that's a reasonable stint to go an hour, and it'll be like an hour and 9 minutes once all is said and done. It's doable. We saw the other Ford Mustang, the 117 Seibel entry, do an hour, I think it was like an hour and 10 minutes. So they're not in danger, but it's close.
And it'll be a shorter fuel stop for this one too, because they felt that they may have even got through on two fuel stops. So having a third one will basically mean just a splash for security's sake. And it looks like a driver change for that, for Hadrian Morel to bring it home. And this puts Zane Rinaldi back into the lead of the race, and they've still got a stop to go as well.
Yep, so one stop left for Rinaldi. Mecklem make their way out when they can. Larson is also now in the 68 car, so that's a driver change as well. So they're in the pits as well. Mikulski's still in the pits, unfortunately, in the 88 car. That car's been parked in the garage for 5 minutes. But yeah, a couple of the final pit stops starting to lay out. We almost have the final picture heading into the last part of this race.
Yeah, and it's looking for an 82. Puts him in the box seat, Zane Rinaldi, Glenn Abbott. But in the meantime, we're going down to Bruce Moxon in the pits.
Yeah, hi guys, thanks. Yeah, the 88 car, first of all, it came in through the back gate of the pits, so that was the first sign that something was wrong. Looks like it's broken a rear drive shaft, so they've already got, they're already well on the way to getting the old one out. There's a new one sitting next to the car. Everyone's burning themselves again, and I reckon this will be a pretty quick change, and they'll be sending the car back out on the track, hopefully.
Thanks for the update there, and let's hope they can get going, because it'll mean that they may hold on to third position in A1. They've got 4 laps up on the Chris Sutton, Mark Jennings Evo, so they've got a little bit of time up their sleeve. Not a lot, but some.
They're just enough to the point where they might be just about safe in this one. But Rinaldi leading the way by a minute 35 over Morrill at the moment, so he'll be happy with that lead, but I think he's still going to have a bit of work to do after the stop. He will have to likely make the overtake unless they have a really short stop incoming.
Does he stay out there and try and put a lap on the Mustang to make sure? Because it's almost a lap the lead at the moment. As you can see, second place cars in turn 5, or just out of turn 5, and they're in, coming into turn 5. So that's the gap between first and second, almost a lap. And if you get a lap up now, does that help you in the end?
Yeah, so yeah, that's second, and then that's first. So that's Morrill, and that is Rinaldi. That's the gap between them. But with how similar they've been on pace, all things considered, can Rinaldi get there and overtake them before they have to make their pit stop? That is going to be a big question.
there's a rear drive out of that Evo. So they've got that out. That's is that the centre diff? Something to do with centre diff there. I think there was those things have on them. Don't know a lot of mechanically about a four-wheel drivetrain, but and they've got new axles and what have you there as well to go into it. But if at the moment with the gap at 140 odd, you would think Rinaldi's still got to do a stop. That's going to take at least 130, but possibly longer because the way we've seen them go, they've been going over 2 minutes. So
yeah,
they might have a bit of work, and I think he'll try and put a lap on him before he's caught up.
Yeah, he caught up really quickly. They're actually probably faster than I expected. I think he's seen the opportunity to put the lap on them, and he's decided to absolutely punch it. And he is now sliding around. We saw that out of turn 2, the BMW starting to show that sort of...
what it did before its last stop.
Before, when it was having its moment before. So it's sort of back to that push behaviour. But they are now through, and they've put a lap on P2. But the question is now, is that enough? How long is their final pit stop going to be? Because if it's going to be about 2 minutes to 2 minutes 20, they still need to push another considerable margin out from Morrill to be far enough away. But then when you consider the pace difference we're seeing now between Rinaldi and Morrill, it could still be that they come out behind, but they're not going to be that far behind. They should be able to push back.
They've got pace to burn, so that helps. But I noticed too that the 117 still has another stop to go, so that's going to drop them back as well. So when the number 9 Hadrian Morel Tyler Macklin car stopped early with that Ford they had, pardon me, cylinder issue, that maybe they weren't in a position to win A2, but certainly in a position to win A2 now, because they're in front of car 117 and it's still got a stop to go.
Yeah, so this is going to be the battle for A2. They should be able to take that. I mean, I don't want to say should actually, there's still an hour to go. We saw a lot happen in the first hour of the race, but never say never, and it's definitely, they're in a good position to do it, as Rinaldi already, look at that gap between Morrill and Rinaldi. That is just extending. So Zane has just seen the opportunity to try and make sure they're safe, and he's absolutely hammering it up the road. He's not giving it an inch. He's setting reasonable sectors as well, 31.7 through the first sector, and you can see he's pushing. He's using more road than previously. He's definitely giving it a go.
Well, as I said, it's behaving much the same way as it did before the last stop when we were watching it. So as the tyre wears, they're sliding around a little bit, but not wearing out.
Yeah, so we'll see how this goes. You've got to imagine they're pretty close to their final pit stop, probably within the next 15 minutes. You know, imagine the next 10, based off how long they've been out in this stint, and then they'll have their run to the end. And it'll be an interesting run to the end.
So, and we thought that the A1 cars would be strong, but you know, they've done their last stop, so they can come into calculations. Luke Banner, Paul Bashini cars in 4th position, and the Harry Hayek, Matt Larson cars in 6th position, 94 and 93 laps respectively. So they're only 1 and 2 laps respectively behind our race leader. So you would think that when this car does its last stop, that they will be either ahead of it or just around the same place.
Yeah, you've got to imagine so, as we're almost at that hour to go mark here, Gary. So I'm going to ask you again. I asked you it before, but I asked you it at halfway. Now with 1 hour to go, who so far has been your team of the
Well, I did pick these guys the last time, and I'll stick with them. They've done a good job, and that 117 Mustang, because of being a brand new car and never raced here before and all that, they've done a great job.
So here is a replay of the 117 in question. Oh, that was a really big snap. The Mustang trying to do what a Mustang does best, but it was managed very well there, held together. But I imagine in the cockpit, that was very scary.
Not the place to do it out of turn 7.
I mean, we've already seen what happens when a car meets the outside wall at turn 7. It ripped an F3 car in half earlier at AFO, basically.
Did a nasty job on a sports sedan a couple of years ago too.
Yeah, so definitely you don't want to meet that wall. Luckily they didn't, and they'll continue on. But yeah, really scary stuff. I think for me that 117 is still my my surprise and sort of my pick for team of the race so far. I'm just really impressed by what they've been able to do from the back. I mean, I know it's a 4-hour race, so starting from the back wasn't the most treacherous thing of all time, but to climb up so quickly and then still be holding a really good position.
Yeah, but they've still got a stop to go too, so that'll drop them down the order a bit. The car's behind them, and Chris Lewis is in for their final stop. So the 71, the 68 are both on there. They've done their final stops, so they can go through to the end. So you would think both of those would jump the 117, the Mustang.
Then we know the 117 has a lot of pace as well, so they could get back past. I mean, it's something we'll find out soon, I guess.
Well, it's depending on what lap they're on as well, because, you know, we've got...
Lewis is in the lane. They have been for about a minute now. Hayek just got past them.
Luke Banner's on the same lap as Oliver Siebel, and Siebel has a stop to go, and Banner doesn't.
Yeah, I see.
And Hayek's on 95 lap, so he can possibly jump ahead as well.
Yeah, it will be close.
What we don't see often in these sorts of races is that we get a situation where the 68 and the 71, the two BMW A1 cars, were so close together at one stage when they both executed pit stops. And yet you look at them now and there's a big gap between the pair of them.
Yeah, they've spaced out quite a lot. And we are now officially under 1 hour to go in this race, Gary. And I'm gonna loop back 3 words to describe the last 3 hours.
It's still going, so
Rinaldi out the front at the moment, controlling the pace. 10 seconds up the road from Morrill in the number 9 car. As Burgess just laid down a reasonable first sector, 31.8. So that's only 0.3 slower than Zane Rinaldi that last time by, as Varner's in. Varner has come into the pits, and I think that was because earlier on in the race, one of their stops was at the very start, so they did still have 1 more to go.
Oh,
so I think Seibel might actually be safe.
Yeah, but Hayek should go through to the end.
So now we have the 88 coming back out. So a 16-minute repair job later, and they are on the move once again in the Evo. So really impressive work from them down there as the 71 in the lane. As here is the 88 re-emerging right next to the other Evo as well of Chris Sutton as they head out towards turn 2. So both really big repair jobs for the Evo on the end of the car and on the back end of the car, and that is going to be, yeah, it's pretty interesting to see they've had similar issues. So the 71, a minute 40 now, it's off the jacks and heading towards the pit exit. So a minute 43 inside the pit lane, not bad.
Yeah, but their first stop was a minute 30.07, remember?
Yeah, I thought their first stop was, no, it wasn't early. Why then?
They did the quickest stop of the race.
Yeah, they did. They did it 1 minute.
And that was their first scheduled stop. So they've done 4 stops. Now, last one didn't have to be. If they've done 4 stops, the last one didn't have to be minute 30. Unless they stopped for something else that we can't remember.
Yeah, I feel like they stopped. I feel like I remember them stopping early on in the race for some reason. I feel like everybody has had a weird stop at some point in this race.
So it leaves Rinaldi in front and over a lap ahead. And with a stop to go.
Yeah, as Chris Sutton is now in the lane. It's just freshly in the 55. So good stuff from them. They've just got 56 minutes to go and just got to finish out this last pit stop. So Rinaldi heading down the straight. They're going even longer than I thought they might go, as this is the 55, pulling into the box now. And you can see Rinaldi in the background of that camera shot too, as they go into their box. And we're going to have a driver change as well in the 55. So that'll be Sutton swapping out for Mark Jennings to close out this race. So that'll be a good little finish to this one.
And they're back in 3rd position in A1 as well, so with the problems with the 88. So it does pay to persist, as it were. Similarly so for the Matt Holt Chris Willis car, because they're 3rd in A2.
Yeah, they're doing really well, actually. They kept at it. They weren't obviously tremendously happy that they've been having these problems, but to get a result like that out of it, I mean, that's not bad at all.
Yeah, and considering they lost over 3 minutes very early on.
It's been a mega effort from them to claw that back, and it's been really impressive driving out of that 64 car. As you've got to say, with the last hour to go, Rinaldi looking like, and that 82
Remember
car,
their first stop, we thought they went longer than they should have.
Yeah.
And they're doing it again.
Yeah, true, they're proving us wrong every time.
but it leaves for a shorter stint, and you can go harder if need be. And the way things are panning out, they may not have to. They'll probably lose the lead, but not by a great deal.
Yeah, and then they can re-overtake quite easily. There's a lot of pace out of that M2. I mean, it's got a 40.8 fastest lap. The next fastest lap is a 41.0, and that's from the start of the race. If they need to push, they can push, and they can certainly go faster than I think than that 40.8 from the start of the race too. So the pace is there. It's just whether they want to use it or not.
Mark Jennings just jumped aboard to number 55 for the run to the checkered flag. I don't think. Well, they're hoping they won't be back again, and they're currently 3rd in A1. They've completed 88 laps of the 101 that the race leader has, so it's worthwhile their persistence. Here he is, our race leader, still out there and extending that lead all the time. It gives Everett a little bit more leeway the longer they stay out, because the lead will just grow. Let's just hope they don't stay out too long and cook a tyre or something like that.
Yeah, get another puncture going. It wasn't, to be fair, at the end of their long stint that they had that puncture. So they've got to be careful, but also I think Zane has been sliding around a lot less.
Yeah, he's probably not been as quick in the car either, but under instructions to keep it sane.
Yeah. You've got to think there's probably a pit stop coming in the next 3 laps for Rinaldi. But then we're going to say that, and then he'll go another 5 just to laugh at us here in the comments.
So we got a situation now. Rinaldi in front in the Class X car. We've got Class A2 cars 2nd and 3rd, but Siebel has to do another stop. Hi-Tec and Vanna lead in A1, and they're on the same lap, but Vanna's last stop has actually put him 2nd in Class 2 Hi-Tec. And Hi-Tec and he can both run to the flag, according to what we know. And then Burgess back up to 6th spot, so they've been gradually improved to where they should be. Yeah, and Vanna's just done some PBs as well for that car.
Yeah, so the 71 starting to pick up some serious pace here. 2 green sectors, and it's about to be a third one, I'm led to believe, as they make their way around. And yeah, it is a 44.1 new PB for that car, as Seibel now comes into the pit lane for their final stop of the race. And that's an important one, because that's a stop that will keep them right in the fight for third overall. And
but they're going to drop. They're going to drop some positions.
Yeah, they will.
But then they'll come up and they'll have to fight off to get past 2 more BMW.
Oh no, not again. They're going to have nightmares of these things. They are absolutely going to hate the BMW badge by the end of this one. But yeah, one more to go, or one more stop to go, and they're doing it right now. So this is going to be quite the interesting one.
Well, again, it'll be a fuel top-up, tyres, and I would imagine that Jake Murdoch will get in the car to do the run to the flag.
Yeah, you've got to imagine so, as they'll continue. So 1:07 in the lane, so they've got 20 more seconds left in mandatory. So at the moment they haven't dropped behind anyone, but they will shortly, because they will be in the pit lane for more than 1:30 based off their previous stops.
Well, we're just 9 minutes past 8 at the moment. We've got just on 50 minutes of time remaining in this race. There's been plenty going on. It hasn't been as though there's been nothing happening. It's just continued to go on, and it's probably helped with a few failures that are in the tyre department, mechanicals as well, but we've seen all bar one car back out and racing again.
Yeah, and it's been really impressive to see the commitment from these teams. I mean, obviously they've committed to the race, like it's not unexpected, but the amount of effort they've gone through to get these cars back out as quickly as they have, it's been really impressive, and it really shows that team strength.
Well, I guess if you sign up for a 4-hour race, you're committed for the full 4 hours. You don't give up as soon as you have a bit of drama. Just watching Hayek come up on the back of Jennings. Oh, and overcooks it there at turn 6. Gets it back. And it was a few laps back that we've seen the 55 have a drama there at turn 6.
Yep, so I think mistakes are starting to creep in. I think maybe a little bit of fatigue as he sneaks back up the inside.
I guess he looked out and he seen him coming and he didn't see him at all. I thought, I wonder where he went to. Oh, there he is.
Yep. So it's been a bit of an interesting one, and here's a replay of it. So heading through turn 6 we go. It's just, I mean, it looks like he's just missed the corner. Yep. Just probably outbroken himself. Found himself out there, easy to do, and no damage done.
Currently running third outright, with Luke Banner in 4th. They're actually just 10 seconds apart at this stage.
As I've just realised, Seibel's still in the lane. They've been in the pit lane for 3 minutes, so what was looking so good for them, I'm not sure if there's a problem. I'm sure Bruce will be chasing that up if he's noticed.
Oh, he's probably on top of it already.
Yeah, he's an absolute, he's been a gun down there today. And I mean, what was it that he said on the camera this morning?
We'll go back to that. No, we won't. That's one that we just put away in the record books.
Yeah, it'll be remembered forever. But yeah, really long stop. So they're now out. Murdoch is in the car. 3 minutes 39 stop. That is really detrimental and really a shame for what they had such high hopes and really good prospects heading into this final. Just over 45 minutes in this race, and they've only just come out in 8th.
Yeah, and Jake Murdoch at the wheel. So yeah, and it's dropped them behind the HSV by about 28 seconds. And there is the HSV behind the Adrian Morel Mustang, which is currently in 2nd position. We're still waiting for the final stop for the BMW, which has a 1.2 lap lead at this stage, and it will need it all. And I dare say that we'll see Adrian Morel go back to the front of the race. And as I said, they've won 2 fight in the nights up at Queensland Raceway. To think that they can come out and win again in the night shows that they really know how to work this race out.
Yeah, they really do. They've been really impressive, and they'll continue to impress over the next 46 minutes and 50 seconds. They've been really, really strong. They've just got to keep their heads down.
And they must be very close to pitting this car for the last time.
They have to be. They've gone for so long at this point. This has been, I mean, has this been an hour stint?
It's been over an hour.
Yeah, it's been over an hour in a Class X. That's really impressive. Surely they're in this lap.
Well, we were trying to predict it on one of their earlier stops, and it took a few laps for us to get it right.
Yeah, and we've been trying to predict it for like the last 10 laps of this. They just keep going and going and going. It's magical. Big slide there on the exit of turn 8, though, for Zane Rinaldi as he makes his way through the final few corners. Surely it's in this lap. They've been going for over an hour at this point in this stint, and will we see Rinaldi get out of the car, I wonder?
Oh yeah, for sure, because he'll exceed his
driver
time.
Is it going to be off to the left-hand side this lap? Or no? They're going again. They're defying the odds here, Gary. This is honestly just in itself.
Well, they know what they're doing, and they know what the car's capable of, and they know what they've got left in it. And just steamrolling away from this field at the moment on that lap of 1:43.16. So they can do a 1:40 if they have to. So they're 3 seconds off the pace. And doing it, and almost cruising, you might say.
Yeah, I mean, 42s to 43s is where they've been sort of sitting all race. In fact, the 43.1's on the quicker side of this last stint. So I think the pace is just still there. The car's just holding on really well.
When you look at some, like Hadrian did a 46, Harry a 45, so, and then Luke Varner 45 as well. So the two A1 cars are so evenly matched. It's unbelievable. That last lap, a 45.1 and a 45.1.
Yeah, they're really,
it's
really
good to see the boys are back out, and after their rear drive train change. Yep, come on, move out of the way. I want to get in. Okay, we're hearing that the Burgess Buchan car is coming in for another stop. That'll be stop number 5 for them, well, 4 for them. So that's their final stop. So they're going to run hard to the flag, and they're at a 2-lap disadvantage at the moment to our race leader, but only 1 lap to the Morel Mecklin car, which will take over the lead when the lead car stops.
Yeah, so the number 9 looking pretty good at the moment. I still think the 82's in the front position there. I don't see a world in which they don't take it without disaster, but the number 9 still had an incredible race nonetheless.
Well, we did say this was going to be the one stop previously that was going to be the final stop for that car 88. Hopefully this will be the last stop for it. They've been in the pits 5 times now, and the last one was a very lengthy stop.
Yeah, and speaking of the car 9, here is Morel at the moment, just out there, 43 minutes remaining. They should be able to get to the end. No problems at all. And Rinaldi's still not into the pits. This is bizarre, Gary.
Well, yeah, we're just trying to remember if it was an hour before the last time they pitted, considering they've done 3 pit stops already. And we're only 3 hours and 17 minutes into the race, so I tend to figure it wouldn't have been at the 2 hour 17 mark. It would have been a bit later than that. I think it was about 2 hours 30 that they last stopped.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they pitted with an hour and 39 left to go, so it's actually not quite been an hour.
Yeah.
But still,
so they're due any time. But
yeah, they've been due any time for quite a while now. They're doing a really good job. So it wasn't as long as we thought initially, but will this be the lap? No, it will not be the lap. So he's going to continue to extend, and this is now just the guessing game.
Yeah, well, we'll just wait till they pit and don't try and guess. So that lap was another 1:43. So they've just been consistently, Zane's just been consistently doing 1:43s and extending that lead.
Yeah, he has been, and he'll continue to do as such, as he's still in the 1:43s. He's just doing the most consistent stint I think I've ever seen. Just doing 1:43s every single time.
The gap between second and third. I'll take that back. Between third and fourth is 9.6 seconds, so it was 10 seconds about 3 laps ago. So not a lot's changed there, and they're doing much the same lap times, and that is the battle for not only third outright, but also for the win in Class A1 for high performance forced induction. And they've been basically at it all day between those two. The only difference has been is when they've done their pit stops. Usually the 71's been in before the 68, but it's done an extra stop, so...
Yeah, who knows, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I think we went into this race with kind of it was Tom Shaw's...
Yeah, that's their third compulsory pit stop that they're undertaking now.
Well, this is the 5th time in the lane.
It's
Rinaldi's in. Oh, the gig is up. Zane Rinaldi finally into the pit lane, as Shaw also into the pit lane. So we've got a few cars now coming into the pits, and this is where the race will take its final shape, because I think, are these the only 2 cars that have 1 stop remaining?
Well, they both had 1 stop remaining. Remember, the Shaw Wazir car came in and didn't complete the 1:30, which they could have done and would have saved them a pit stop.
Yeah, I remember now.
And this is their final pit stop for the 82.
And I think this might be the final, without drama, I think this could be the final pit stop of the race.
I think you might be right. Everyone else seems, final scheduled stop for the race.
Yeah.
But Glenn Ebbett getting back aboard the 82 to take it home. He started the race, took the car to the lead, and has been hovering around the front ever since, apart from a puncher, but which fortunately fell about the time they needed to do their first compulsory pit stop.
Yep. So now it'll be one more 39-minute stint to go for the 82 car, and then they'll be home free. As here is Morrell. Where are they at?
Hadrian Morrell in second spot. Now they'll come around, and at the end of this lap will be a lap behind. No, they'll be on. They'll be on the lead lap when they cross the start line. Now, a lap behind at the moment, but they'll finish 109 while the 82 is in the pits, and it's just a matter of how much longer they're in the pits before they get out to try and chase this car down. Now, this car raced in the Fight in the Night 2 years running. The first one it won, it had to fend off a Class X BMW, and just did it.
Yeah, so
now here will be the change of lead, and at this point, as it goes past the pits, a car now leads this race with 38 minutes remaining.
So now the question is, when is the 82 car going to exit the lane, because that'll set up the last 37.5 minutes of this race. I'll tell you what, it's still in the lane, 2 minutes 30, 2 minutes 35. Okay, so it's exited now. Ebbett's back in the car.
So they took 13 seconds longer for their last stop than the race leaders.
So now, what is the gap between them? 25.5 seconds in 37 minutes. It's doable.
Well, I think we just have to wait till we get to the second sector marker, because that'll change.
Well, it just updated there, 26 seconds.
Yeah.
So 26.5 seconds between car 9 and car 82. 37 minutes. It's doable, but it's going to be close. They're going to have to push it. That's why they've left this last pit stop so late.
Yeah, well, they can do it. They'll be a second lap quicker and they can win it.
Yeah. So that should be, it should be doable. It'll still be exciting because if any mistakes creep in for that 82, it could be detrimental.
Yeah, well, you don't want to overpush.
Yeah. It is definitely possible to do as well. We saw it in the opening stint of the race for more than a few BMWs, and we'll see how it goes. But this is going to be the chase down now that we have for the end of this race, and it has been quite exciting up until this point, and now we have a 26-second gap between the top two with 36 minutes remaining, and it's closing fast.
Morell's lap on that particular circuit was a 1:45.53. Here's our second place car coming around the top of the track, being chased by Tom Shaw, so they must have done almost identical pit stop times. And the gap as they cross the line, 24.7 seconds, and next lap will give us an indication of how quickly he will eat into that lead. Luke Banner in third spot now. He's taken that away from the Class A rival in Harry Hayek. So we didn't see what happened there, and it's now 6 seconds between those two, or down to 5.8. So that's chop and change. So while we're watching the leaders duke it out through the pits, we've had a change of position 3 with Luke Banner going ahead of Harry Hayek.
That we have. So,
but that lead's coming down again between those two, or the gap between the two. It's down to 5.9 seconds, and Tom Shaw really taking the fight up to Evatt at the moment, and Shaw currently in 8th spot and some 3 laps adrift because of that extra pit stop they've had to do, but showing pace.
Yeah, they are showing extreme pace at the moment, and that's what happens when there's less time left in the race. They're happy to open it up again now.
But and Evatt really won't want him to get past to delay his hunt down of their race leader, and that gap's 23.6 seconds now, and we've still got over half an hour of this race to go.
Yeah, it's closing more than, well, it's almost a second a sector. In fact, it's been several seconds a sector at the moment, so this should be quite comfortable here for Evatt, but still there is still errors that could take place, and Morel could also just be saving a little bit of pace up just in case they need to try and defend, but defending is going to be a very tricky task.
And he's just eating away that lead, 20.8 now, so 40. He did a 1:41 on that lap, and we knew Morel did a 46, I think I said before, so he's 4 and 5 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah, that he is. So this is the number 9 car, and this is the car that you did the lap with earlier on, and yeah, I mean, they've been quite impressive.
Yeah, from an early drama where they thought they may have dropped a cylinder, but it all cleared itself, and they've been able to rally back and get to the lead of this race and be in a position to win it now with half an hour to go, although that gap between it and the number 82 BMW is coming down quite quickly. Tom Shaw actually, yeah, well, he's getting a bit of a tow. He's just said the fastest first sector of the race.
Went 238 down the straight. That's the same as Evatt, and Evatt's just done the fastest middle sector of the race.
Yeah, and Shaw was only
let's try that.
6/10 slower in that second sector.
Now, so what about the final sector between these two? So we've seen a best lap of a 41.6 out of Tom Shaw so far and a 40.8 out of Evatt. Can either of these two cars set the fastest lap of the race? No, but a 41.0 for Tom Shaw on that last lap, a new car PB. Evatt was not so lucky to set a new car PB, but it's not what he's trying to do. He's just trying to keep up the pace.
Well, they're negotiating traffic at the same time as well, and they've got the Lillis Holt car just in front of them, who's made a fairly good come back to be in position 5 in this race, 3rd in A2. Oh, actually, 2nd in A2, because they're ahead of the 117.
That they are. So, really good stuff from them, actually. And, I mean, what a recovery that is from losing 3 minutes at the start of the race. That is great driving, and that's great commitment as well.
Just going down another lap to our race leader.
18 seconds now between the two of them, and it's been less than 5 minutes since we said there was 26.5 seconds between them.
There's something dangling off the back of the number 82, I noticed too. Just keep an eye on that from the back of the car. Is it just a bit of tape or something? Something's certainly coming out of the back of that car.
It looks like a bit of tape to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just spit it off. It was spitting it off slowly.
Wearing away on the bitumen.
Yeah. So I don't think that it's anything. Yeah, I mean, it looks like tape to me.
Hopefully it's not a strap that helps hold in the fuel tank or something.
Yeah, hopefully that would be disastrous, to say the least. And I mean, it doesn't seem to be affecting their pace all that much. They're still just sitting in those 43s.
Probably doesn't even know it's doing it.
Yeah,
Probably
to be
hears
honest.
something and yeah, so that gap's down to 15.8 seconds now. It's coming down fairly quickly. Just a matter of time. The gap between 3rd and 4th is just blown out to 19.6 seconds. So there's been a bit of a drama there for them in the 68. That's Hi-Tec Larson car, currently in 4th positions. It's still some 1 minute and 33 seconds ahead of the HSV in 5th position. Then we go back another 34 seconds to the 117, which had that long last stop, which really hasn't helped their situation. The pole sitters, Buchan and Burgess in position 7, Shaw and Wazir in 8, Jennings and Sutton in 9th, and Calabria and Mikhailinski in the 10th spot. Unfortunately, we lost the Wilmington car, so there's a bit more of that tape.
Yeah, it definitely does. It doesn't look like a strap, though. It does look like tape.
Yeah.
But less than half an hour left to go in this race, and yeah, it's 13 seconds between the top two, and then another 10 seconds back to Varna.
I just wonder what that tape's there for.
That's what I'm wondering as well. And then it looks like there's
and there's more of it.
Yeah.
Something's unraveling there.
Yeah, something's just slowly coming up. Just holding up the exhaust with a piece of tape. You just see the whole bottom of the car fall off. I wonder what that is. That's actually so peculiar. Maybe we could get Bruce to go ask around. Maybe the team knows.
I'm sure they're keeping an eye on it. But bits of tape are just falling. It's unraveling and then it's breaking off as it hits the bitumen.
Yeah, I think that we need our chief detective down in pit lane to go figure out what that thing is dangling off and what it's holding in, because that's really peculiar.
Well, the worry is that if it is holding something on and they black flag it.
Yeah,
not that it's a problem at the moment, but one to keep an eye on.
Well, the first sectors, I mean, I noticed that gap, since whatever that is, has been dangling down. The lap times have been getting slower from Ebert. So maybe it is holding in something important. Maybe he's been told.
It might be a bandage on the exhaust. It's the only other thing I can think of.
Yeah, I mean, look at the sectors here. I mean, he found a second in the middle, but the first sector was identical between Morrill and Ebert. He's not closing as much anymore. It looks like from when they dip down the hill at the final corner and you get a little shot of the underbody, I'm kind of seeing that whatever's dangling down, it's kind of coming from the center of the car, the center of the floor. So we'll continue to monitor the situation. 9.7 seconds is now the gap between Morrill and Abbott, with 27 minutes to go here in this ARDC Sydney 4-hour, and this is going to be quite the exciting finish, as a lot spat off there out of turn 4. He came through the corner and it's just, whatever it is, just came peeling off.
We've got Bruce in the pits to give us a bit more information on what that problem is with car 82. Hello, Bruce.
Bruce in the pits.
Car 82, we're having some tape or something coming off the back of that car. Any idea what is causing it?
Yeah, it's exhaust wrap.
Is it going to be a problem?
No, it's just a cloth tape. It's like race tape without the sticky. It's thick stuff. The idea is to keep the heat inside the exhaust. It just comes loose and flaps around like that. So that's what the team tells me. I'm not going to call them liars. We'll just have to wait and see.
Right, thanks for the update. Yeah, I didn't think it would be a significant problem. And there they look on, the ATR Motorsport crew, keeping an eye on that drama. It might just make the exhaust a bit hot and red.
Yeah. So luckily it's nothing major, so it's not going to change.
And that gap's now 7.35 seconds, and we've still got some 25 minutes of this race to go.
So you've got to say that the race is looking...
Well, it's never over till it's over, so...
yeah, it is never over. So I mean, we could just see one more puncture just for the fun of it. Why not?
That's
I'll speak it into existence. Yeah, so this is the gap now between...
it's visual now.
Abbott, yeah, you can see it. Yeah, that is first and second. 6.6 seconds. It's really closing down quickly at the ending leg of this 4-hour race.
It must be nerve-wracking out in front, knowing that that car's catching, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, and I mean, he'll now see it in his mirrors. He'll see the bright yellow light. I mean, that's intimidation factor. We spoke about the yellow lights at the start of the race, but now you look in the mirror and you just see bright yellow creeping up closer behind you. That's got to be really scary.
But it's been a pretty good race. There's been a lot happening in it, and it's not over yet. We're coming down to the 24-minute mark, and that lead is now under 6 seconds.
Yep, so this is going to be really, really exciting stuff when push comes to shove and those two get locked in, because, I mean, surely Morrill's not just going to let him go. He's got to give it some sort of...
He might be travelling at a pace that he did a 44 on that last lap. It's one of his quicker laps. So he's up the ante, as it were. But we've got a 42.3 out of the second place car. So he's...
The only problem that you're going to emerge if he does try to defend is the fact that Abbott can go 237 k's an hour and Morrill can only go 216, as we saw on that last lap.
They can go faster. I think they said they can push out to around the 230 mark if they need to. But that'll be a last resort, I would imagine.
And it surely wouldn't be very good for the car if they did it at this stage.
Certainly made a great race out of this, these two.
Yeah.
And look, there is the gap. They've got one car between them. That's the pole-sitting car that sits between them, but obviously down the order somewhat, and it will pass the race leader and leave the way open for Glenn Abbott to take the lead and possibly win this race.
Yeah, this is going to be really exciting stuff here as they swap for the lead. This has been a fantastic race all around. There's still 22.5 minutes remaining, but this battle is going to be on in the next, I want to say, 2 laps.
So actually, maybe the Buchan car won't have enough to get to the Mustang before Everett gets the pair of them. There is car 68. Now that car's lost a lot of pace, and currently from being in front by 10 seconds in position 3 is now 46 seconds behind.
Yeah, I think that car is managing a problem.
Here we go back now.
Here we go then. So it heats up the front between the top two. So Morrill and Everett, 1.1 between the car 9 and the car 82. This is for the lead, the overall lead in this Sydney 4-hour. What a moment this is. This is going to be a change for the lead that defines the race and allows Everett to try and push away into the clean air. This has been a good 15 minutes of hunting down since the last stop. It all comes down to this here now.
Yeah, I think this run down the straight will be all BMW. He's right on the back of the Mustang, out of the last corner. Gets so much good punch out of the corner and just pulls out, and easy as you like, just takes the lead, and we have a new race leader. We have 20 minutes of this race to go, and Glenn Everett takes the lead away from Hadrian Morrell.
Yeah, that is a huge moment now. That is Everett into the lead of the Sydney 4-hour. A huge moment. Now they've got 20.5 minutes to bring this car home, and it will take home the top step of the podium. That is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, we've got Bruce down in the pits with the crew of the 68 because it's just lost so much pace. What's the latest update from them?
The gearbox is cooking itself. It's very, very hot, so they've backed right off just to try and nurse the car to the finish. They've got a long gap to the car behind them, so they think they can manage to keep, well, they're going to drop one place, but they think they can manage to keep the next spot if they just nurse the car and keep it together.
Yeah, they're currently just over 62 seconds ahead of the Holt Lillis car 64, but 19 minutes and a half minutes to go, so good chance that they will either keep that or drop back to position 5. But so they'll be doing what they can. In the meantime, Everett has moved out to a 1.5 second lead over Morrell. We've got Lap back to Luke Banner in 3rd spot. Then it's Hayek in 4th and nursing a car that's got some problems, an ailing car you might say. Then it's Matt Holt, Jake Murdoch in position 6, Josh Buchan in 7, Tom Shaw in 8th, and it's Mark Jennings and David Calabria round out our complete field that's left running.
And what a race it has been, Gary. There's still a little bit left untold, especially between Buchan and Shaw at the moment. That gap only about 0.8 of a second now, 1.2 between the 33 and the 15. That's because there's a little bit of traffic getting involved by the seams of it. But there's been so much racing, so much strategy. I mean, we were kept guessing for a lot of the strategy, and it's been really entertaining.
I think that late stop by the leader too, the 82, has helped their speed over the final bit, knowing that you've got less laps to worry about having tyre dramas or whatever, you know, so that you've only basically had, what was it, 40 minutes left to run for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I think that has been a huge help overall. But yeah, 18 minutes to go, and there's still some positions further down that have not yet completely decided. There's 2 seconds between Buchan and Shaw, then 4 seconds back to Jennings, but this is the man that everybody has been looking towards. It's the car that kept everyone on their seats. It's the 82 with Everett behind the wheel. They kept on keeping us guessing with the strategy. They kept on going one lap further than we thought they were going to go. Then they come out 26.5 seconds behind. They close. Now they're 5 seconds in the lead. And what a journey it has been over the course of 4 hours.
Yeah, it's been seen such a long time since I had the start of this race with all the dramas that have been happening and cars getting into problems and getting themselves out of problems and cars having to be garaged to make repairs and then getting them back out there and running around again, and it certainly has had its dramas.
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, that first hour especially, that was just, yeah, I mean, I don't even have the right word to describe it. I don't think chaotic or dramatic is even the right word. The tyres just kept going, and then the car problems kept coming, and it just never ended. So here we go then, the final leg here at Sydney Motorsport Park on this Saturday night. The race started at 5, it'll end at 9, and it has been quite the interesting one overall. That right there is the 33 car, that is then Tom Shaw, and then that is the number 9 of Morrill, who's been overtaken by the both of them, but they are a lap down, so that's not a big problem. Morrill, though, has driven phenomenally in car 9 to be in P2 overall at the moment in an A2 car. And I think the story will be what could have been for the 33 car and even the 15, both just not potentially having the races you might have expected out of them.
Man, for sure. But
we're actually starting to see a little bit of pace out of Josh Buchan at this point now. Buchan is closing up to the back of Ebbett, showing what sort of pace they did have and do still have. And yeah, it's been weird to see. You know, they had so much pace, but then the tyre concerns, they backed off a lot, and I think that sort of shaped their race alongside the pit stop drama. I don't think that was that the Buchan car or the Tom Shaw car? I think that was...
Tom Shaw has been chasing that car for since the last pit stops, basically.
Yep. So 15 minutes to go.
Okay, we've got an update from Bruce Moxon in the pits. Bruce.
Yeah, hi Gaz. We were wrong all along. It turns out the Hadrian Morrill Tyler Mecklem car is indeed running on 7 cylinders and has been all race.
I thought it sounded a bit rough.
Yeah, well, this makes for a truly heroic effort and result.
We've just seen Glenn Ebbett between turns 5 and 6 pull over and let the Buchan Burgess car go past.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know what it slowed to let him go past. I don't know what the story is there.
Oh, I'm going for a walk.
But that's interesting. That's so impressive from the car 9, 7 cylinders in NP2.
They've got a they've got over a lapse advantage over car 71, so I can't see them losing second outright. With 14 minutes to go, and they lead A2 as well.
Yeah, so that'll be a phenomenal win on 7 cylinders. That's not something I expected to hear, to be honest with you, Gary.
The gap between 4th and 5th at the moment is down to 55 seconds. Let me see, 55 seconds, yeah. 30 seconds back to the 117, which they're all on the, I think Hayek's, yeah, they're all on the same lap, 121. And it'll be interesting to see if the 117 can catch the 64 for second in A2. Here is the 117.
Sounding good as ever.
Well-presented car, done an exceptional job on debut. Drivers that haven't been to the track before, I think they've done, as you said, they were your favourite team for the event, do what they've done.
Yeah, they really impressed me. I mean, had the last pit stop not been so long, they would have been right up there in 3rd, 4th or 5th. So unfortunate, really, with their last stop. But yeah, it's been really impressive to see them go from the back. Then they were at the front. And unfortunate pit stops left them here, but still great drive and great determination out of that Mustang.
Yeah, and giving it full noise at the moment as well. So Hadrian Morrill trails now by 9.6 seconds. They've done a great effort for a car on 7 cylinders. they're just lucky it hasn't fallen away any more than what they have, and to consolidate second position and a class win, exceptional job. You could call them the Night Masters after 2 fight the night wins as well.
Yeah, that has been.
There they go, and it's Hadrian at the wheel. Hadrian's done a lot of different racing. He's run the Mark cars, been internationally with them as well, and is enjoying his time now in production cars. Him and Tyler Mecklin have been together for quite a while now. I think Mecklin does all the building of the cars and Adrian pays the bills.
Yeah, well, someone has to pay the bills at the end of the day, but...
Yeah, first sector times are almost identical, 31.9, 31.6, so Hadrian's actually quicker.
Look up and down the field here.
They're all doing similar to
from
first
P8
sector.
to first, the first sector is pretty much identical. They're all within about a second, except for Matt Holt, who's in the 33s. That's sublime. It sounds good for a car on 7 cylinders.
Yeah, it sounds a bit throatier than the one on 8.
Yeah, but honestly, I prefer it. I like the throaty sort of...
Maybe Ford could look at bringing in a 7-cylinder.
Maybe. Would it be efficient?
Oh, a bit loose coming out of turn 11, or turn 10, turn 11.
And I'll tell you what, we're 5 seconds off the 10-minute to go mark. So now there is 10 minutes to go in this 4-hour race. And Ebbett leads the way by 12 seconds over Morale at the moment. And then there's 41 seconds back to Varner. And then Hayek as well. Then another reasonable chunk back from there. But yeah, this has been absolutely fantastic stuff.
Yeah, so this is your real introduction to long-distance racing and first-hand.
Yeah, it is. Not just for me, but some of the drivers as well out there. But yeah, and the directors who have just pointed out in our ears as well. But yeah, I mean, the longest race I'd commentated before this, in real life at least, was the 60-minute production prod tour in the Motor Race Championships. And
at the beginning of round 1 of the state championships.
Yeah. So, and in September as well, I did the 60-minute then, same category, same format. But yeah, that's the longest I'd done.
Now the gaps are coming down between car 68, which is in 4th position, has a 52-second lead over 64, and it's 26 seconds back to 117. So that's still alive, although we are creeping down to the 8.5-minute mark.
Yeah, we are. So 8.5 minutes remaining. And also Buchan and Murdoch, 1.7 between them. So for overall 6.
Yeah, that looks like that positional change. I think Josh Buchan is overhauling the Mustang fairly quickly.
Yeah, it's closing rapidly.
And actually Tom Shaw's on the same lap as well. Those three cars, all those cars from position 4 back to position 8 are on the same lap.
They are. That's quite close actually. As Buchan is right on the back of Murdoch now, 5 tenths underneath as we look at Ebbett at the moment, just as that actually I think was short that I just...
Yeah, just come out of shot.
Around the outside of turn 5.
A change of position with Buchan going to position 8 ahead of Murdoch.
So that is a move done. And 7.5 minutes more of controlling the pace for the 82 car, and then they'll be home free. And you just can't imagine the emotion going on in both for the driver and the team at the moment.
Well, the other problem here then, by the end of this race, Murdoch will appear to be a lap down, even though he's fighting with these guys, because he's going to be lapped again.
Yep. So Buchan has gotten away from Murdoch quite quickly at the moment. Tom Shaw then 10.4 back from that. I'm not sure if he'll be able to close that gap quite in time. But Ebbett at the moment closing up to the back of Murdoch in the 117 Mustang. I mean, look at the closing speed there through turn 1. That is unreal. Look at the close. Oh, that's really late. They just let him go there. They've
I think you've seen him coming and just let him go through.
Yeah. But yeah, great driving overall from Ebbett and Rinaldi as well. This has been a great team effort from them.
The gaps are now, Murdoch is only, he's 4 seconds off, so he's dropped 4 seconds to Buchan straight away, but Buchan's some 20 seconds behind Holt, so one would think in 5 minutes might not catch. Well, he might do.
He might actually. It's close, but 5.5 minutes is a very small.
But it's been a good drive from the 64 HSV to finish. Well, they're currently second in A2, which I guess after that early stop outside the pit window would have been their day done, they would have thought.
Yeah, they've put up a big fight at the moment. Second in class as well. That's phenomenal. They definitely wouldn't have expected that after the opening they had to the race. But that's why endurance racing is a thing. I mean, that's the sort of thing that can develop over the course of 4 hours. It's fantastic.
So we've still got this situation of an X-Class car leading, an A2 car in second, and an A1 car in third and fourth, as it turns out. A2 in fifth, and an X-Class car in sixth position. And all fairly close together.
Yeah, they are quite close together, and I think that will stay that way, bar disaster in the next 4 minutes 20.
And I think we're going to get some nervous people over this last 4 and a bit minutes of this race. People looking on and fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything crossed in the hope that their drivers bring their thing home, and yeah, and even a sign of the cross there as well.
Yeah, and this is going to be quite the crossing of the line. And I mean, I imagine when the camera cuts back to the team that there's going to be some vast celebrations. But I mean, winning a 4-hour race is no easy feat. That is really difficult.
Well, basically, they did run the sprint round at Queensland and didn't have a lot of luck. They were fast in qualifying, but didn't have the race go their way, any of the races go their way. And then basically the second outing, they've come out and they've barnstormed it.
Yeah, they have. It's been really impressive to see how it's all working out. And yeah, I mean, they've just been fantastic. It's like there's no other, I think I've said it a million times, I just don't have another. There's a million descriptors I could actually use, but it's just the one that keeps popping up in my head.
You need a superlative you haven't used yet.
Yeah, I know. Because I think I used a few, and then I've just started to return to fantastic more than a few times. But I mean, it's true. That's just how they've been driving.
Put together a really strong package and drove it sensibly. I guess they might have had a quick rethink after that first puncher, that maybe we don't need to go quite as fast, and they haven't had to. So, and saying Rinaldi did a really solid job in his stint. Here's second place car struggling on 7 cylinders. But solid results for night racing for this pair of Hadrian Morel and Tyler Macklin.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see. And I mean, the fact that it's done on 7 cylinders has been, I mean, when we found that out, that's been really impressive. I mean, that also explains why they've been down in top speed for quite a significant amount of this race. And then you have the 71 car as well, which...
Running in third spot at the moment. Luke Varner at the wheel. Paul Bacchini started the race. And they had to go to a backup car for this meeting. And done an admirable job to get it up to third and to ward off the Class A1 rival, and doesn't mind having a bit of a fling now because they know they're solid in third spot.
Yeah, 100%, as there is about a minute left to go on the clock in this race. And Ebbett still leading the way. So depending on where he is on the track at the moment, where is he? He's heading into turn 2. So this should be the last lap of this 4-hour race, because I don't believe there's a +1 lap.
No, it says 4 hours.
So this should be the last lap of...
Well, if it depends when he gets to the finish line. With 49 seconds left, he won't make the start-finish line in that time. So, yeah, this should be the last lap.
Yep, so after 4 hours of circulating around Sydney Motorsport Park, they had downs for sure. They had moments where the strategy potentially looked like it might be a bit of a problem. Maybe even the number 9 car in the A2 class could have caused a problem there, thrown a cat amongst the pigeons. But at the end of the day, it was not a problem, and Ebbett has driven sublimely. So did Zane Rinaldi after a puncture at the end of the first stint. They have driven the absolute wheels off of that M2 and controlled the pace while they're at it. They have done every single aspect of this race right in the 82 car, and what a fantastic night of racing it has been here in the ARDC Sydney 4 hour. So rounding the final corners now for ATR Motorsport, it is going to be Glenn Ebbett behind the wheel as he rounds out of the final corner here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And after a grueling 4 hours, Glenn Ebbett is going to cross the line and claim victory, and he is victorious after 4 hours. What a drive from Glenn Ebbett and Zane Rinaldi.
Superb result for the number 82 Class X BMW M2. And done it in style, haven't they? There's our second place getter and Class A2 winner, and Hadrian Morel along with Tyler Mecklem in the number 9 Ford Mustang Mach 1. Persevered with running on 7 cylinders and still got it home in second position. Third position should go to Luke Vanner and Paul Bacchini in the Class A1 BMW M140i. And we're waiting for them to come down the line. Here they come now. Great result for them. So we've got a Class X car winning from a Class 2 car and a Class A1 car in third spot. Class Act all the way through for all these drivers to bring it home. And how close was it all in the end? I mean, the 2 lead cars were on the same lap, 131 laps. That car was 1 lap down. Harry Hayek and Matt Larson finishing 4th spot, struggled home on a gearbox that was overheating. They finished 1 lap behind on 129. Then what a result for Matt Holt and Chris Lillis, second in A2 in the HSV Club Sport R8. They had early dramas with a hit from a competitor early, but did get them home in the end, and they finished 5th after that early stop. What a fight back for them, and they had their own dramas with fuel, etc. Josh Buchan and Lee Burgess come home in 6th spot and 2nd in Class X after they too had dramas with tyres. And then we had Jake Murdoch and Oliver Siebel in the 3rd placed A2 car, the Mustang, finishing on 249 laps. Tom Shaw and Zach Weser were in position 8 in the BMW. Again, had a problem at the first stop, which they didn't quite go to the mandatory time, so that meant they had to do an extra stop later in the race. Then we had the Mark Jennings, Chris Sutton car. They had 19 minutes in the pits replacing a bearing in the rear wheel. and managed to come home in third spot in A1 ahead of David Calabria, Mario Calabria and Alex Mikalski in the Evo 8, which again another one that had dramas with a rear diff, a rear drive shaft, so they unfortunately managed to get going. Come home 4th in A1 and 10th outright. Unfortunately for Braden Wilmington and Bree Wilson, not a result they wanted. Only 4 laps into the race, and had a problem with throttle on their car and just couldn't get it to even fire up and run at decent revs. But at that point, that's the way it finished. We're going to sign off up here in the main commentary and leave the presentations to the very worthy Bruce Moxon. I think that Glenn Matthews will be doing the actual presentation of trophies and Bruce will be hosting it. Again, from us here with Lindsay Muddleton, we will say farewell tonight and be back tomorrow for more racing.
Thank you. It's been a good night.
I'm still walking up the pits. We'll bring you the presentation in the next couple of minutes.
Well done, awesome. That's so good. Oh, we've already done, mate, you go. We've already done it. Yeah, fucking awesome drive, you know. I'm going to do it, buddy. Well done, mate. Well done. What do I do? The one that they... I don't know, just like... Yeah, hey, appreciate it, brother. Let's go. Thank you so much. Cheers. That was good.
Yeah, it was a good ride.
I don't know, I was hunting down, I was really enjoying the hunt too. I was loving it.
I was sitting there,
and then he started slowing down.
Well, we're here with the winner of the inaugural Sydney 4-hour, Glenn Ebert and Zane Rinaldi. Guys, well done.
Thank you very much. That was hard work.
Yeah, it's definitely hard work, but huge thanks to the team. They've done an awesome job to bounce back from QR a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, thanks.
Now, you had a bit of a drama during the race.
Yeah, only one. Just asking way too much of the front two tyre.
So did it come down to managing the dramas?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a whole lot of things. The whole pit crew, everything has to go right to win endurance races. So Zane did a great job in the model and, yeah, put us in a position to be able to win it at the end.
And Zane, from your perspective, how was the race?
Yeah, my perspective was great. I just was cruising around doing probably the easy part. Eric was the one doing the fast and hard parts. So, yeah, full credit to him. And, yeah, it was good fun.
Thanks, guys, and we'll see you in a minute with the trophies. Now, in second place, Hadrian Morrill and Tyler Mecklem in their V7 Mustang.
It is, yeah. Yeah, I've been working really hard on that. We finally perfected it, so 7-cylinder Mustang. Look, Haydo did a freaking amazing job to bring it home. The tyres are absolutely shagged. Got the whole family out here, got my nephew, Bo. Yeah, my wife, Kaz, and Crystal and Pud come from Moree, basically. So, yes, it's been a freaking awesome night. So, and this guy did a freaking top job. God,
Yeah, it was a great result. I thought after that first 45 minutes when the engine went off, I thought, oh, that's it, we're done. But he did a brilliant job. I can't believe the times he does with a sick car. Anyway, we got it home and we're very happy. Class win. They're so fast. But
no, they did really good.
And so congratulations to them.
Yeah,
and Paul, where Paul was, he finished third.
To Paul.
So, yeah, well done, mate. That's great.
It's hard to beat these Beamers, but one day.
Okay, work it on.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you upstairs shortly. And in third place, Paulo Baccini and Luke Vanner, which is an abbreviation because we're Australians. Luke, you brought the car home in third. How was that for you?
Yeah, that was actually really good fun. Really enjoyed that race. Had a bit of a hunt there in the last sort of hour or so, so got to turn the wick up and, yeah, brought the car home. It was good fun.
Paulo, how was your race?
Yeah, it was good. It was a bit tough at the start, trying to keep the Mustang off my back. And, yeah, look, I loved it. I actually enjoyed having the challenge. And then, yeah, then the other Mustang caught me and also the Commodore. But, yeah, look, it was good. The car was excellent. We drove it well. We looked after the tyres, although my tyre wasn't very healthy when it came off. But we had a ball, absolute ball. This guy's a legend.
Hey, it was good fun, eh?
Bring on QR?
Yes.
All right. Well, that's the interviews. We'll be back in a few minutes with the presentation. I've got to read the name on the side of the car. Thanks for staying around, folks. Time to hand out the Egg Cups. In third place, Paulo Bacchini and Luke Vanner. In second, Tyler Mecklem and Hadrian Morrill. And in first place, after an exceptional drive, where are you? Come on, boys. I've drawn a blank. Zane Rinaldi and Glenn Ebert. Well done, guys. I've got to be honest, we had some concerns about how the race was going to go with only 11 entries. I don't know if we could have coped with too many more. So thanks everybody for coming, and we'll see you back tomorrow morning for the continuation of our live stream. And I'm getting out of here before the spray starts.